parking lot? I ain't even see that shit. Oh, you gotta look for a new spot now. So that's where I was sitting. That's where I was sitting at. Yeah. Okay. Damn. Well, if you know somewhere else to park, let me know. Yeah, keep your eye open for a place to park. So when I come there, I can keep the truck. So if not, parking here. I guess. Or I'm at the parking. Yeah, just swap. I did see someone surveying the lot, so maybe they want to pave it. Yeah, pave it behind them. A lot of people on tow trucks because they have to have a place to tow it to. Have a wonderful day too. Talk to you later. I said you have a wonderful day too. I'll talk to you later. All right. Bye. Oh, man. Hey, good morning. Look. Look. Nice, yeah. Look, come on. I was getting my sandwich. I did. I don't know. It's been, I usually don't. I don't know what happened. I'm going to take down now. I want that shit. Nah. It just happened to be a place where I can park for a quick second. Yeah, that burrito just slapped me. So, headed back. When? 7 hours away? 7 hours away. And then gotta go. My son's haircut. And after that, finish the drive.
butters, 30 fucking cocoa butters, 18 black soaps. I got them in bulk. It's like they only give us like a short time. And if we're looking around too much, they automatically think we're stealing, which is bullshit. I want to give a shout out to black women in the country that are boycotting these black hair care places that don't respect black people.
We are protesting, okay? We're not buying any hair care product, none, unless it is a direct buy from a black-owned company. I mean, no beauty supply runs. I mean, no ordering it off TikTok, whatever.
And they're not owned by black people. A lot of them are like Koreans, maybe some are Arabs, I think. But I think it's great that black women in this country have decided to literally stop going for a whole month of September. I hope it continues each month to like, let's see what it's like when we don't come into their shops and buy anything. See, this is what.
I get it. I understand.
Weed is over. Okay, just take him off. Wait, but it sounds tight, Puck. I mean, I don't want to hear all that tight stuff. Man, take that off.
So Dad's kind of cool. Flicking him off. But he kept his back room.
Sis.
I set the mic in blaze, my name high as the level. Murder one style, smash mind, snakes to pebbles. Mental terrorist, specialist at this. Menacing, lyricist, see through the fish list. Hear the sound in minds, we talk like time. The paralyzed, everything is ring like your time. Heads start to turn like police who pass. Hit a blast, my crew was through like tear gas. Fuck a mask, we race the place like the marshals. Sparkle like linemen with home of a scorpion. Reckless rhymes start relentless. Ruckus and fuck up the party for you paying motherfuckers. Once I commence for your ladies and gents, I keep rhyme sharper than worldwide hits. The llama direct from your Hill Project. Stepping out of New York, you can't help but to walk. Play it on your gentle, that's if you want it hostile. Chance to underground, I write my rhymes on fossils. Tools like this, force me to get you open. Lyrically whips you up until you're soaking.
Let you know.
Oh man, Tupac was on fire. I get it.
Alright, this is a pretty good video I'm watching right now, but real detail is we don't have time to do all this. You got multiple vehicles, you'll be out there for an hour just doing one wheel. It looks great, but it's gonna take way too long. Let's get to work. So what we're gonna do is let this sit for a little while. When I mean sit for a little while, we're just gonna pre-spray the other wheels. Time to get done pre-spraying those, we're gonna come back and spray this off. I didn't touch this at all. We're doing the dry off period right now. That's how you want it. To bring from what we had before to a professionally clean wheel using no brushes. Didn't even have to put my hand inside here, y'all. Took a minute and a half. Peace out, y'all. Let's get the rest of it done.
This is my hand. I can take my hand and I can stick it in here and I can play with these fish. And then I can take this hand and since 2017, Drewski has been making a lot of online comedy skits that have taken the country by storm. And most of his skits are relatable to most of us as Black Americans. And as time has gone on, he's built more of a loyal following, and that following isn't always black. But to expand his audience, he's also been taking some risk here with his content. And of course, he did that by pretending to be a white guy. And of course, these skits went completely viral. And he even had some people who thought it was cool.
Alright, I seen the Drewski white boy skit and I noticed that he looks familiar. I'll put my finger on it. I've seen that guy before.
But not everybody thought it was funny. Drewski faced a serious backlash from the white community for basically doing doing what they consider to be called whiteface. Oh, this is reverse racism, and how could he go out there and make fun of white people like this? And so people on social media started to chime in.
But boy, some of the people in the dominant society, boy, they're crying foul. They're like, oh, wait a minute. Isn't this reverse racism? Hey, why are you mocking us? Oh, they're crying foul now. Now, these people who were cockeyed and kikiing with Drewski was kind of mocking black people. They were fine with that. Now that he went in on some rednecks and have the makeup and the aesthetics looking like them, and everybody's laughing at the rednecks now. Oh, they want to cry foul. They're not laughing now.
Now, Tariq Nasheed makes a very interesting point. When he's making fun of black people, them saying white people don't have much to say about it. But people have a problem with it because he's now making fun of, let's say, poor white culture, or somebody can say country white culture, or the red N-word culture. People are upset with that. And this is interesting because the same thing could be said with the Charlie Kirk situation. Now, Charleston White was definitely viral for making fun of all the rappers, dissing dead rappers and their kids and all that. White people, according to Charleston White, and a lot of whites never complain about the disrespect that Charleston White gives the black community. But now, once Charleston White started dissing Charlie Kirk, he heard a different tune.
When I'm fucking trolling about their dead babies and dead mammies, you don't shit. So what do you mean why? I'm a fucking comedian. I get the with anybody. Satire comedy is what we call it. How you gonna take that away from him? So Charlie's no exemption. Don't you joke about fentanyl Floyd? He's no different than a fentanyl Floyd. Floyd was the Black Lives Matter movement. Kirk is a white reconsider movement. We get the joke about one another, remember?
You would think that Drewski, basically getting so much criticism from the first white guy skit, he would stop, right? No, he's not stopping. He actually is going to do it again. Because according to Twitter, Drewski teases part 2 of his white Drewski skit. And so, when I was there, I was checking out some of the commentary of what people were saying and how they felt about it. This guy says these skits are getting repetitive. Maybe try something new that doesn't rely on stereotypes. Woo! Brock, why is it okay for a black person to do whiteface, but not okay if a white person does blackface or do blackface? So Grok responded, and as you know, Grok is AI. The difference stems from history. Blackface originated in 19th century minstrel shows that caricatured and oppressed black people per sources like Wikipedia and Britannica. Whiteface, as in Drewski skits or white chicks, lacks the legacy of systemic racism and is often viewed as satire without the same harm. Some see it as a double standard, while others point to power dynamics. Woo! Jay Shadow says he gonna get people mad again, bring hand. This other person says, Drewski just dropped another hilarious skit about folks who are way too proud to be American. And again, these skits are usually harmless, but there's one problem.
As a mixed woman who is white but who also has a black parent, I want to be very specific to tell you once again, whiteface isn't even a thing. Blackface is. It was white people making fun of black people, which was in fact racist, and none of that has been done to white people. Only part in this whole skit that obviously should have made anybody uncomfortable was how he portrayed acting towards this young black man, thoroughly spitting at him out the window and saying, "You better find something safe to do, boy." And part, it's not Drewski dressed up as a white man that should make you uncomfortable. It is the perception of what people deal with on a daily basis.
Now, the lady is basically summing up something that we pretty much went over, and she's a woman that is half white, half black. But she did mention something that happened within Drewski's last skit. Now, Drewski pulled up towards a guy, and they were going to like the NASCAR thing, and here's the interaction.
Hey, you lost, Mom? No, I'm a race. What race? NASCAR. You going to NASCAR?
So Drewski pulls up to the guy like, where you going? He's like, I'm going to NASCAR, sir. Oh, yeah? And then he starts to spin. But then here's the rest.
You ain't lost, is you? Sure about that? Find something safe to do, boy.
So now he's telling the guy, find something safe.
Are you guys here for the halftime show?
Oh no, we're here to help people customize it.
Caring for my daughter at home has become so easy since I discovered Entire Care. I'm compensated $1,500 per month for the care I provide anyway.
This is the world's first Honda swapped Hellcat. And today we're going to attempt to start it for the very first time. We've already managed to adapt the K-Series to the factory Hellcat transmission, get it all situated in the engine bed, and most importantly slap a giant turbo on it, which means now comes the fun part, like building a cooling system, which will really come in handy once we build ourselves a fuel system, which we'll actually be able to use once we install our electronics package, which of course will only function after we wire it all from scratch. But hey, as long as we don't screw any of this up, it should go fire right up.
I may have switched the powers and the grounds. Maybe.
And I figured what better place to start than with our intercooler. Now, I'd originally considered going with the air-to-water intercooler setup like we did on the twin-turbo Vet, but we ultimately landed on going with the traditional air-to-air intercooler, primarily because it looks awesome. Now, while the intercooler core itself actually does fit in here pretty nice, at least once we ripped out the heat exchanger and the AC condenser and all that fun stuff, Dodge obviously never intended for there to be an intercooler in the front grille of a Hellcat. So I think it's everything else we have to do up here, like the intercooler in tanks, the piping, that's where we might run into trouble. Now, usually when you buy an intercooler, it comes with the in tanks already attached to it. It funnels down all this air into a nice inlet or outlet that you can connect your intercooler pipe to. But being that we're dealing with such a custom application here, we decided to buy just an intercooler core, which means there aren't any in tanks. And as per usual, we have to do things the hard way and build our own intercooler in tanks. That was like the 40th take of that whole list. More or less, it's going to go something like that. And while Tim's transforming these high-quality cardboard mock-ups into something we can actually weld to the intercooler, we are going to do a bit of cutting and hacking. Right now, these really don't fit at all. They're identical. That is one big, sweet-looking intercooler. It's, well, this side don't fit at all.
Good over here.
50% ain't bad, it's passing grade. One thing we were pretty positive we were going to have to do anyways, ditch these factory oil cooler hard lines in favor of some flexible braided ones. I was originally thinking we were going to be able to leave the shroud. That is genuinely surprising. Thought that was going all over the floor. No bueno though, just another casualty of the case.
Not that bad.
It ain't that bad, but you do gotta go. What I say about the third time being the charm and whatnot. Money.
For our driver's side intercooler pipe, we have a couple things in the way of the chassis to make our connection properly. Mainly this piece of metal. I'd like to put this 45 right there.
Don't worry, I'll get this all. No problem, I got it.
Ditch the fender liner. Readjust some angles. Send it.
Money. Now there is still a little bit of modification we have to do to this pipe. We got to add a provision for our intake air temperature sensor, and then more importantly, because it makes cool sounds, we got to add a blow-off valve. And for those of you guys who recognize that very specific bolt indent, yes, it's the one off that smoke blue Mustang off the strip club. You know, didn't know any better. You'd never think I was on a $1,300 pile of trash Mustang, right? Tight fit. Tight fit. Now, as is almost always the case, though, when you're adding a giant intercooler to a car that definitely wasn't supposed to have one, it does present a few other fitment issues. This is our factory oil cooler, and this is where it was supposed to mount, and yeah, you can see the problem there. Oh yeah, felt like a bent stud. Usually that's a bad thing, right? Yep, that'll do. Now Dodge has made it real easy on us on the oil cooler front. On the front side of the oil cooler fittings, they have this kind of proprietary push-in type fitting that you have to push on,
as the name would suggest. But on the backside, it's a 12 ORB, which is also really commonly used in the aftermarket, which means it's real easy to convert to some aftermarket flexible lines. Next up on the old cooler list is our trans cooler. Just like our engine oil cooler, these factory push-in type fittings thread out, and our Dash 8 to Dash 6 conversion fitting threads right in. Now, the only part about this trans cooler install that requires any bit of creativity is figuring out where we're going to mount this giant Centrab core. The original thought was to kind of mirror what Dodge did with the engine oil cooler, but one, this is a good bit bigger, and two, the way this inner core pipe's designed over here ain't gonna work. Really, the only way we could mount it here is if we stuck it up above our inner core pipe and behind our bumper beam, but that has its obvious issues. Our other option was to hack the bumper beam off right there and stick the trans cooler where the bumper beam used to go, but we wouldn't want to do anything that compromised the safety of this vehicle. So we settled on going right there, right above our inner cooler.
One of these lunches has a peanut lover's favorites. The other has a sunflower butter you packed for your son. You do your best to help them avoid food allergens, but accidents can still happen. Xolair is an FDA-approved injection.
Oh yeah, that's all flow. All the airflow. Now we just gotta go from here to our transmission. Final piece in the cooling system puzzle is wrapping up our radiator setup. And in theory, it should be pretty simple. We're running a factory Hellcat radiator to keep things nice and easy, which means all we have to do is connect that lower water neck right there to the lower port on the radiator right down there below the blow-off valve, and then the upper water neck on the back of the engine over here to the upper port on a factory radiator. The original idea was to get some long, flexible silicone hose, run it from point A to point B, and call it good. It's about as easy of a radiator hose as you could ever make. Now, where this stuff starts to go downhill just a little bit is when you need to bend it. Sort of like we need to do out of here, and then down there, and then over here, and then over here, and then back here. Yeah, that's not gonna work so well. We didn't really know what to expect when we ordered this hose. I was hoping we'd be able to bend it. All we have is, I don't know, 15 degrees maybe before it just starts to kink. So yeah, we're gonna have to go with plan T here. That's work.
I've got these two tacked together off the radiator. That's going to come down in underneath the motor.
So what's it going to do? This is one of those things that's just so easy to overlook on a build like this. You know you have to make radiator hoses. You kind of take it for granted that it's going to be fairly easy to do. No, not easy.
So this radiator hose contraption, two-piece, mostly because it won't fit as one piece.
And that is a problem, right? That's a criticality. It must fit.
Yes. It has to be able to be installed and removed at least once.
Plus, if we ever want to take on a moped project, we can always pull this radiator pipe off and use it as an exhaust. It's actually kind of a shame it's not more visible in there because it does look pretty awesome, and I guess just like we drew it up, it does go out, down, over, and in. Now, the final part of the main engine cooling system here is an overflow container, and sure, we could buy a $120 fancy one like we did on the Hellcat Swap Supra, or we could further Honda-fy this thing and grab one off a Honda S2000. It costs about 20 bucks. And also, just so happens to fit real well down in this corner, almost like it was meant to be there. Tell me that don't look like it's meant to fit there.
It fits great.
Speaking of fits, probably the only Honda we haven't used a part off. We should probably find something like that. But the cooling system officially checked off the list though. Now we can take things in the other direction and try to make some heat. There's really only 3 elements we need to get this thing fired up. Fuel, air, spark. Air is kind of like the free space in the middle of a bingo board. We don't really have to do anything with that one. Fuel, however, this one's going to be on us, which means for the first time during this build, we're actually going to have to get inside the car, and it's pretty much your typical Hellcat, which unfortunately isn't a good thing. The center console's ripped apart, presumably from when it got stolen before. It's overall just ratty. Ooh, tank's pretty full, which ironically this is like the one time you don't want to encounter a full tank of gas. Go ahead and pump all this out of there. We're going. We don't need 93 octane, if you know what I mean. Now these red eyes are actually really well equipped in the fuel department, and that because they have not one but 2 fuel pumps straight from the factory, just like the Demon did. Uno, dos. Now, I've actually made 900 horsepower on one of these factory fuel pump assemblies before in the OG Demon, but the last thing we want to do is run into fuel pump issues, so we decided to do a little simple math. Alright, so check it out. This is 3 fuel pumps. This is 2 fuel pumps. 3 is greater than 2, which means 3 fuel pumps is greater than 2 fuel pumps, which means this flows more fuel than this, more or less. On a slightly more serious note, these factory Hellcat fuel pumps are some of the most high-performing, just potent fuel pumps out there, and it's why a lot of aftermarket fuel pump kit manufacturers choose to use factory-style pumps and just add a third one. Not to flex this Baltimore County Public Schools math education too hard, but if we made 900 on 2 of them, we should easily be able to hit the 1,000 we're looking for on 3. The one thing we do need to retain off the factory pump is our fuel level sender. Voila. Oh, did we just find our first problem already? That doesn't look right at all. Yeah, so our fuel level sender here, which is going to be quite critical to know how much gas we have in the car, it slides up and down on these little rails there on the factory hanger. It locks into place once you shove it all the way up. On this hanger, though, you can tell it's meant to slide in from the side, meaning this ain't going to do us much good on this hanger. Now, it looks like this is designed to use one of the fuel level senders off the older single fuel pump Hellcats. Naturally, when you encounter an issue like this, the smart, the reasonable thing to do would be to go order the correct fuel level sender.
This isn't just a wallet, it's a rare find. There's something different about owning something almost nobody else has. That's why when Ridge dropped their limited Kintsugi collection, I had to grab one. Inspired by the Japanese art of turning imperfections into golden masterpieces.
The reasonable thing to do would be to go order the correct fuel level sender. Yeah, unfortunately Dodge had other plans. So we got to thinking, could we hack up this fuel basket and just use this part to maybe adapt that onto here so we can put the right fuel level sender on there? We probably could, but this factory red-eye fuel pump assembly is like $600, so I didn't want to do that for obvious reasons. So we got to doing a little bit of digging and found a 2017 Mustang fuel hanger laying around the shop that just so happens to have the same exact type of fuel level sender on it. Considering this one only costs $50, it might be the first time we've ever been able to hack something up and have it make financial sense. It's a real win-win. Kind of like getting an awesome value and great coverage on your wireless plan. But the sponsor of today's video, Mint Mobile. And the wireless industry's been broken for far too long. Kind of like we probably just did to that. Random fees, plans loaded with features you'll never use, and a bill feels more like a car payment. It cuts all that out. Once again, kind of like we're about to do to this. There's no stores, no salespeople, no nonsense. Everything's handled online. It takes minutes to sign up with eSIM, and you can keep your phone number and your contacts when you switch. And the service is solid. All plans come with unlimited talk and text on the nation's largest 5G network with hotspot data included, plus free calling to Canada, Mexico, and the UK. You even get to pick the data plan that fits. 5 gigs, 15 gigs, 20 gigs, or unlimited, so you're not stuck paying for some one-size-fits-all deal that you really don't need. So if you're ready to ditch the bloated bills and make the switch kind of, sort of, like we did up here, click the link down below. And remember, new customers can get started on Mint's 3-month introductory plan from just $15 a month. Well, we're back on track thanks to Ford. Now the fun part, sandwiching all this junk down in this small little hole. Slide our feed line to the other side of the tank on here. This thing is what used to be our fuel return line. Instead of connecting to anything, we're going to screw it to the side of the hanger here, and we can go ahead and reattach the top portion of our fuel hanger, the lower piece, separate to shove in this tank. Alright, now I'll speed run to the front of the car. First thing we got to do is ditch the factory fuel line in favor of a much larger -10 fuel feed line to make sure we can get all the fuel we need. That line comes down on the driver's side of the fuel tank with a little bit of help from an industrial sized bag of zip ties, runs all the way up the driver floorboard into our fuel filter and ultimately into the back of the fuel rail, where we now get to take part in one of my favorite automotive activities. We are about to do ourselves a little recycling. Outside of the fuel pump, the other main component to the fuel system is of course the injectors. And while we were trying to figure out exactly which injectors we wanted to buy, I remember we had these guys laying around out of a certain Supra with just a little bit of damage. They're 2600cc injectors, and while they might not have looked so hot back then, we sent them out, had them flow tested and cleaned up, and with the addition of these little injector hats to make them the right height for this fuel rail setup, we're gonna have the perfect set of injectors for this build on the cheap. Go ahead and cinch our fuel rail down, do the same thing with the fuel feed line. Now, we're just gonna get back to the gas tank and make a quick pit stop with the fuel pressure regulator, which we're about to mount somewhere. Oh man, look at that. People are gonna think there's only, windshield washing going on under here, but no, there's gonna be all kinds of fuel regulating too. From the bottom of our regulator, we come down to our corn content sensor, then back to that batch of zip ties. Then ultimately, all the fuels that weren't lucky enough to be converted into horsepower will go right back into the tank to try again through that small fitting right there. Naturally, the next step here would be to fire the fuel system up and check for leaks. But to do that, we're going to need to hit old girl here with a dose of technology. Well, technically it's not so much a dose as it is the entire ECU Masters catalog. We got the EMU Pro 8 ECU, the ADU dash display, and a piece we used and really liked on the Super Build, the EMU, aka the Power Management Unit. This one's going to control power distribution to all the new stuff we've added, meaning we're not going to have to install a single new relay in this car. Now, we've worked with a lot of ECUs here, a lot. Never has one been this small. That's what she say. The fact that this thing can control up to 8 cylinders, yet still fit in the palm of your hand is just wild to me. Now, while we're not going to get to put that whole 8-cylinder functionality to use, it should, at the very least, make it real easy to find somewhere to stash it in the car. Now, the go-to ECU mounting spot on pretty much every project we've done recently has been behind the passenger's glove box or dashboard area. Well, this one I'm kind of hoping we can retain some function of a glove box. Something tells me we won't need that anymore. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if we can simply mount them in the glove box. They both fit, but we still have to account for this. Check that out. Wow. Oh, that's so tight. Can we get that one in there? Hold on now. Hold on, we might be on to something here.
That means to be, huh?
You know, it is funny how stuff keeps working out like that, isn't it?
Yep.
I mean, that's kind of tight, but our PMU, which is the smaller one, can fit right there in that little cubby, and our EMU can fit right there. It's got a little more room. Might even be able to mount something next to it if we need to. And that leaves us our entire glove box to function like a glove box should function. The only question now is where do we mount this? Alright, I said I wanted to retain glove box functionality, and we are going to retain glove box functionality, but we have to hinder glove box functionality just a little bit. Here's a question. Does it still glove box? Glove box. This is going to get real tricky though once we have this plug on the front of it. We might have to do just a little more modification.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We might have to do just a little more modification. Oh yeah. Because the first thing we're going to mount here is our ECU. 2 little bolt holes right through the middle of it, which is also kind of impressive that they managed to do that. I don't know where they found room in this thing to put bolt holes in the middle of the board. Slap our PMU in here next. Final piece of our glove box electronics package is our turbo lambic. And this, we're going to have to space off that glove box a little bit.
Yep. Don't drop it.
Yeah, probably shouldn't have done that. We're going to have to space off of this glove box a little bit because we have the bolt heads coming through from our engine computer, and we can't have these two things running into each other. So then slap our electronics package to our glove box. Now, I'm thinking since we don't have a module on this side, our best bet to run the wires is sweep them all this way and drill ourselves a big old hole right about there. As long as this TCU so dash into the HVAC box and find it, it's going to be good. Oh, it's right there. Perfect. Perfect. Look like a mad scientist.
Thanks. Perfect. I am a little bit.
Yeah,
I'm going mad here. We basically started out with a slew of wire and a couple connectors. Taking that and turning it into a working engine harness. And to do that, build myself a spreadsheet with all of my inputs, outputs, and wire colors and pins. And roughly translate that into this. So a few splices later and a little bit of wire loom, we'll end up with a harness that gets this engine running and doesn't burn the car down.
I get our harness in the car, try to purpose this big hole that's already in the firewall that the factory charger body harness uses. There is a lot of room there, so it might happen. This connector is actually our 8 HP transmission connector. That is wiring. Good?
Yeah.
Now though, this has to turn into something functional and can control this engine.
So this right here is throttle body, IAT, alternator. These are all the sensors down the front of the motor, crank sensor, variable valve timing, VTEC, stuff like that. I'll run right down the front. Boost control solenoid, PWM wire for our cooling fan, and a bunch of grounds. Turns out all this harness building is a lot easier once you have a spreadsheet.
Yeah, it's not 7 o'clock, it's 9 o'clock. I'm calling because I want to come by later today and give him a haircut at your house. Okay? After 2. Not gonna be there till come give him his haircut so he's ready for picture day. Unless you're gonna take him before Thursday. Huh? Or you? Because I'm only doing it because I don't think you're gonna do it. Alright, so if you're gonna take them, take them. Make sure you don't send him a picture day without a haircut. I'll be there this afternoon. Alright, so after 2 o'clock, around 2, 3 o'clock, I'll call you and let you know before I. Alright.
To figure out where everything goes.
Yeah, at this point it was basically just following the blueprints that Tim so painstakingly laid out, permeating everything with factory Honda connectors. Now it's as easy as just running down the engine, plugging everything in. We've got our VTEC solenoid over there by the downpipe. We've got our variable valve timing solenoid. Further down, we have our ECU Masters oil pressure sensor that we have in that adapter block from last episode. And then way down here, got our crank sensor. In the grand scheme of things, it's really not all that different from factory engine harness. There's no secret sauce here. It's just that any aftermarket ECU you run like this, it's going to require that you put every single wire in a specific location, whether it be an input, an output, a power, or ground, and if you screw any of that up, that's when things start getting difficult. Now, of course, there were a few non-factory type additions we had to make to help out with old girl right here, like this boost control solenoid. That is a simple 2-pin wire, plugs in right here off engine harness. Now, with our ECU and engine harness sorted out, there's really only a few other things we have to account for before we can try to start testing some components and ultimately fire it up. Number one is a switch panel. It's a CAN-based keyboard from ECU Masters that right now only has a start button on it, but it will ultimately have some other stuff on it like it does in the Supra, so we need to mount it somewhere that's real nice and convenient to get to. Oh yeah, no, see, solid. We hit that nitrous button to boost up or whatever other dumb stuff we want to put over here. Now, the switch panel will take care of the last piece of our ECU Masters electronics package we need to worry about is our ADU, aka the Advanced Display Unit, aka our gauge cluster. And as tempting as it would be to just wedge it right there with the power steering column, so it's just right place. Something tells me that ain't gonna last too long. And while I really would love to stick it back here in place of the factory cluster and build a real OEM type looking gauge setup, we on occasion, you know, once in a while, I've had an electrical issue or two on these cars. So if there's one thing I've learned from messing with these Mopars, is that if there is a piece of factory electronics that you can leave in the car, you do it. We're still going to have a functional odometer on this, we'll have tire pressure monitoring system, and a working fuel level gauge, so it won't be the worst thing to have it back there. Being that we're going to have to mount this down to the steering column cover and not back to a dash panel, it doesn't leave us a lot of elegant options for mounting brackets. There are these studs on the back, but if we built like aluminum brackets to mount this down to the steering column cover, I think it would just look kind of janky. So we've got to play around with the 3D printer a little bit.
Did you know?
We're able to give our patients their permanent teeth the next day in just 24 hours.
I had 20.
Not that I expected this to be fragile by any means, but there's a really heavy screen going into not very thick plastic. It is on there though. No, we managed to not mangle up the clock spring on this whole deal, which means for once we'll actually have a functional airbag system in the car too. Now, I'm pretty positive that if we put battery power to this thing, all this is going to do something. Let's go. There's always that nerve-wracking part too. You don't know if this is all going to work properly or all that stuff's just going to go up in a ball of smoke. 3, 2, whoa. Oh, there we go. Yes, yes. Well, it's on. Actually, it fired right up. I saw the factory gauge cluster come on first. All right, we got something. We got 71 degrees coolant temp, 73 degrees trans temp. That all checks out. I mean, we're on the right track, right? So our key was on accessory there. If we push it to run, engine bay is making noise. There goes our HVAC. Everything else pretty much the same now. You hear that? Oh, yeah, our throttle works. Positive you don't need to look like that to do what we're about to do. Now, one of the cool things about this ECU Master software is you can hop right into it and test out pretty much whatever else you want. Say, for example, the fuel injectors. Injectors work. Another thing we can command on and check is our boost control solenoid. Now, it is only 2 wires, so there's not really any doubt that this is going to work, but I mean, it doesn't hurt to be sure. Then there's the cool one, pun very much intended, the radiator fan. The fans in these Hellcats are massive. They're variable speed through PWM, meaning they can be commanded on as a light breeze, like Tim's about to do now. Okay, it took a minute, but light breeze it is. Is that what I think it is, Tim? Storm coming in? Stiff wind? Yeah. A little heavier. Storm getting worse. Category 5 hurricane, if you will. One problem we're not going to have on this car is overheat. Not a chance. She's going to be cool. Now, really, the final thing we have to test before it's time to fire away and see if this thing starts is our fuel pump. But before we actually put any power to these, we should probably put some gas in it. A tank of corn going in it. I think now this car's finally realizing what's about to happen to it. Yeah. It's tasting that good gas and like, oh, I see where this is going. Yeah. You know, if the Honda engine wasn't enough, now it knows we're actually going to put a hurt on it.
Oh, yeah. It smells like gas. Yeah. It smells like 93.
Okay. Yeah, it's not even up line.
Oh.
We're just getting the last of that stuff out of there. Dumping the new stuff in. Push down those 93 alkene fumes. When's it going to start smelling like 85?
About now, actually.
Alright, so cycle the key, fuel pump should prime. We'll find out if we have any leaks. Okay, so small note here. Car turns on, it don't turn off. Alright, so if you you've ever had the misfortune of dealing with some type of weird electrical issue in one of these cars, you know they do anything for any reason. There is literally no sense to it, but this one time, I think we might figure it out. Our gauge cluster, the original gauge cluster, not the new one, is flashing all kinds of error codes, particularly ones related to the transmission. Now currently our transmission is no longer connected to the car in any way, shape, or form. We've got our turbolamic harness plugged into it, which is a whole nother thing we'll get into next video, but I think what's causing our problem is the car itself can't see that we're in park, and you need to be in park to turn these things off. So if we ground this yellow and dark blue wire, we're going to have to make a permanent fix for it, but for now, for testing purposes at least, it's decent. It'll do the job, right? Now that we got that whole turning off issue solved, and Tim hits the start button this time, prime the fuel pumps and have a little bit of E85 in our system. Fernando's back here on the rear, making sure nothing's spewing out of the fuel pump hanger or any of those fittings. You and I are going to be up here in the engine bay, make sure nothing's leaking up here. Alright, hit it. Usually you can hear it up by the rails pretty good. Right now, the only place you can hear it is our fuel pressure regulator, and it's definitely regulating. What's our pressure?
36.
36. All right, we need to go to like 50 pounds.
40. 45.
That's sensitive.
47. 48. 49. 50.
Okay, as far as I know, there's nothing else that we have to do here. We're good on fluids, we already filled the coolants, we're pretty much ready to rock.
Let's do it.
Ready?
I'm ready.
You ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, hit it. It's getting fuel, it's okay. Yeah, that's only one part though.
Yeah.
Let's be real for a second. Caring for someone you love while working full-time, it's exhausting. You're giving your time, your energy, your money, but who's looking out for you? And
So it seems that our issue is that even though the engine's spinning, the ECU's not seeing any RPM, meaning it doesn't know that we're trying to start the engine. The injectors aren't going to fire, the coil packs aren't going to spark, nothing. Yeah, it's in there. Yeah, it's out now. Hooked in.
Okay. We got ground. So it seemed as though I had a lapse in, what do we call that? Reading comprehension. I may have switched the powers and the grounds. Maybe.
Look, this is a lot of car, it's a lot of wire. You do like one or two mistakes on every build like this, and it just happens. It's unavoidable. Okay, check the Supra. That one went real easy. The Supra was cake.
It's a build of passion, you know? It's a super thing.
I do find it kind of ironic that the Italian connectors would got to. He was firing off that connector last time thinking about spaghetti and rigatoni and just didn't even pay attention to where the wires went.
He's right, you know.
Oh, we're almost there.
During that cranking, the sync state, which is the cam and the crankshaft being synced up and it knowing that something should happen, was good.
Quiet!
Way too quiet!
That is quiet!
Wow!
Hey! Fuel pressure's great, oil pressure's great. It don't usually work out this way. Well, obviously I have to get under it, but from up here, I don't see any leaks. It does sound a little ticky. Oh. Oh, so that's our first issue. Look at our belt on that tensioner right there, that one we had to do all that hacking on. I think that might not be the straightest thing in the world. The belt has kind of worked its way off of it a little bit, but hey, minor details, we'll figure that out. Not that we didn't expect this thing to be quiet, but it is. It's quiet. It's real quiet. It sounds like, it doesn't sound like a Honda though. No. Like, I don't know what it sounds like, but from back here, you ready to do some Honda stuff? What's the rev limit? You're sitting in a Hellcat, hearing that, it don't make sense. I do think it'd be prudent to shut it down down, put it up on the lift, make sure it's not leaking. But that's awesome. That is so cool. That went far too easy. Yeah, there's a little bit of smoke in here, but it's new engine, whatever. The only thing I see wrong from up top, again, is that home belt drive. We definitely kind of screwed that up. We were working with what we have. I do unfortunately think a redesign's in the cards. After all, one of the benefits of putting a Honda engine in a Hellcat is you're supposed to get away from belt slip, not have more of it. Got a little slum oil there.
Hopefully not a weld on my old head.
Oh, it is. JB, hit it again. That sounded weird, right? That starter? Yeah. You can see our flywheel, our adapter up there spinning away, doing its thing. I just can't get over the way this thing sounds. I don't know how to describe it. I mean, it doesn't sound good. Good's definitely not the word. Maybe it will once we're up on the two-step at some point. Oh, check that out. Well, there's no issues with the drivetrain that I can tell, but we definitely have a bent rear left wheel. Dude, we're golden down here. It looks good. We just put a K-Series into a Hellcat, and it's alive. Okay, so, quick clarification. It was alive for one day. I remember that pulley was just a little bit wonky. Yeah, decided to throw the belt and toss the pulley to the freaking ceiling. It's broken in like 3 pieces. So before we get to do any of the fun Honda type activities we have planned for next episode, like throwing on a full set of wheels and banging it off the two-step, doing a fat burnout, all that stuff, you know, probably breaking something else, we're gonna need to do something about that.
I can massage these pipes.
Okay, so good. You're gonna massage the pipe, you said?
How this thing is gonna sound? Dude, no daddy pounding.
I'm tired.
Run the piss out of it.
Don't run the piss out of it, please. The night high, got a lot of wheels on my inner play. Ain't coming down, gotta let them say. I got my instinct is the best one. So I tell her that I'm up to the upgrade.
What's going on, you guys? Nick here with Nick Strength and Power. I've got a couple of interesting stories for you guys today. The first story that I've got for you guys today, this seems to be the big one that everybody's talking about. Mike Sommerfeld and Urs Kalasinski having a little bit of back and forth on Instagram. Now, this was regarding a video that Urs had done giving his Classic Physique Olympia predictions. In this video, Urs had Ramon in first, Mike in second, Rough Diesel in third, Logan Franklin in fourth, Niall Darwin in fifth, and in sixth place, Hozema. Now, Urs also went on his story to clarify, after all the talk, I said that Rough Diesel is winning it. And he says, damn, how you can't just have an opinion without hurting some feelings, LOL. I said, between those three, in my opinion, it's going to be super close. Everyone else could win, depends on who peaks best. Now, personally, I don't think there's anything wrong with what Urs said. And of course, I don't think there's anything wrong with having an opinion or making predictions for Classic Physique. I think especially considering that Urs is not competing in the Classic Physique Olympia this year. But Mike did not like any of the things that Urs had to say. And again, I think this is totally, I don't think Urs had any bad intention here. He's just giving his honest thoughts, this is his opinion. And Mike, I mean, rightfully, on paper, Mike's the favorite to win the show, let's be real. But A, that doesn't mean he is going to win. And B, it's okay to think that somebody else might win. And I think a really good argument, especially for saying Ramon Dyno is going to win, is the argument that Ramon was just off last year, and that's the only year that Mike beat Ramon. And so Urs even qualifying his statement with it's going to be super close and it depends who peaks the best. Apply that to Ramon. If Ramon peaks correctly and he's not off, I think Ramon could beat Mike and has beaten Mike. So I don't even think that's a far off or a ludicrous opinion to have. I think that's a totally reasonable thing to say. And then, you know, looking at the pictures that we got recently of Rough Diesel looks incredible. And it's very much worth pointing out that Terrence Ruffin was not at the Olympia last year. where Mike placed second. He was not one of the guys that Mike beat last year at the Olympia that made him on paper the favorite to win this Olympia. So the fact that he wasn't there, I don't think it's fair to say Mike automatically beats him because he won the Olympia last year or because he won the Arnold. Two shows that Rough Diesel didn't compete in. So I think you can certainly say that Mike's the favorite because he won those two shows. I think that's fair, but I also don't think you can automatically say he beats Rough Diesel because he won those two shows, because Rough Diesel didn't do either of those shows. However, to be fair, Mike has beaten Terrence before at the 2022 Mr. Olympia where Terrence was off. Mike was higher than him when Terrence was 6th. But the last time that Terrence and Mike faced each other was 2023. Terrence was 5th and a little bit off. Mike was 8th. So Terrence beat Mike by 3 placings the last time they competed in the Olympia together. I think that's also worth pointing out. And I don't think that 2023 version of Terrence is nearly as good as this 2025 version. So just to be clear, I think Urs can have any opinion that he wants. I don't think he was disrespectful about it. And I think the opinions were based in reality and have some validity to them. But then in the comment section, so this was the comment section of the Who is the Best Bodybuilder post summarizing Urs' predictions. This is where you saw Mike respond. So Mike commented there and said, great support from Germany with a hand wave emoji. And he said, well, then we need to show some guys who's winning the show. And then Urs responds and says, it's just my opinion, LOL. You don't even live in Germany, with a laughing face. So I mean, really what this amounts to is Mike is butthurt that Urs doesn't have him winning, and also thinks that because Urs is from Germany, and he is as well, he automatically has to think that Mike is going to win, which I don't think is valid at all. I think Urs can think whatever he wants. And I think like this particular back and forth, even though I wouldn't necessarily call it a legitimate beef or like anything super serious, I think this is a very, very common thing that happens in bodybuilding, especially from my perspective. When you predict that a guy's not going to win a show, it hurts a lot of people's feelings. It hurts their feelings, and they react like this to it. Although I think, honestly, like this generation of bodybuilders that's, you know, a lot of guys that are like 30 or late 20s, like guys that grew up on social media, I feel like this generation of bodybuilders in general has handled the social media aspect of bodybuilding better than previous generations or older old school guys. I don't really see a lot of the modern guys going after, you know, a commentator, going after people for their opinions on their physiques. I feel like I just don't see a lot of that anymore, where maybe, you know, 5-10 years ago you saw a lot of that when the guys were a bit older, but all these guys grew up on social media.
The all-new Titleist T250 irons are simply built different, with powerful technologies coming together in a modern player's design, proving that speed is a beautiful thing.
Hi, I'm Ryan from TKO Fitness. Then you go, welcome to the Garage Gym. I've been in the fitness industry 30 years now, coming from a judo, martial arts.
You saw a lot of that when the guys were a bit older, but all these guys grew up on social media and probably watched a lot of the commentary stuff themselves. So it really does seem these days that a lot of guys don't really get butthurt about things like this, especially something as innocuous as, you know, just Urs not predicting Mike to win. But he also said it would be close between all three of those guys. I mean, it's not like, I just didn't find anything that Urs said to be insulting or over the line, or everything he said was totally valid. And even if it was insulting, even if it was rude, even if it was very rude, insulting towards Mike, which it wasn't, I think he's still totally within his right to say it. And on top of that, Urs would never do that because Urs is like one of the nicest guys in the industry. Urs is happy to be here. That's what Urs is. He's not looking to pick a fight with anybody or disrespect anybody. Urs is just grateful to be able to compete and win. But I'm curious to hear what you guys think about this in the comments below. I saw a lot of people, you know, I was kind of surprised, honestly, reading some of the comments on these posts on Instagram. A lot of people actually seemed pretty critical towards Urs, like saying it was insane that he would not predict Mike to win. And I actually viewed this, before I read the comments, my view was, you know, this is a bad look for Mike. I don't think it's a bad look for hers at all. I think it's a bad look for Mike to get this upset about it. And I just think it's a bad look to say, oh, well, we're both from Germany, so you should be predicting that I win because of that. I think like that rationale is way worse than hers rationale for not predicting it. And really, even in a roundabout way, I mean, Urs kind of said maybe he will win. He kind of said it's anybody's game. Now, next up in the news, tomorrow's show, the Tsunami Pro. One of the guys that we talked about going into that show expected to do well, Louis Bree. We saw him compete at the Europa show. We saw him compete at the Italy show. Unfortunately, Louis Bree put up a post today saying that he has to pull out of the show last minute because of an illness that he's been dealing with, which is really unfortunate because I really do think Louis is one of the guys right now that would have done really well in this show, and I wish him a speedy recovery. I think it's unfortunate that he's not going to be able to compete, and I think this does kind of make it an even stronger case for this being probably the show that Quentin's going to finally win. Now, next up is the latest physique update from Patrick Tor of Keon Pearson, showing off an incredibly impressive back. Now, Patrick has also gone on the record to say that the Prague show is going to be the show that determines the future of Keon's career. So assuming if he does really well in Prague and wins the show, that's going to mean he's going to be on a trajectory to continue competing in Open. But man, Keon's back is out of this world. The improvements that Keon has made, I mean, man, a few years ago when Keon placed pretty poorly at the 212 Olympia, I want to say 2021-ish? In 2021, yeah, Keon was 14th place at the Olympia. Everybody was writing him off, saying he's done, saying he's never going to win the Olympia title. And I remember this very vividly because for years, even at that point, I had been saying that Keon is the future. I had been hyping him up, saying how great his genetics are, that he's going to win. I've been saying Keon is going to win the 212 Olympia since he switched to 212. But I remember that year because there were so many comments on my videos like, look, you were wrong about Keon. He's never going to make it. He's never going to win the title. And just look at this update and look at Keon's career, look at his Olympia wins. It's just so impressive to me the way that Keon was able to turn things around in 2021. Because if you guys remember that year when Keon was 14th, it was pretty disappointing as a Keon fan. And that was kind of the narrative, is that Keon is done, he's never going to win the Olympia title, he's overrated, all that stuff. And look at the conversation now. Soon to be, I think, 3-time 212 Olympia champ. And soon to be, maybe, one of the best open bodybuilders in the world. I think right out of the gate, it's tough to say, going straight from the 212 Olympia to open show without having a real off-season to put some size on for open. I think he's going to do well, and I think he's probably going to win the show. But with some time, with an off-season, with added size, I think Keon will become one of the best open bodybuilders in the world. And maybe one of the best cross-divisional champions of all time. I think he's going to follow in the footsteps of Derek Lunsford, but in my opinion, I think Keon can do more than Derek. And I'm just really happy to see the conversation around Keon now and how positive and optimistic it is, because I always think back to that 2021 Olympia where he placed 14th and just how negative everybody was on Keon that year. And now there's a lot of people like just straight up looking past the 212 Olympia this year, just assuming he's going to win it, and they're looking past that and saying, I think Keon can win the Open Olympia. I'm seeing that discussion a lot, and it makes me really happy to see that, because Keon is one of these guys that had tremendous potential, and he's one of these guys that is actually living up to it and actually realizing that potential. And I think it's a really incredible thing to watch as a bodybuilding fan. So shout out to Keon, man. And the final story that I've got for you guys today, the latest physique update from Good Vito. And man, I was really impressed by this side chest. One of my criticisms of Good Vito, a lot of times that we've seen him compete recently, is his poses like the side chest. I feel like his chest kind of flattens out a little bit and loses some of that fullness. In this picture, I think he's brought up his chest in this downtime that we haven't seen him. His chest, to me, looks... I think he's brought up his chest in this downtime that we haven't seen him. His chest, to me, looks fuller, improved. His condition is crazy here. Forget about Good Vito having a sore throat or being sick. This is a crazy side pose. He looks great in this picture. The side chest looks like it's came up a lot for him. I don't know if he's hitting the pose a little bit differently or something, but this was a pose where I felt like it was kind of weaker for him because of the chest, but now with a full-looking upper body, a full-looking chest, and that side leg, man, these side poses are gnarly for him now. Because, of course, with the legs, he always had the lower body looking crazy to the side. Now that his upper body really looks like it's kind of starting to match that big look that his lower body has in the side shot, man, that is a dangerous side chest. I think Good Vito talk about guys like that, but I think Good Vito is the guy that makes the biggest debut impact out of anybody. I mean, I saw this update posted today, and I was impressed. I was like wowed by this. I was impressed by this. This is a really impressive shot for him. And typically, I don't think his side chest is the strongest because, like I said, I feel like his chest flattens out, but he looks great in this pose, man. I think he's going to be very, very dangerous, even considering that this is taken in some gnarly goon line. Well, let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. That's going to wrap it up for the video. I hope you did, in fact, enjoy it. Make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, click that bell notification icon if you have not already. And as always, I love you guys. Appreciate you guys. Nick Strength and Power signing out. Alright guys, don't forget to click that like button and subscribe to this channel if you enjoy the content. Also check out my Instagram at Nick Strength Power, my Facebook page, which is simply Nick Strength and Power, my secondary YouTube channel, Nick Strength and Vlogs, for vlogs and bonus content that you will not see on this channel. And consider subscribing to my third YouTube channel, Nick Strength and Pokemon, which is all things Pokemon and trading card games, completely unrelated to this channel. So if you're into that, give that one a look. And all links to merchandise and social media will be in the description box below. If you guys want a Nick Strength and Power t-shirt, that will be in the Shopify link below. Have a great day.
Pick the brand with over 150,000 5-star reviews. Find it.
What if your state no longer required a permit to carry a firearm because the highest court in the land just made it unnecessary? In a stunning 9-0 decision, the U.S. Supreme Court has just dropped a legal earthquake, effectively pulling the rug out from under permit-based gun laws across the country. Even more shocking, the Department of Justice is backing it, and so are multiple states. This isn't just a legal decision, this is a signal that the era of forced permits may be ending. And what comes next could change everything. Welcome to Survival Firearms, where your rights, your safety, and the truth always come first. Let's break this down. Chapter 1. The permit wall falls. For over a century, states have used permits to control firearm carry.
Whether it was concealed or open, you needed permission. But the court just said that the entire model may be unconstitutional. What the decision clarified, the right to carry doesn't begin after approval. It begins with the Constitution. Permits create delays, taxes, and subjective approval systems, all of which violate the Second Amendment's core protection. A shall not be infringed right can't be locked behind a bureaucrat's discretion. This chapter of American gun law is being rewritten, and it starts with permits becoming relics of the past. Chapter 2, the DOJ's shocking support. Yes, you read that right. Even the Department of Justice didn't oppose the ruling. This isn't normal. Historically, the DOJ fights any case that expands Second Amendment protections. But here's what changed. The DOJ quietly declined to challenge the court's direction, signaling acceptance. Internal memos, cited in court filings, revealed that DOJ attorneys believed permit systems were legally fragile post-Bruin. 15 states joined Micah's briefs, saying they support the shift to permitless carry. Let that sink in. The very agency that used to enforce permit rules is now stepping aside. Chapter 3, what this means for constitutional carry. This ruling didn't invent permitless carry, but it legally validated it nationwide. Until now, states offering constitutional carry were often on shaky legal ground, facing lawsuits, federal interference, or activist judges. But now, constitutional carry is no longer a red state experiment. It's a federally protected right. Blue states that restrict carry without cause are now legally vulnerable. Future laws that attempt to reintroduce permitting will likely be struck down quickly. This is the federal green light constitutional carry needed, and it's already triggering action. Chapter 4, California, New York, and Illinois on edge. The states with the most aggressive gun control laws are already scrambling. Here's why this ruling has them panicking. California's May issue regime is DOA. New York's strict concealed carry permit system, which already faced backlash after Bruin, now has no legal leg to stand on. Illinois, still recovering from litigation over magazine bans, now faces a flood of lawsuits over its permit schemes. Fallout already beginning. Lawsuits filed within 24 hours of the ruling in California, challenging both carry and training requirements. Sheriffs in rural counties are refusing to enforce permit checks. Gun rights organizations launching campaigns to overturn state-level restrictions, using this ruling as a weapon. Chapter 5, the permit industry collapses. There's $1 billion industry behind permits, from application fees to mandatory training courses and ID renewals. But that empire just took a hit. What's collapsing? Revenue from permit applications is drying up across red and purple states. CCW instructors and certification businesses are seeing cancellations. State-level databases for firearm carriers are losing legal justification. This was never about just safety. It was also about money and control, and both are evaporating. The system built on permission is being replaced with a system based on rights. Chapter 6, States Moving Fast. Some states aren't just celebrating. They're moving strategically and fast to implement this Supreme Court decision in a way that permanently changes their laws. This isn't just symbolic. It's practical, tactical, and very real. Here's how states are reacting. Florida's governor ordered the elimination of concealed carry permit requirements by year's end, calling the court's decision a course correction for the Constitution. Montana and Texas passed emergency legislation to expand where constitutional carry is recognized, including in places previously deemed off-limits. Tennessee's Attorney General issued statewide guidance declaring all local permit requirements void under the new interpretation of the Second Amendment. South Carolina and Alabama are now considering state constitutional amendments to reflect the federal ruling locking in protections beyond the court's current composition. What's important to understand is this: these states aren't just reacting. They're preparing for legal resilience. They're writing laws that will be harder to strike down in future battles. And, perhaps most importantly, they're proving that freedom spreads fast when courts open the gate. Chapter 7, Police, Sheriffs, and Enforcement Chaos. One of the biggest ripple effects no one talks about: enforcement confusion. Police departments and sheriff's offices across the country are now stuck in legal limbo. What law enforcement is dealing with? Some departments still require permits, even though the law just changed, causing tension with state AGs and sheriffs. Local prosecutors are dropping charges related to permit violations, saying they won't risk civil lawsuits. Constitutional sheriffs in counties across Arizona, Georgia, and Idaho have publicly declared, "We will not enforce permit checks." This is a rare moment where federal law, state policy, and local enforcement are clashing.
The woke are literally melting down over this free Trump coin. Starting this month,
One wash, they smell so clean. Daily rinse and refresh, it's a dream. With performance-inspired styling, a premium Monaco red interior, and a powerful VC turbo engine, the Infinity.
I own a 2004 Jeep Wrangler. It's yellow and it is turbocharged. Now, I absolutely love my Wrangler. It is so much fun to drive. It sounds great. But it is kind of broken, like in a bad way. We have differential issues. Now, it's possible that I've created these differential issues because I did kind of add a lot of power to the Jeep by way of a turbocharger. I found a cheap kit on eBay, installed the header and turbo that came with the kit, and then realized that their cold side was horrible. To fix that, I used an intercooler from a twin-turbo V12 Mercedes, of course, and I used a few other parts that were laying around the shop to finish it off. And you know, I had to bring it to Fluid Motor Union for a complete exhaust, which he turned into an experiment and used like 5.5 megaphones. So now it sounds like this. No. I did do a few gentle launches with the Jeep. But it was wet out most of the time, and that couldn't have hurt anything, right? Honestly, I think the locker cables are bad, but before we get crazy, I need to get this thing into the shop. Oh my gosh, I can't even steer this thing. It's so locked up in the front. Like, there comes a certain point where the steering wheel is just locked because they're fighting each other. They need to spin at different speeds. Look at this. I can't even turn the wheel right now. This is gonna stink to get in. Oh my gosh, I gotta get it right in a sweet spot. Come on. Oh, I hate to do this to my differential. Oh, off-road use only for lockers, people. I love that turbo. Let's fix these differentials, and then we're gonna do a bunch of mods to the suspension, lights, a whole bunch of stuff, because we are going on the ultimate off-road trip. Oh, that is deeper than I thought. This really stinks. Now, the first step in seeing what's going on with our differentials is to drain our brand new fluid and remove all the bolts that hold the cover on. A couple of love taps and it comes right off. Now, the locker mechanism looks fine, but the cables are very crusty on the inside. I can remove the cable from the levers from the bottom and then yank them out. Get out of here. Yeah, this thing is totally frozen, so it's getting cut and then it can be more easily twisted out. The internal cable drive looks fine, but it's binding further down. And after cleaning the diff cover, here is our new cable, nice and shiny. And after tightening it up, you can see how it splines in to move the shift collar. With the new cable installed, we can seal up the differential, reinstall the cover, and tighten up all the bolts. Now we have to do the same thing to our other differential, but this time the cable came right out, so no removing the cover or cutting, which is awesome. So since we have two brand new cables, we have to make sure the adjustment is the same as it was before, and then this end can attach to the levers from the bottom. With the cables all done, let's test them out. So here are the locker levers. This one to the left is the rear, and you can see they have an O and an X. X is locked. So right now the front is unlocked. So we spin the driver's side wheel, it's just free spinning, and the passenger side wheel isn't doing anything. These guys are not connected at all. But check out the rear. They are both spinning at the same time, so these are definitely locked. Kind of hear it. All right, that's awesome. So now it won't skip like crazy when we turn because the front's on this because of the cable situation. It locked it for us, which we don't want at all times. You can't turn a car and drive pavement with locked differentials. It'll break them, it'll skip around, it's no bueno. Since the inside and outside of a wheel spin at different rates when you're turning, you can't have them locked because that would be the same speed. You need an open diff so they can spin independently. It's time to take these big steel wheels off, 35-inch tires. We gotta get to some suspension mods. This got the typical Wrangler treatment, which was just lifted a little bit with some different shocks, and that works great, but we need to put it all together. Oh, it's heavy. Woo. Okay, gosh, I hope these arms aren't rusted in. So the Jeep was lifted with different springs, and for that we needed different shocks, and these are working fine. I'm taking them loose, and they work well. I mean, they're a little dirty, but it's an off-road rig. I don't care. I just want to make sure this is done properly. And because of these factory arms here and here and here and here, it's hard to tell right now because the truck is lifted, but the pinion angle is off, and that causes excessive vibration. It also causes the U-joints to wear out. And so that's where the core 4x4 arms come into play. These are way stronger than the factory ones, and they're adjustable, so be able to get the pinion angle just right. Now, I found core 4x4 online, and what I loved about them was they had kits for everything, and their customer service was amazing, and the reviews are really good too. You guys got to check out the Core 4x4 website. I'll link it down below. They have everything for your Wrangler and much more. All right, let's get into this. Yay. First step here is spraying this down. This is trans fluid and acetone. I made the mix myself. Seems to work good. All right, we got the impact gun on the other side. It's not moving. It's time for fire. This nut up. We're also going to use the power of leverage now that this is heated up. So a wrench with an extension. See what happens. Okay. Jeez, that thing is on there. Oh my gosh, more heat. More heat. This is not a good start. Not a good start to these arms. Okay, I just laid on this thing for like 3 minutes. Come on. No. Jeez. It's not the bolt is fused into one. They're married. They've been married. It's time to get divorced. This is what I like to call the divorce lawyer. So we're gonna go ahead and try and slice this nut, weaken it. This thing's gotten so good we can just probably go right through. This couple wants to stay together for the kids. They're staying together for the kids. That's something we can't take care of now. There's our current state of affairs. Let's see if this will turn out. Still frozen. More cutty. The flare hammer involved. There we go. Alright. So that was the nut. Feet down. Let's see if we can turn this out now. Oh my gosh, yeah. The bolt is just completely frozen. Now it's ready to come out. That's the washer right there. There's our bolt. Totally frozen. We're just going to have to cut right through the bushing and the bolt. New cutoff wheel. Hey, we broke it off. Yay! We did it! Now we're going to get this bolt out. Alright, let's get this top bolt off. Oh, it's much easier. Oh, I wish they were all like that. There we go. Alright, get out. Get out. Yes! That was horrible, people. That was horrible. But she's out. Most of the bolt is stuck in there. Man, this bushing was bad. Everything was bad. Goodbye. Wait, can we just talk about the difference here for a second? Look at this. Stamped steel, hollow. This is, I mean, it weighs a lot more. It is beefy and it's yellow to match Jeep. And these joints are amazing. They're greasable. Call them the Johnny joint. Of course, they give you all new hardware, so that's nice. And of course, I just got grease on my Jeep. The grease got ready for these Johnny joints. Luckily, that is no problem because I use Release, the best all-surface cleaner in the world. And Release is gentle yet effective, even to use on your car's painted finish. Okay, well, this is officially now the cleanest part of the Jeep. Release is safe and effective on practically every surface. I use it to easily clean off wheels. I mean, look at that. This stuff is so good. It was developed for aerospace. And safe for plastic, aluminum, paint, glass, rubber. And get this, it's made right here in America, right in Wisconsin, my neighbors. I've been using Release for years, and it's one of my favorite interior cleaners, whether you're working on leather, cloth, door panels, you name it. I even clean engine parts with Release, and it's excellent at cleaning dirty brake calipers without damaging the finish. It even works on carbon or soot on the side of your house after you totally didn't have a bacon grease fire in your grill that almost took out your lake house. And speaking of house, you can use this inside as well, like on cabinets and those annoying fingerprints on stainless steel appliances. Release is also safe even on a car that's been ceramic coated. So if you have bugs on your front bumper, you can spray this down, let it sit for a couple minutes. Yeah, just just comes right off like that. There's many different ways you can buy release, like their pre-mixed 32-ounce spray bottle, but by far the most cost-effective way is with their concentrate. With their 1 gallon concentrate, you can make about 80 32-ounce bottles for around $1 each, which is by far the best deal on an all-surface cleaner out there, and one that works and works well, and that's made in America. So I'm gonna leave you guys a link down below and a coupon code that'll get you 10% off, and you can buy this on Amazon. I'll drop that link as well, so you can have this in like a day or two. It's awesome. You guys are gonna love Release. They're one of my favorite sponsors ever, so check them out down below. The installation should be 100 times easier than removing, so we go in on this end, and then we push it up through the bottom. Through the bottom, like that. Oh my gosh, the parts are so nice. And with our new hardware, so we never have this issue again, we're gonna do a little anti-seize right here. Not on the threads, this is where the old bolt got stuck in there. And now that will never happen again. There we go. Wow. Beautiful thing, beautiful thing. This arm is done. We'll tighten up all the hardware later once everything else is in, and I will clean this because it's gonna bother me. Because cosmetically, you know, the underneath is just absolutely perfect. So the next arm is already going much, much better. This bolt is totally turning. Sweet. Yes. Lucky. Okay. Look at that. Bolt landed right there under the spring. Sweet. I gotta get the bolt out of the top one. Oh, she's falling out. Oh my gosh. Night and day difference with this. Night and day. Wow, this is so weak. Look at that. I'm gonna get the new arm going in. Slides right over like that. And the bolt went through. I have the new bolt through the frame, but let me show you a little trick because you can't get in there any other way but through here. And so I used a magnet to get the washer in, and you can do the same with the nut. Just put it at the end, and you can bring it in, and you can actually thread it on like so, where you can't fit your finger. And then you just pull the magnet out, and you're good to go. My pen light actually has 2 magnets, one here as well, and a couple of really bright lights. Ah, I'm blinded. If you guys want to pick one of these up, legitstreetcars.com. All right, these guys are in, just cleaning it off, and the other side's in as well. I'm gonna go around now and tighten them all up. We have some work to do in the rear, but we also have a ton more work to do in the front. So this stuff all came from Core 44 as well. So center link and the tie rods and a panhard rod. So while we're in here taking this stuff apart, definitely gonna replace the brakes. They're not horrible, they're still rusty from sitting outside, but we need brakes for off-roading. Let's get this brake caliper off. Oh, mint. Yes, this one kind of right for that, just with the impact, but it works. I recommend you do that. Stuck kind of. Great, not the whole drive our extra can't take care of. Try yourself. Come on, man. Oh my gosh, you guys ever see a rotor that wants to like slide out before the caliper's even on? This rotor's like, I've had enough. Get me out of here. Alright, there we go. Rotor's gone. Before we install our new brakes, we're gonna do everything else that needs to be done on the front end. Like remove this cutter bit, and now we can remove this nut for the tie rod. Since we're replacing it, we can hit it with a hammer. We're also going to be replacing the steering shock. Nice. Yeah. All right, we're getting there. All this stuff is going bye-bye. That fell. It's a lot of metal leaving us. We're going to get some new shiny stuff in here. This joint was kind of loose. Surprisingly, the steering shock is good. All the shocks on this truck are good, but I'm going to replace the steering shock one. Now, the ball joints on the Jeep surprisingly are not loose, but the boots are completely destroyed. Literally rip them right off, so it's just a matter of time before water and everything gets in here and makes them squeaky. This is a big old-fashioned 32mm nut. That's easy. But yeah, they're not squeaky yet, surprisingly. We'll loosen the top up with a wrench. That's a 22. Bolt the nuts off. We'll see if we can get these bolt joints out of the hammer. That moved a little. All right, these joints are loose, and we are gonna.
What's your run store?
30 chairs, non-squeak.
Let's run store.
15 non-wobbly tables.
Let's run store.
Add 8 cases of pint glasses.
Let's run store.
Lights.
Let's run store.
Add a set of knives.
Let's run store.
What did they use this for?
Let's run store.
That's gotta go.
Let's run store.
Trucking visas pause 2025? Let me ask you a quick question. Could a change in Washington completely shut the doors on thousands of would-be truckers overnight? In August 2025, the U.S. government announced an immediate pause on issuing worker visas for commercial truck drivers. That's huge. Today
and we are going to remove the whole spindle, so we got to take the axle nut off. So here's the big nut. Get our washer off as well. Should need some more tabs. That's loose now. Even though we have this loose, there's not enough room to get any of this out with the axle, so we have to remove the bearing with the axle, and there's 3 bolts that are going to fight us to the death. Oh my god, yeah. That's great. So we're gonna have to heat up the hub where these bolts go into to expand that out. Hopefully we get those bolts out. Let's see, did fire help? Not enough. Oh my gosh. That is crazy, guys. More fire. Come on. I'm gonna try and shock it with the gun. This is not working out at all. Forget about trying to get to those. This is the easiest one to get to. I can't get it out. So unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to replace the knuckle. They are available for like about 65 bucks each. And then, you know, might as well just do the hub. Might as well just do the backing plates. I mean, I have to. At that point, it's all frozen in here. Oh, and we gotta get bolts. So yeah, it's pretty much getting everything right here. Let's see. This ball joint is coming out with the air hammer. That's good. Woo! Unfortunately, it was fun to get that upper ball joint out, but it means nothing to us because we cannot get this out with the axle still installed, and we can't get the axle out because we can't remove the hub from the outside. So anyway, I gotta cut this lower ball joint so we can just remove this whole situation. I put this away way too early. Here we go. Made it through. Now, able to take this whole thing out with our axle. Sweet. That is insanity. Is the air hammer really that much fun? Oh, look at that. Lined up perfect. Stop moving around. More heat, people. More heat. We're not replacing the solid axle here, right? This is where this ends, okay? We're gonna use the ball joint tool here. There we go. Oh, it's coming out. All right. Jeez, that is in there. It's under a ton of pressure. We'll use some heat. See if we can stamp it down. There we go. Okay. Yes. Oh my gosh. That was one of the hardest ball joints I've ever had. That thing was just frozen. Jeez. Not fun, guys. Not fun. Think of many other things I would like. We have new parts for the Jeep, our spindle, backing plate, hub, ball joints. Gonna look pretty good. A lot better than this rusty mess, but we do need that axle. First things first, we're gonna replace this seal here with a much nicer seal. This is quite the unit right here. The old one we're gonna chisel out from the side. let's get a pry bar in here. This thing should come out.
Are bum hands. A bum's hands are the scariest shit ever. You can think I'm crazy all you want. I'm willing to bet y'all any amount of money right now. If y'all walk outside after this show and a bum come up to you and flick your lip, bet money you kill yourself tonight. Bet whatever you want to bet that you fucking kill yourself tonight. If you walk outside after this show and a bum come up to you, give me $1, man. What? Maybe give me a fucking $1, man. What happened, man? He shoot you? Motherfucker flick my lip, man! Oh my God! That's the scariest shit ever. Like, you gotta get rid of that lip. You can't keep that lip. That lip's gotta go. You gotta buy a new lip. I don't even know where to get lips. What you do if you got jumped by 3 homeless people and they held you down? Ha! Get off me! What is this about? And then the leader come out and you see him like this. Oh my God. You know how dirty his hands are? Oh my fucking God. That'll be the quickest bump that you've ever gotten in your fucking life. Bow, bump, that fucking fast. You gotta explain it. Hey man, is that a fucking herpes? It's a bum bump. What? What the fuck is a bum bump, man? A bum bump. Hold up. I gotta get it out. Hold up. What the fuck is that, man? It's a bum bump. How the fuck you let a bum touch your lip? I thought you were trying to tell me a secret. What the fuck was a bum trying to tell you? He tricked me. He was like, hey man. I said, huh? He got me. I said, get fire on these bitches one time again. Fucking bum. Watch how y'all look at bums when y'all leave the show. Watch how defensive y'all are. Excuse me, man, can you spare some change? Nigga, what the?
With Liberty Mutual, you can customize your car insurance to save hundreds.
The old one we're gonna chisel out from the side. All right, let's get a pry bar in here. This thing should come out. Oh, come on. Whew. Let's get in there. All right, we gotta get the air hammer involved. This thing will not budge. Come on. Please, release yourself. Oh, it's coming. A little bit of time. That. Oh, come on. Last one. Yeah, got it. All right. That was extremely difficult. All right, now that we have this ugly looking thing out, we're gonna put this nice new one in. 3 O-rings, aluminum construction, so much prettier. But I gotta clean this first. I'm gonna use a wire wheel on a drill to clean this out. This one fits pretty nice in here. get around here as well. We got our ball joints coming in, so open up this area here. There you go. I'll do a little of this too. Perfect. With this all clean, I'm gonna use a little bit of brake paste actually on these O-rings. Hopefully this slides right in. Why not? Use a block real quick here to assist. It's going in. Wow, okay, that went pretty well. This looks pretty sweet as well. And we can grease this, so cool. We're gonna do the lower ball joint first. Kind of line it up in there. And we have the cup on this side. With the ball joint, they actually give you an installation cup, so it fits perfectly down here. It's very nice. And we'll put another cup down here. And then our ball joint press tool. All right, so I like to tighten these up by hand so it's all lined up. Perfect. So with our impact gun, we're gonna tighten this. See the ball joint going up. Bottom side, you're done. Set the tool. We got a ball joint. Here's our setup for the upper ball joints. I'm actually going to do this one by hand because there's about a of them there. It's difficult, but you can do it. Actually,
that shit was funny. He said, I'm on a dick on the glass level of fame. Oh, that shit was funny. He's stupid. I said that's the fastest book you ever get. You know I'm gonna just because. That's because it bothers you so much. I love it. I don't know why I love that so much. Oh, I revel in your discomfort. It makes me feel so good. Oh, something that just pleases me. It's not just you, I think it's everybody. Like if you got a special place to put your keys, let's say you have one of those hooks next to your door, you always put it on the first hook. I would move your keys to the second hook just so it was right out of and watch you do it every single time. I don't know why. I don't know why that makes me feel so good. That shit makes me feel good inside. Just because your muscle memory makes you reach for that one spot, I moved it just enough to push you up. I didn't hide it from you. It's still right there. I always wanted one of them cats that you see them sitting on the table, they look at the glass and they look at you, and they slowly push the glass off the table. Like, don't you fucking do it. Don't you do it. Oh, I'm so satisfied about it. Makes me feel good inside. happy in so many different ways. I need someone to torture me slowly. Time. Watch different programs and watch them dissolve into water like Kool-Aid until they just become a part of the scenery. Like a vegetable in a mental ward. Just chip away at your desires another time to a shell of your former self. Oh, it's fun. It's so enjoyable. You better get out now. Get out now while you still can. Be in your own basement. standing like them kids, warriors. In the fucking sunken place. Oh! Until I tap inside of a teacup. I don't know why that makes me happy. That's your brand of crazy, isn't it? I really like it. A couple Sunday drivers out here on this Saturday. But it's rolling. Yeah, that's just going to be the yard. Yeah, that the yard clothes. Remember, those will be yard clothes. That's what I got it for. The shoes are back. They're whackers. Did I put that battery back in the charger? Did I put the battery back on the charger? Yes or no? I mean, it needs to be charged. Yeah. No, battery charged. Jesus Christ! say no. No, you didn't. Did I? Did I put it on the charger? No, you didn't. I did. That's all you had to say. Moving on. Moving on. Moving on. Moving on. So what's for breakfast? What did you end up eating for breakfast? Did you make it to kickboxing? How was it? You gonna start sparring yet? What's Jay's name? What's Jay's name? Is her name Jay? So that's all you've been saying. You never introduced me to your daughter. You just said, "This is Jay." What's your daughter's name? What's up with you guys not want to share your damn name and be around all the time? You got 2011 names. What's your daughter's 2011 names? Her name's Jemiah. Said what you said. You said the female version of La Ali. So La Ali is the male version. That's what you said. That's literally what you said. All that's cleaned up, what would you plant back there? Can you plant weed out there? We can grow weed in Maine? Really? For personal use? Opportunities are endless. Yep. Damn, where is everybody going Saturday morning? Where are all these folks going Saturday morning? See what? The deed? You got cam scanner? It's a free app that'll let you scan documents in there. Cam scanner. Well, we're not signing anything. I get it. Residence, and I can change everything over. Put it in the sock. Oh my goodness. Okay. God, I thought you were gonna go and do your thing. Did you just hit yourself with a bag of nickels? Keep getting real quickly and real fast. Ciao!
The dealership, you would get written up if you used power tools on this. They want you to do all the ball joints by hand. Mostly because the tool is expensive, I think. Okay, towards the end, that got kind of hard to do. Right, so this ball joint is done. With the old parts on the bench, I was able to get one bolt out just so I could match it up, and now my socket is completely stuck to it. These would not come in with the gun. So that was horrible, but it was awesome. This whole setup for multi ball, like the jumbo loads, guys are amazing. Look at all the bolts I have. I have my own hardware store in the shop, so I was able to figure out that this is a 12 by 175, 12 millimeter by 175. We found bolts that are going to work. Before we reinstall, I'm going to grease up both of the ball joints. And don't forget on the upper ball joint, the boot is separate, so you have to reinstall that before you put your knuckle back together. It'll fall out, so you kind of got to just hold it as you go in. But you can see our grease in there. All right, so with our boot on, you can slide on our knuckle like that, and bring this all the way up. Get one of our nuts started. Cool. Looking good. Before we put the axle in, we're going to tighten up this upper ball joint. Very difficult to get a tool in here with that in. All right, bottom ball joint done is much easier. It's done. Now we can slide in our axle. I wouldn't name axle. I was trying to name my kid Axel, but my wife was not having it. Any axles out there? If so, that's Joe's. Don't come on, that's me. Axle Alex. Double A. Backing plate going on like so. And now we can get our hub over the axle. Stay like that. Cool. I did put anti-seize on the bolts, so this never gets frozen in again. Tighten these guys up. We can now tighten up our axle nut. Now, even though the brakes weren't really bad on the Jeep, I can't have something that pretty and then a crusty rotor, so we're going to replace the brakes. Definitely doing a little anti-seize here, and now we can slide our rotor on. New pads going in, and of course these are lubricated as well. Okay, now we can slide our brake caliper on. Okay, yep, got some new hardware for this caliper. So, the brakes are done. Okay, now we can move on to this stuff, which I would like to mention. We would have been able to simply install had I not decided to replace the ball joints. All of this madness was just because I wanted to replace ball joints that actually weren't really bad, but the boots were torn, so yeah, rabbit hole right here. But a pretty looking rabbit hole. Oh, and of course this side is all new as well. Best part is, on this side, all these bolts came out with no issues, so I didn't need to do the hub or the knuckle, but I just did it anyway. All right, so we have a nut here to loosen. Oh, hopefully that actually works. Okay, sweet, because you can't really get a socket in there. The wrench it is. Oh, nice. Okay, maybe I paid my dues there, and now everything's going to be easy. I don't know. This is our panhard rod. We're going to be replacing this one in the front and in the rear. Get out. I got it. Right there. We're going to be replacing this panhard rod with this one that has a hind joint at the end and is fully adjustable. Now we do have to make one modification into the frame, which is drill it out for a larger bolt. So this is a 5/8 drill bit. It's tapered at the top so it gets progressively harder. Oh, make it. Made it. So we need to do that because we're using a much larger bolt, so it'll be nice and snug in here. So I put the bolt through the bottom, install this all the way, not up there. So I put one washer in with a block washer, one on, These are very long. Now we can slide this in. Get in there. Make sure the zerk fitting is facing down. I'm going to hammer this in a little. I'm using a mallet so I don't scratch any of the yellow. It's so nice. So I'm totally going to go off-roading and might get ruined. I don't know. This is well protected. It's a little easier just to straighten this out. Alright. The Pigment bracket with the built-in nuts. I'll use this one. Use the other one. It just slides in here. Bolt there. Now we go ahead and tighten this guy. Now we can tighten the larger 5/8 bolt. Okay, so we're leaving this loose. Everything on this Jeep is now going to be adjustable. I mean, literally every arm, including the ones in the rear that we're going to do, all adjustable. And I do have to find a special off-road kind of 4x4 alignment place for this, so I'm sure there's something in the area. I don't know of anything right now, but it's Chicago. We got a lot of stuff. Literally everything we're replacing on this Jeep from core 4x4 is so much beefier. Like, look at the size difference between this and this. It's crazy. Definitely no weight reduction going on here. But it's an unbid 1 PSI boost to make it up. Still people that this thing is turbocharged. Alright, so we're selling, wrangling to like strong, starting on the passenger side. This end's going to go to the arm of the gearbox. Okay, now this end of the joint goes into there. We're not just there we go for now. And I'm going to swing this over here. Get this time on that. Okay, not here. Sweet, this is looking pretty awesome. Not gonna lie. Next, we're going to install our steering shock and let's have our bracket with some U-bolts. One like that. Another U-bolt side like that. So our steering shock goes with the bracket on this end, and then through its factory spot here on this next bracket, we're going to get a U-bolt. And then I'm going to use the lock washer. And of course, okay, let's get off. I'll say everything later. Now I need to pull everything to the right. Turn it to the right. Bring this all the way to the back. I'll show you in a minute why we have to turn this to the right. But right now, we're going to tighten all of the loose nuts. All the joints are tight and it pushes all the way to the right. What that does is compress the shock all the way. So we know that the steering's already going to stop right here. So our shock is set. Now when we turn that way, the shock will extend and it won't limit our travel. I'm pretty sure I'm all done in the front. Everything here looks complete and my kind of messy table full of parts doesn't lie. Those are for the rear. Let's go out of the rear. We're in the rear and these arms are very easy so far. I would already got that top one in. Scrambles here. Seriously, did I speak too soon? Seriously, folks. I think we just need a bigger gun. Alright, that's what it was. I already loosened up this one with the wrenches, so that's good. Yes. Okay, this arm is going bye-bye. The arm's going in. I pre-greased this one, so the bushing's kind of a little squished out. Kind of difficult to get in, but we got it. Of course, the anti-seize on all the bolts. Woo. Yep, I'm going to swing this into place and our axle housing. Bolts for the rear arms are manual tight. Those are manual. Let's get the sound for our hammer rods. So we'll swing this up there. And this was aftermarket already, but good luck in trying to adjust that. And the one from 4x4 is even beefier. Here's our new yellow hammer rod in the rear. Just take the place of the old one. We get it there. We got some melody at the top of this because I don't want to scratch the paint. Let's board this way. I don't know. Bolts are tight for our rear and hard. We are all done in the rear, all done in the front. I'm going to get the wheels back on. We have to bring this to the alignment shop, but first, let's get this awesome winch on. I got this at Harbor Freight, actually, and the reviews are amazing. So let's see what this looks like. I just installed this plate here, but just, I mean, I don't know what else to say. This looks so cool. Even if it doesn't work, I don't care. Swivel bolt. It's a bumper bolts, too. Lucky here, it doesn't break it. Oh my gosh. Alright. This is heavy. Oh, this Jeep just got slower. We're gonna have to boost. Honestly, make up for this. I swear the front would like come off the ground. Not literally, but it felt like it. Not anymore. Not anymore. Tighten up these bolts. Nice. Now we have this sweet cover right here for the winch to slide through. And we have some hardware for this as well. This looks so good. And now we can install this. Oh, this looks amazing, guys. Look at that. Sweet. The wiring's really easy. It's hooked up right to the battery, and then they give you this switch, which we mounted right next to the factory fuse box. And so you turn it on like that. And here is a wireless remote, which can also be wired. Lights up. Oh, that is so cool. Wow, that is quick too. And check this out. It's magnetic as well, so we'll probably keep this inside, but that's really cool. Just going with it. Alright, so I think I might tie this somewhere, but I don't know. What do you think? It kind of holds it. Anyway, we still have work to do, like getting rid of these lights and adding a bunch of other cool lights. But I want to get this to the alignment shop so they can do their thing. I keep finding little things I can do real quick before it goes to the alignment shop. And that is replacing the spare tire carrier, which has cracked. I was going to just have this welded, but a brand new one is $60, so I just went with that. This one is a lot thicker. It's a little less braced though, so I don't know. See what happens, I guess. We're going to be putting the whole Jeep to the test, going off-roading. We're actually going to the Badlands in Attica, Indiana. The winch is a Badlands. We're going to the Badlands. Hopefully we don't need our Badland for the Badlands. Good luck. I gotta get this on somehow. It's heavy. These are the nicest lug nuts on the Jeep that came with the interior. So that's cool. Pretty solid. The alignment shop is not actually ready for us, so we're gonna just continue. We're gonna finish everything we can finish here, and we're gonna do some lights. We're gonna remove these old brackets. There we go. It's a little dirty. Clean this up. I was probably gonna get dirty again, but I think it looks much better. Our new mounting brackets for the lights actually come with a little foam insulator. Peel that off, and because this is for our TJ Jeep, it came pre-drilled for the holes for the bolts. Right there. I like that. That's nice. It's really nice. I did a couple more strips right here, and this is our new bracket. Very mean looking. So we'll line that up, and we have all the hardware. We'll get this started all by hand, and then we'll tighten it once the light bar is in there. The light bar is going on, so we have the other bracket on this side as well. Alright, so that slides in like that. You can tighten it up. It is really cool though. Jeez. It is time to get rid of these stupid things. I don't like these lights. Goodbye. Yeah, these never worked for me, as you can imagine. Alright. So that's gone. I just cut the wiring. We're replacing all of that. Oh, and check out my winch cover. I got a winch cover with an American flag. So Jeep-like. So we're going to be replacing this with this. And these are actually directional. So they're LED lights, as you can see. But on the side, you only have lights on this side, none on this side, and vice versa, or the other side. So these are for the right. You say right, we're going to stick them right. Did I say that again? We'll stick them right in the original spot here. We're going to make some adjustments as far as height, but they're going to look like that. Pretty cool. All right, we're going to wire these up, and I want to get all the lights installed first, and we are replacing these already aftermarket headlights with the coolest headlight you've ever seen. Take a look at what HIDprojectors.com sent me. Custom, legit street cars, projector lights, and there's a little bit to this because we can change a lot. There is a lot of configuration we can do as far as lights, and we can get orange lights and halo lights, and possibly, I don't know yet for sure, but I think there is a way we can get a red light on the projector to light up, and if we wire it to a Hobbs switch, it would be every time we get into boost, these things would turn into like demon red headlights, which would be kind of cool. Remove the 3 little screws for this trim piece, so I'll take that out. Disconnect our factory plug. Now there's 3 more screws in there. Now, this can go away. I actually made this chrome trim. It's going to go right here. Nice. It's going in. It's going to move. Oh yeah. This is so cool. We did the other side as well. This is what it looks like with the trim. I love it. And no, this won't project my logo or anything onto a wall. I have something similar in the lighting, and you can't tell when you shine the light that it's even there, but you can see it up close. I'm gonna line this into that. Pretty cool. This thing is so silly. So I'm driving the Turbo Jeep, and we gotta leave him in the TA. So I'll drop this off at the alignment shop, and then take that back. We're just 2 turbo vehicles. Nothing to see here. Oh, what's going on here? What's going on here? Wheel pressure. What in the world? It's RPM. Alright. We good? No. This is not good. I did the sensor already. It was doing this, and I'm like, it's just the sensor. And now it's doing it again, randomly. It's not good. We're almost We made it to Attitude Performance for an alignment. It's a few days later and we are back with the Jeep. So Attitude Performance aligned everything. It drives straight, the steering wheel's good. So now that everything's adjusted, I have to protect because this looks too good. All my Ansoil unique metal protector all in here. We're going off-roading. Stuff's gonna get nasty. I want to be able to take it apart one day. So I like to get all the hardware literally everywhere. Bam. And so this goes on as a liquid. Wax. And it's fun to do. Well, back in place. Everything goes on now. You love it. We're all set, guys. Everything is protected. We can have threads as well. Alright, I want to do some test runs here, people, before we go on this trip because guys at Attitude said with only roughly a 3-inch lift, it's a little risky. With 35-inch tires, I might be hitting stuff, and I believe them, but I just don't have that much time, so I kind of want to see what's going to hit. Yeah, I'm in like the Chicagoland area. This is as good as it gets for me. Just a field with some rocks and stuff. We're definitely going to need some 4-wheel drive action. Here we go, people. We got a big mound here. Let's get up on this mound. Let's take a look. This does look pretty freaking cool, I must say. Nothing's hitting up here, but we hit it gradually. If I was going, with any kind of speed, it could have hit up. This side's good too, but it's the rear. So if the front is up, the rear is spotted. What are we hitting? Definitely these fender flares, like literally on it right now. They're going to be an issue. Luckily, they're very inexpensive. I think I might at the very least need to do some trimming here. Back in the shop, I am looking at different fender flares, possibly just going to the 33s. Lots of decisions to be made here. But a pretty easy one is installing one of these dry flow air intake cover booty things on there. I was able to sneak it in through the bottom, which is nice. But because I haven't connected a snorkel, there used to be a snorkel. This is not functional anymore, but I didn't have time to do a new one. This is hopefully going to protect us from any splashes of water towards our intake because we don't want to have a lot of analyze this kind of cool. I like Hellcat too, but some older games. We just got to do a bunch of wiring and check these headlights out. Bam, looks so good. So good. And then the LSC gets lit up even more. And we got some turn signals. Nice. Oh yeah. And look at these lights. I mean, we don't even need headlights anymore. That's crazy. Now watch this. I mean,
this is the gelatin recipe that took me from 176 to 198 inches just 2 weeks. And the best part, it's natural, easy, has no side effects, and takes less than a minute to make. Grab a pen and write this down, because in 24 hours, you could...
Now watch this. I mean, like, it's laid out in the shop. This is crazy, guys. I cannot wait to see this on the trails at night in the forest. It's gonna be awesome. So we can also have the center portion turn red, and we came up with a great idea to make that turn red. The hop switch, meaning that when we get it to boost, the center is going to turn red. How cool is that? That's why he's like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if you turn red on our boost? I'm like, just order parts right now. Like, that's all I need. You know, I love to use factory bolts whenever possible. Remove this. And then I got one of these to hold it. Let's try this out. Oh yeah, rock solid. It's great. So we need a boost source for our hop switch. There it is. Our Mercedes-Benz twin turbo V12 intercooler just has waiting. Wasn't doing anything. Because long ago Mercedes knew that someone was going to rig up a hop switch to a turbo kit on a straight 6G that had a headlight that could turn red. Anyway, so now we can run this vacuum line under this intercooler hose like so. Yeah, this seems to be a good length right there. Chaperone and slide this right over the barn. So that's set up. So now we have our boost reference. We just need to hook up one wire to ground and the other wire to this pin that activates the red. Strip back, little black wire for ground, and I really like these non-insulated connectors. Crimp in this crimp, like you see, very tight and trim, like so. You got to shrink it, although if you use really tight stuff, it's not that pretty good from the get-go. It'll seal up nice though with some, and that's what it looks like that. Now we use this factory ground. Sweet. Now we can cut this length, very short length to our hop switch. I just finished up the wiring and discovered that our $10 Amazon special hop switch is not working. Actually, it is working. It's just on all the time. So if I touch this lead here, it shouldn't be on. But they're on, and the engine's not even running. So this is faulty internally. We'll have to order a new one. But anyway, you can kind of see what's going on. So it'll be like, that's what it'll do once we get our new hop switch. Waiting for the hop switch, we just gave the Keep another once over, and we ripped out the rear shock on the driver's side. It just had a bit of pushing up top here. tires kind of smushing out from the money problems. So we got to fix some new bushing installed. Yeah. All right, sweet. The shock is in. And by new shock, I mean old shock. Still very good shock. I'm just gonna go beat these up one time on the trails. I can always replace these later, but they're working good. We may not have our hot switch just yet. It's coming in today, but you know what just came in? Our new wheels and tires from my friends at PigmentIndustries.com. Look at these things. Pigment Industries is the best. I have gotten so many wheels and tires from them. These came to me mounted and balanced and everything in 2 days. And just look at them. This is the first time I have bought black wheels. They've come on some of my cars, but I've never purposely bought them. I'm not a huge fan of black wheels except for this. I like the yellow and the black thing that's going on with the Jeep. And these are just cheap steel wheels. I thought they looked pretty good. This is a rough country wheel in 15s, gloss black. Same width, 33 by 12.5 by 15. And I had to go with the Dyno Trail Wrangler tires. So these are more geared towards mudding and off-roading, but they can be used on the highway and the street as well. And I couldn't be happier with the quick shipment. I needed these things ASAP relief in 2 days. And they got them to me ASAP, so thank you, PigmentIndustries.com. Let's swap these guys out. Buy 35s, I like these. Looks like really good shape. Maybe I'll bring something second 6 months by. Yeah. Cool. Let's look at that. It's so nice. They're big. They are big. Here we go. Oh, this is sweet. Got new lugs back. This is all this first thing. Nice road from this to this. Still got a good center tip on the lugs and everything. Oh man, this looks awesome. And if you guys are curious on the real world height difference, keep in mind the 35 is used, so it'll shrunk a little bit. There you go. It doesn't look like much, but every little bit counts for clearance. And the guy's running about a 3-inch lift, which is I think what I have on this. Aren't having any issues with 33s, 35s. You got to go like 5 inches or higher. I want to do that. Now a little issue here. Wheels dead. Snapped completely off. Got a little rusty. So we're gonna try and beat this thing out of there. Get this airing up. Let's see what happens here. Gosh, it's like full hammer throttle. I need a little heat here. Oh my god. Alright, we had to cut this thing flush. So these are actually threaded. I don't believe it's stock. So we're gonna try and drill that, and then hopefully we can get a bolt from the other side, because the studs that we ordered for the Jeep are pressing. I don't think they'll fit. I mean, we tried. We're drilling it out right now. It's going through and stuff. After lots and lots of drilling. Here it is. We have a hole with some threads. Wow, that's crazy. So this is a 1/2 by 20. We got a bolt. I'm trying to sneak a bolt in with the shoes out. There's a possibility. It's so close. Oh, it's not. Well, a bunch of tools later, and we have our wheel on. With all 5 lugs torqued to spec, we are done with wheels, and I think this looks perfect. I was gonna go like bronze or do something crazy with the wheels, but this is just so clean. We got black and yellow. That should be a song, you know, like where they just repeat black and then yellow over and over again. We're back and Attitude Performance. I had the Jeep inside, and man, does it feel good with the 33s. A lot less vibration. The 35s must have been out of balance. They were really tires and wheels. But we have Matt from Attitude, who's going to take a look at our pinion angle, make sure we're all set for the trip.
Not a problem. Looks a little bit off, and later we'll do an SYE kit in it, which is going to get rid of the 2-joint drive shaft and go to a CV style drive shaft, which is going to do a couple things. One, we can raise the belly pad back up about 1 inch or so. That is dropped with your average Jeep TJ lift kit, and it's going to be a bit more forgiving as far as drag line angle and vibration going on.
The transfer case was spaced down for the lift kit in order to try to correct the pinion angle, but it could use a little adjustment, because we went with adjustable everything. We can easily adjust the pinion angle.
We adjust the uppers to drop the pinion, right should roll the axle forward some, and we adjust the lowers out to drop the pinion or push the axle back a little bit, which will keep the tires away from the body.
Yeah, you can see here in the front it's much closer to hitting stuff. We have a lot more room at the back, so you actually have to pull these down. Turn the threads, it's a little bit of an eyeball, you know, go back together, see how it goes.
The vehicle's already been aligned, so as long as we turn both sides out evenly, we're not going to mess up the alignment of the and a CV shaft. This eventually, if you want 1 to 2 degrees down from pointing dead straight at the transmission. So what happens is, like I said, the CV shafts are very forgiving as far as pinion angle being wrong. I've seen them straight, I've seen them above center. So the problem is that it's straight, but in U-joint, the turn wheel doesn't turn, so the needles don't ever turn. So as this thing goes down the road, when it So when you get on the gas, even with giant joints, I mean, you still have polyurethane on the frame side, it's going to flex a little bit. We don't necessarily, like a drag car or anything else, we don't want it to go beyond center. So we give it, a couple degrees down just to give it a little bit of flex room.
Yeah, so it's just like setting up a drag car. I used to do -2 on my Trans Am. Right. So that at launch it would be as close to straight or zero, as you can get it. So same idea. Okay.
And on a leaf skip, this was a leaf spring vehicle. We actually brought it down to about 4 degrees because the leaf springs will twist more than a 4 leaf.
Makes sense. Okay. So we'll do the final pinion angle check when it's on the ground, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
You can do it when it's up in the air with the suspension hanging. But like above center line of the drive shaft.
So it was positive.
Yeah, it was too high to begin with. So when you get on the gas, it was going even further.
Okay.
But like I said, that you can see that right there.
We found a dent on the drive shaft, so that could be throwing off, the weight balance of it.
Absolutely.
Nothing too crazy to worry about right now for our trip in 2 days, but eventually I'll keep that fixed. Actually, it's on both sides. So someone must have been clamping down, maybe in a vise. They clamped it in a vise. That's probably it. Yep. Okay. I'll admit, I put steel drive shafts in a vise, but you got to be really gentle to cover around and stuff like that. Right. It's not, and made our adjustments. We have it in what's the basis measure difference between the differential measurement of the shaft.
Yeah, we're within a half a degree between there and there. So we're too high above center line. Ran control on 4 turns out on either side. I think we're going to be in the ballpark with the damaged drive shaft that's in here. Yeah, go take a drive. You can always go more if you want to try more.
Alright, before I go drive the Jeep, I gotta show you some of the stuff that Matt's working on over here. This is obviously really cool. Hanging fluid, and it's right here. You guys don't even know what you're looking at yet.
With performance-inspired styling, a premium Monaco red interior, and a powerful VC turbo engine, the Infiniti QX50 is fast by design. But how you unleash it, that's up to you. Experience the 2025 QX50 with Infiniti Premium Care included, only at your local Infiniti retailer. Introducing the next generation of hard shells from Arc'teryx. Now made with Gore-Tex Pro EPE, our most durable, lightweight, PFAS-free waterproof protection. Arc'teryx.
Looking at, trust me. Matt, this isn't a Bronco. It's not a Jeep. What in the world is this?
We call it a General. We've been in business for 30 years. To celebrate 30 years of business, we want to do something outside of our norm, lifted wheel, tire, motor swap kind of thing. So if you're familiar with a World War II era Jeep, what they commonly refer to as a flat fender, we found body blueprints online for that vehicle. And we upsized it to be the size of a modern two-door Jeep JK, which is a 2008 to 2018 two-door Jeep Wrangler. Much bigger. The original World War II era Jeep were very, very small, uncomfortable to drive. So this is our own handmade aluminum body, Dyno 60s from Curry front and rear, long arm suspension, Fox coilovers, PRP seats, the list goes on and on. I have an extremely talented laser cutter who's a very good friend of mine. He dimensioned the new size we wanted to go with. He cut out all the body panels out of aluminum, hand formed them in his facility, brought them down here. We fit them and welded them together. We bought a brand new Jeep JK chassis, cut off everything we didn't want, added what we want, control arm mounts for the BDS long arm, things of that nature, coilover mounts. Then that modified factory chassis to Schwartz Performance, and then they duplicated the chassis to our specs. The state of Illinois is going to give us 25 VINs and titles a year to reproduce the vehicle as a whole as you see it. Obviously color, seat interior, motor options, that sort of thing. But we also have the ability to offer a 2-door and 4-door replacement chassis if you had a 2-door or 4-door Jeep JK and want to run long arm, 1-ton axles, coilovers, or if you wanted to build your own project, put whatever body you want on top of it, doesn't matter to me, we can provide you with a chassis to do that.
That is amazing. What engine is in this one?
6.2, 5.25 horse LS, 4L65E transmission, Atlas 2 transfer case. We did the best of everything. Tried to dot every I, cross every T.
Yeah.
It has wireless phone chargers, Apple CarPlay, backup camera, heated seats, lumbar. It was our shot at making something that was completely unique and ours. And like I said, we use the best of the best components that are available.
Well, you knocked it out of the park. Is this yours or is this a customer car?
This is ours.
Okay.
This was at Moab Easter Jeep Safari. We took it wheeling all over Moab. The next thing it's going to do is Barrett Jackson this winter. We're going to display at Barrett Jackson, not sell at Barrett Jackson. Just need to honestly get it in front of people that have the kind of price point this thing's going to be at.
Right, right. Well, thank you for showing me. This thing is absolutely amazing. And guys, I can probably make a whole video over here real quick though. This is a custom body Defender.
Technically not a Defender.
Right, but it's supposed to look like a Defender. It's a custom made body, and it's got a Whipple supercharged what?
No, that's it.
Oh.
It makes 700 plus horsepower, Data 70s front rear, coilover. It's got about 60 grand worth of suspension on there. The customer is retiring, or he has a problem with the column, and his property is power down a dirt road. He goes, I have to go for a gallon belt. It's power round trip down a dirt road.
The guy probably did well in life. I mean, everything is brand spanking new. Look,
we did prior to developing our own chassis, and because the Defender 110 is 110-inch wheelbase, we actually shortened the Jeep chassis to be true to 110-inch wheelbase.
Wow. Like I said, I can be here forever, and we are going to come back because Matt is into quadrispheres. He's got like quadrispheres in the back, not necessarily in the vehicle that they originally came with, but that is for a future video. We'll bring the Sierra over here, show my quadrisphere, and geek out about their steering and a bunch of cool stuff. So thank you very much, Matt. I appreciate it. And some performance, I'll link them down below. It's the next day. We leave for the trip tomorrow, and I'm here at Satira because I don't know about you guys, but I'm looking at the Turbo G based on the Dyno. So these guys tuned my Hellcat and my Escalade most recently. They got a lot of fast cars, and hopefully this is soon to be one that they tune. Well, Jeremy already kind of tuned it on the stream. He sent logs and tunes back and forth, and it runs great. Well, we need a number, so place your guys down below. I'm going to say 275 kilos or something. I don't know. What is that like? I think about 9 PSI. I keep going on the rollers, 33s. I got to say, these don't look any smaller than what we had on here. And there's so little rim when you go to 15. Look how much tire. Jeremy's uploading the tune right now. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think it's going to make?
I honestly don't know what boost it's making, so we'll see.
It's like 10 PSI.
10 PSI. Hopefully we can click 300. Okay. I'm in green. I think 270, 275.
What's up, my guy? What's up, baby boy? What you rubbing on? Nice, nice. What's up? Oh, did you get on the rides? Oh, how was it? That's the point. That's why you get on it, to get scared. Awesome, man. That sounds like fun. Where'd you go, yesterday? Nice. What's up? Nuh-uh. Now that's scary. Did she get on the ride? Who took you? Who'd you go with? Oh, you over Cole? Nice. Oh, that's dope. Oh, that's even better. So you gotta take Cole out then, huh? Yeah, take Cole to free fall. No. I'm just stopping I'm just stopping on the way to Wisconsin to cut your hair and give you this bag of goodies. Goodies. Snacks. Whole bunch of snacks. And something for you and your buddy. It's something cool for you and your buddy Cole. What's up? Oh, I had a steak, egg, and cheese bagel. No, we both had bagels today, huh? Bagels were delicious. Connecticut. Yup. In Connecticut, on my way to you. Then I'm gonna cut your hair, and then I gotta head to Wisconsin, oh, Minnesota, not Wisconsin, Minnesota. No, I gotta pass. I gotta go through Maine, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey to get to you in Pennsylvania. And then after you, huh? Yeah, I'm gonna be there in a few hours to come cut your hair. I'll be there in like 3-4 hours. Let me see, what time? 11. I'll be there about 3 or 4 o'clock, okay? Yeah, go hang out with your buddy, and then I'll call you when I'm on my way. Well, when I'm in the car, let you know I'll be there in a little bit. So, Mom got to get you a fly outfit for your for Thursday for your pictures. You gotta wear something nice for your pictures. All right. And then you need a bicycle chain, right? You need a bicycle chain, pedals. You need pedals. You need pedals, a seat, bicycle chain. And golly, what color you want? What color do you want all this stuff? What color you want your bike? You want orange? You want orange? Orange, and you want orange seat. All right, so keep the bike black. We'll get you orange parts, okay? All right, sounds good. Raven Strong. I am. I become. Focus goes, and where energy flows. Fastest and smoothest. All right, buddy. I'll be there to cut your hair. That's only for school days. All right, man. See you a little bit later. Love you. Bye.
Let's go.
It's just a Vinny's.
And you wore this. It's just. Alright, here we go.
What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? I just quit my job. It was a good job.
But you hate it. Just keep.
This is a 2010 Wrangler 260 wheel turbocharged?
262 wheel turbo, yeah.
Oh, okay.
This customer built his own motor, had a weird cam situation with it, so I don't know how healthy it was.
And that's like the V6 minivan motor, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So the straight six can do.
Just got notification the hop switch just got to my shop.
Unfortunately, we won't have that on the dyno. We'll have it off-roading, hopefully going up like a sand dune with these lit up in red. I don't know why I'm so excited for the red eye. It's a real red eye. Kind of just came up with that right now in the midst of all these low bars and these red eyes running on. Here we go, people. Here we go. This thing is gonna sound so good. How rich was it?
Very rich.
Yeah.
Single digit times.
Oh, jeez. All right.
That's why I let off a little early.
Okay. You can see it out the tailpipe. It's black smoke. I've like beaten out the Jeep, just like little launches and stuff, but I haven't really laid into it for a very long time because we never dynoed in it. And I'm really glad it did because you can hurt an engine by running too rich and by running too lean. That's usually worse.
You go to airflow and there's some sort of VE table or something. There's nothing. So we'll go to fuel and we go to open loop where they have like a base fueling table for each air on and off, and there's just a checker pulse with targets.
So this is like kind of untunable, right?
It's very, very cool. So a lot of standalones are actually this way. I know AEM used to do it. I done a couple supers like this. You basically tell it the injector pulse width you want at a given spot. So it's not, you know, an airflow. It's not a percentage. It's you just tell it what you want the injector to do, kind of. But it's not even like a true target. It's very strange. So there's not a direct way to do it.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is an 04 Wrangler. It has the JTEC computer, which everybody hates. In 2005, they switched over to a more traditional ECU where you can actually have a VE table and change things in the tune. You can go to that. It's just a ton of work, and Jeremy thinks he can work around it. He's worked with that before, so yeah.
Jeremy tricked the computer to make it some fueling adjustments, so we'll see what happens now. Sounded much better, and there isn't a cloud of black smoke. That's awesome. So he had done one other run in between, but our last one, 220 horsepower, 316 foot-pounds of torque. Oh my gosh, we're running 12 pounds of boost. I didn't know it was going to be that high. We're just off spring pressure, and I don't have a boost controller. That's a lot of boost. How was AFR on that one?
Much better. We're getting there. So low range up top, I know we're talking about last week running out of fuel.
Yeah.
It was bridging up after 4,500 RPM, so able to pull out. I think we'll be on the edge of the fuel system, but
yeah.
We should be able to get
so injector duty cycle is just...
Yeah, right now on that I was at 107%.
Oh, geez.
Duty cycle, so I like to get around 85, so
yeah.
the weather gets cooler. But it was rich, so I'm going to go up.
Yeah, we use the 0304 Terminator Cobra injectors, which I think are 42 pound. It depends, I believe, on what year you get. So yeah, making a lot of torque.
Texas, Legal Evil from Liberty Mutual will help save you hundreds by customizing your car insurance. And his point of luck is the gentleman under the security guard.
We got another run. I want to hear this thing from the back. Come on, Chief. How's your sound? Sound good, sounded good. Pop there, but it's a straight 16, right? Been around since like the 50s. We gained about 5 horsepower, lost a little bit of torque. They don't make a lot of power up top, very low RPMs, I mentioned. What'd you think of that one?
Getting there, feeling that's about it a run line, so I was able to pull it all the way to 5 inside.
Cool.
We're down to 87% duty cycle.
Yes.
A little bit of timing, I'm going to put it back in now that it's feeling's good, and we can verify that.
Okay, we might be at the very max of the fuel system, but like a safe max, so that's good. All right, let this thing cool down for a little bit. Everything's looking good, no leaks, no smoke. We are good for another run. He made a few little adjustments. This should be it. Whatever it makes, it makes. It rips, guys. Like, it rips. It's so quick to spool up and rev up, and it's just over a game. Like, it's doesn't rev that high. Alright, well, that was about 10 minutes of cool down, 218. Very, very similar here. Timing, 291 and 3,500 RPM.
I'm close to torque out of it because 300 is a lot, so I'm intentionally rounding that down.
Yeah, the stock bottom end, we don't want any problems.
You see from the other one's the blue, just trying to carry out the horsepower better. The wobble is actually from the tire, so you see kind of the oscillation, that's the tire. Big tire jobs. So it's smoothed out compared to last one with peak number. It isn't like a spike there, and you see how it fell off, so it's much happier on that last one.
Okay, so I told you I'm going to keep it conservative because we're going to be ripping up sand dunes, we're going to be in the forest, kind of going on trails, we don't know a lot of airflow, so I'd rather have it be conservative. We're on big tires, 128,000 miles. These things are 190 crank horsepower, and then there's a big drivetrain loss with it being lifted with the big wheels, so it's probably making like, 100 more wheel horsepower in the factory and a whole lot more torque. No smoke, no nothing. Oh, look at that. 243 horsepower, 315 foot-pounds of torque. How'd it look? Yeah. Everything looking safe?
Yeah, no knocks on there, nothing like that.
Okay.
I don't know if the clutch might not be.
I wouldn't be weird.
That would be the only thing I'd say, but yeah. That was
Okay. How's injector duty cycle?
We are sitting at 89.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yes.
All right.
Cool. Low window there.
Yeah.
You know, it's a warmer day, so that gives you a little threshold on it.
Okay. How was intake air temp with the old Mercedes air to water air cooler?
So on that, we didn't give it a long cool down.
Yeah.
So starting out the IETs were around 100 degrees. When I started the flow, it dropped down to 95.
Wow.
And then tapered back up as the flow went on. So it's a very good cooling system. So
Sweet.
That's like 83 degrees in the shop, so 10, 15 degrees above ambient. It's not bad.
Not bad.
Great day, so you did well there.
All right, thanks, brother. Yeah. Half a twin turbo V12 air cooler system did the trick. Well, we got a decent sized heat chamber too. I'm making legit 3/4, and I just installed a new hob switch. Let's see if this works. Are you kidding me? That is awesome. Oh my gosh, I love this Jeep. It's a red eye. That's all she wrote, folks. The Jeep is ready to go. And I'm gonna use the Escalade to tow it. I gotta move my trailer. And I don't know if you guys have seen this yet on my
channel. I've shown it a couple times. This is like my favorite thing in the world. It's an electronic trailer dolly. Because my parking lot is like really small. It's kind of hard to hook stuff up. So I'm going to use this to maneuver our trailer in the parking lot. Perfect. Now, it moves the entire trailer. Just one guy out here. That's it. I'll leave a link down below. These things are actually pretty affordable. And they are amazing. Here we are. The night before we leave, Jeep is on the trailer. I'm going to go load up a bunch of tools. See you guys in the morning. It's the next day. 3-hour drive later, we made it. We're staying at the Badlands in Antica, Indiana. We're renting the Swatch House number 2. Oh my gosh. This place is insane. Are you kidding me right now? Well, we normally rent the same house every year. This is our 4th year, but this year we decided to change it up a little bit. And, yeah. What do we got? No way! Look at this! This is called shuffleboard. Yeah, this is shuffleboard with bowling pins. Nice. This place is nuts. Alright, so this place has like 1,000,000 beds. Oh, bigger bed, cool. Oh, we got another one. Bed. More bunk beds. Is that a Firebird? Wait, what is outside of my door?
I think it's a Firebird.
Oh my gosh, it's an LS1 car? Does the house come with that? Dude, what? Obviously this is the nicest car, but we're gonna try and get this off without the ramps, because it's an off-roading monster. Alright, here we go. We did it, no ramps! Here we go, people. Jeep. Parking brake off, 4-wheel drive me. One click up. Bam.
Ready to go.
Yeah, I was literally gonna say the same thing. Here we go, guys. We're hitting the serpentines first. Oh, here we go, guys. Our first climb. I can't wait to hear the turbo. We're going 4 low, guys. We need a little 4 low. Oh, this is awesome. Is that what we're gonna be hearing this whole trip? That's amazing. Alright, so we haven't engaged lockers just yet. Oh my god. Going to the 33s didn't really help. These fender flares are going to get damaged. I should just cut them off right now. You can see they're already hitting on the tire. Yeah, luckily these things are like $100 for the set, but I don't think those are going to survive. I love Jeep Wranglers. Oh.
If you're living with severe alopecia areata, it's time to grow out loud. With Litfulo from Pfizer for people ages 12 and up. Litfulo can make it harder to fight infection.
Yeah. This whole thing is hidden. Alright, whatever. Let's keep going. We pretty much just be in second. Now that we're in low, just stay there the whole time. There we are, guys, entering the forest with the Wrangler. I think it's time to roll my window. That is self-clearancing happening right now. This is why I love Wranglers. They're so tiny. Oh, we're gonna get dirty. Hey, should we go through it?
Yeah, let's get muddy.
Let's get muddy.
Okay, that was close.
Yeah, I didn't see what was on the other side of the hill. I think we jumped it. Maybe we should, we've been here before. I don't know if we've been on this particular trail. So we should probably get to know the trail first. A little cranky. I know, guys, you know, when you watch a video like this, it's hard. It doesn't look like much, like to you, but it is. It's tough. We're taking a little bit of a Jeep break. Everything's going well, but we have our Traxxas square body that we got to try out in the mini toilet bowl. Let's see what this little guy does. These Traxxas cars are so cool. Man, it's nothing. Hill climb. Woo! Oh, yeah, you made it. Here we go. Oh. Dude, get yourself a Traxxas, guys. They're so much fun. All right, guys, we're going to toilet bowl. The mini toilet bowl with the Wrangler. Get it prepared for the bigger toilet bowls eventually. Oh my gosh, this thing is insane. Guys, this has to be one of my coolest builds, and it's so crazy in the world of YouTube. Like, my Turbo Wrangler didn't even do that good with views and stuff, and I didn't care. It's something I always wanted to do. This is too much fun, guys. The Wrangler by itself is a lot of fun off-road. It's the king. It's the king, guys. We all know this, but with the turbo, it's like the double king. That's not a real thing. All right, we got water. We got a little warm-up water right here. No big deal. We got a big one. Some turbo action. Oh, that is deeper than I thought. Oh no, this engine's dying. Oh no. Alright, let's just shut it off. Oh no. Uh-oh. That's not good. I did not know it was that deep, and I think I smell gas. That is not good. Oh no. I'm gonna go check the engine. Oh no. This really stinks. Oh gosh, guys, I put that little filter guard thingy on there. I should not have gone through water without a snorkel. This is not good. Totally wet. Shoot, it might be caused dead ice that water. Please no. Gosh, I hope this thing saved us. Please no. Okay, this is dry, guys. It did its job. This is dry. Did it just die out because this got wet? It could have, I guess. Okay, this thing, I think, is sinking a little bit. I do not want to follow this water. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's see. Is it a bent valves? It's cranking, so that's good. But you know what? I think the exhaust is just plugged up. Come on, baby. The exhaust has got to be plugged up. Oh, can we make it out? Oh my gosh, guys. All right. The engine is running. Seems to be running good. I smelled some oil. It could have just been the water burning off. Oh, please, please, straight six. I think it's running okay. There's my little throttle buddy. Oh my gosh, I think we're okay. I think that little filter guard thing saved us. Water can be deceiving, okay? It is really deep. It is really deep. I mean, this thing was in there, and this air filter is completely dry. If we didn't have that thing on, it would have just sucked it right in. We would have toasted the and maybe not do any water stuff until we get a snorkel, because we just got really lucky. Where are we at? Whoa! Okay, oh my gosh, every way is bad.
Pretty much like almost straight now.
Alright, we're doing good. Think this way. We make it out of there? Alright, we're taking a breather to get some dinner. Might go out in a little bit. That was adventurous. It took us a while to find our way out of there. We kind of got lost and hit some red trails, but everything's good so far. I gotta knock on something here, people. It's not gonna fender flare that we might not have by the end of this trip. We went back out after eating, but the park closes at 7, and it was still light out, and I gotta show you guys the lights. We're just gonna pretty much just do that right in front of the house. We're not yet at quiet time, so I don't think the neighbors will mind. Headlights on. You got our little guys. Hang on, you guys gotta see these. No headlights. Those are the little ones. That's the big one. Alright guys, I gotta show you the demon eyes.
These were too weirdly shaped or odd to make the cut in a regular pack of bacon, but bacon is bacon, baby.
When bacon's cut down to uniform...
to see that, and I just watched the footage because I've never seen this at night myself. That is so cool. Now we get some other people showing up. My buddy Eric and his Duramax. He brought some four-wheelers and some dirt bikes and stuff. OJ is still working on my ML55. I thought everything was fine, but he's just doing a lot of little things and he couldn't leave the shop tonight anyway. I came early, but I took my son out of school and we just booked it out of here, so everybody should be here tomorrow morning. It's the next morning. Our whole crew is here except for OJ. He's still not here with the ML55. My buddy Jeff's here with his Wrangler, and we got lots of dirt bikes and four-wheelers. We're gonna disconnect the sway bars and stuff. There's links that can be put up right here. Kind of tough to get out. There we go. And it hangs up right here. And you put your cotter pin back in, and that's it. So we are disconnected now. Put air down as well. We're gonna go down to about 20. So we got the sway bars disconnected, airing down, and I haven't even tried lockers yet. I probably could have used those a little yesterday, but that's what today's for. We're back, people. Woo. Oh my gosh. Definitely get some air on those. We got our crew up, guys. We got a little hill climb action. I gotta say, it's pretty easy with the turbo collar. I mean, it just rips. Still haven't done lockers yet.
This particular seasoning is already familiar to us, isn't it? But it needs to be just a tiny bit, okay?
Turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around. Where's anybody? Come on. I have no idea what's happening right now.
Coast Guard Officer Shane Sprague bought his dream truck from a car dealership in South Florida. For many years, Shane had wanted this specific truck, a GMC 1500 AT4X. He worked hard, he made sacrifices in order to save the money for the down payment. He test drove the truck, he loved it. He put down a $15,000 deposit, traded in a 2012 Ford Focus, and financed the rest for the $61,230 purchase price through this car dealer. A dealership employee even snapped a photo of Shane looking happy with the purchase, and later texted him thanking him for the sale and wishing him well. But 10 days later, on July 1st, an unmarked F-150 rammed his rear bumper, and he was arrested at gunpoint by Broward County Sheriff's deputies. Apparently, the dealership had mistakenly reported his brand new truck stolen.
So the vehicle was reported stolen. The dealership, because it was the Volkswagen that basically reported it as stolen.
But rather than do their job competently and realizing this before they rammed him or pointed guns at him or took him into an interrogation room for an extended period of time, Shane was forced to prove his own innocence to these officers who still didn't let him go.
That's the sales guy? Yes.
Ollie. Hi Shane, real pleasure meeting you today. Thank you for your business, best wishes, and happy murdering. Ollie, draw Volkswagen. Cool.
This is the very reason that you have to constantly safeguard your personal private information. Credit reporting agency TransUnion suffered a data breach on August 28th, exposing sensitive data including names, dates of birth, social security numbers, billing addresses, phone numbers, and email addresses of approximately 4.4 million people. The number of data breaches worldwide rises every year. All of this private information is being used for scams, identity theft, stalking, doxing, and also by law enforcement. This is why I highly recommend setting up an account with longtime channel sponsor Incogni, the sponsor of today's video, which tracks down and removes your personal data from many different sites on the internet. Incogni is fully automated, so it continuously and repeatedly removes your private data from all of these places. As of today, they have located my personal private information in 840 different places, and I love their custom removal feature. Available in their unlimited plan and their family unlimited plan, it allows you to submit custom removal requests if you find your information anywhere else they haven't already found it. So check out Incogni using the link below, or go to incogni.com/civil and use code CIVIL to get an exclusive 60% off just for my audience. Now let's get back to this video. This footage was obtained by Florida State Body Cam. I'll link their channel and the video down below. It was June 21st, 2025 that Shane drove his dream truck off the dealer's lot. He had spent 4 hours at Doral Volkswagen that day, where he digitally signed all of the sales documents, was issued a new registration for the truck, and after having made a down payment was given a key to the truck as well as a flash drive with a digital copy of all of the documents that he had signed. The dealership employee took a photo of Shane smiling as he sat in the front seat of his new truck, and then he drove off the lot and drove home happy that he was now the proud owner of the new truck. Afterwards, the dealership employee sent Shane a text thanking him and wishing him well. And for the next 10 days, Shane drove his new truck every day, driving from his home in Sunrise, Florida to his place of work at the Opelika Coast Guard Station. Even though the dealership had all of Shane's contact information, including his home address in Sunrise, Florida, he received no communications from them during this time period about any issue with the truck. On July 1st, 2025, Shane's day took a terrifying turn. That day he went to work like normal at the Coast Guard station. Then in the afternoon he left work to go to a physical therapy appointment in Broward County, Florida. After finishing the physical therapy session, he walked to his new truck. He sat in the driver's seat. Almost immediately, an unmarked Ford F-150 rammed the back bumper of his new truck, pinning him into the parking space. He saw blue and red lights flashing all around him. He was shocked. He did not know what was happening. With guns drawn, multiple Broward Sheriff's deputies surrounded him. They ordered him out of the truck. In the middle of the parking lot at the physical therapy place, with bystanders watching,
the Broward Sheriff's deputies ordered Shane to lift his shirt to make sure he had no weapons and to walk towards them.
You got it. Nobody else in the car? Turn around. Come on.
Three red flags. You have procrastination trauma. Red flag number 1, you're always exhausted but can't stop scrolling. Red flag number 2, your house is messy but you feel paralyzed to clean. Red flag number 3, you have intense guilt about unfinished tasks. I had all 3. Every day felt like drowning in shame while my to-do list grew longer. Traditional productivity methods failed because they don't address the root cause, your subconscious patterns. Then I discovered Happio's hypnotherapy approach. Unlike willpower-based solutions, it works with your brain, not against it. The science is clear. 74% of chronic procrastinators have underlying anxiety. Hypnotherapy addresses this at the source, reprogramming those fear-based responses into productive action. Just 15 minutes daily. No forcing yourself. No guilt trips. The sessions are so relaxing, many users do them before bed.
I went from bed rotting to finishing my entire project list in 4 weeks.
This week only, 75% off for YouTube viewers, plus our 30-day guarantee means 0 risk. Your procrastination ends today. Click below.
If you live in a Massachusetts zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years, listen carefully. I was an insurance agent for 30 years, and what I'm about to tell you could save you up to 80% on your auto insurance. Here's what the industry doesn't want you to know. Massachusetts drivers pay the...
Karen, what you got on your side? Give me your Anybody else? Hey, go driver's side approach, Barry. Got it? Driver's side approach. Got it? I got nothing on me. Actually, we're going to put wherever you guys want.
Yeah.
He was humiliated in front of the bystanders, as well as the physical therapy staff, and he was just stuffed into the back of a police cruiser, even though he had committed no criminal offenses. Shane asked multiple times, but the deputies never told him why he had been handcuffed or why he was now sitting in the back of a police cruiser.
Can you guys tell me what's going on?
So the lead detective is going to come over here and explain everything to you. Just give us a second. Here. Got it? Is that the one that comes up to you? Yeah.
over there, my truck, I just got it. Just got the text message that my payment stuff just started.
For the truck?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Alright.
I can do it. What's that? Okay. Alright. I'll take like all this license so you can talk to them there formally.
Just trying to see if they'll come here real quick.
Gonna be charged in right now. You're not under arrest for any crime right now. You're just being investigated for something.
I'm so lost right now.
Shane says that he's so lost right now, but he's not the only one who's so lost at this point. These Broward County Sheriff's deputies are telling Shane that he's not under arrest, that he's just under investigation, and he's being detained pursuant to that investigation. Meanwhile, a video audio shows us that there is in fact no investigation taking place. The only thing that there is taking place is an arrest, which pursuant to the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, there has to be a warrant to arrest Shane, or for a warrantless arrest, there has to be probable cause, which would mean that these police officers who handcuffed this man, who put him in the back of a police car, and who are now going through the stuff inside his truck, would have to have some information and belief that Shane had committed a crime for which he's being arrested. Probable cause. Apparently don't know what the hell is going on. But Shane does know what's going on. He's telling them this is his brand new truck. He's a U.S. Coast Guard officer. He has no idea what they're talking about. He's at a loss. He's done nothing wrong. Had Shane been detained because they were investigating whether Shane had done anything wrong, one would probably listen to what he's saying. That's what we would call clues. But because they didn't, there really can't be any doubt here that a warrantless arrest took place, for which probable cause.
Introducing the masterpiece, engineered in Solingen, Germany. It is as hard as a diamond and can cleave a pig's trotter in a single blow. Every knife is forged 70 times, and even after cutting bones and meat 10,000 times, it remains incredibly sharp, requiring absolutely no maintenance or frequent sharpening, with a lifespan of up to 50 years.
For which probable cause is required.
You're coming on, right? Yeah. Hey, you just had some money, your phone, and your wallet, okay? I'm gonna do the book back in our back. Okay.
Take my truck, or I'll take my son's up and he's broken. So anyway, you come get my truck.
Okay, I don't know what's happening with the truck right now. Just give the detective they're gonna turn everything.
Yeah, no.
The deputy searched his truck, tossed his personal belongings around, ultimately leaving them in the truck and towing the truck. He was transported to a nearby police station, put in a holding cell, and told to wait. While waiting, he still had not been told why he had been arrested. Later, he was taken to an interview room where he met with detectives from the Doral Police Department who finally told him that everything that had just happened had something to do with his new truck. They told him that his truck had been reported stolen by the Doral Volkswagen dealership.
All right. So obviously we need to talk to you in reference to the incident for today, okay? I'm gonna be honest with you, it's about your car, okay? What I want to know is how you got the car, why you got the car, by what means. Just give me the rundown, how everything started.
I was nervous. So, tell me, I drove Volkswagen last Saturday.
Last Saturday. Okay, well, you know what? I don't know what time.
I think I finished around 2 p.m.
Okay. Okay, and what happened next?
Drove off, went to my girlfriend's house.
Okay, let's not fast forward too much. So, you went to drive a Volkswagen with the intention
to purchase a new vehicle.
Okay, and then what happened after that?
You showed up, they came out and said, hey, I had that vehicle particular picked out. I called in the morning.
Would you speak
this is for. That's what his business card says.
Okay.
And then I also spoke with the general service manager. His first name is Chris.
Okay.
And he's a friend of mine's mom.
Okay.
So Chris kind of helped work the deal. The truck was exactly what I wanted. Pulled back in. My son had a Ford Focus that I was trading in.
Okay.
With the Ford Focus, did their numbers on trade-in stuff. I didn't really want anything for the Focus. I think they came back with $1,500 for that. I want the truck.
Okay.
They were very quick on the deal. We agreed on the price.
Any documents for you?
Yeah.
You have the sales documents?
At my house, yeah.
They're at your house? And the sales documents have everything for you?
Everything, yeah. That's really, I would say, because you're excited about a car. Shoot. 15 years. Let's go. My son now drives to Elvis, probably what I do.
I can imagine.
But yeah, it was super easy. Everything was online. I have a disc with like all the paperwork.
Okay. So they gave you a disc?
It's like a USB thumb drive.
Do you remember who exactly was the sales representative? I know you said any other, any nickname or any last name, business card.
I have this business card. Yeah.
So then you did the documents for the purchase of the vehicle, and then what happened after?
Did the documents, went to the finance manager. We went to finance manager, did all of our financing. Had some issues to transfer over some money. That was kind of a pain, so I ended up having to put $15,000 down. So I transferred over like $5,000 of my American insurance, and then like $7,000 through USAA, which was like my limit.
Okay. Question for you, sir. What was the sticker price?
61 now.
Was it brand new?
Choose.
Used, how many miles?
22,000.
You drove it today to the Coast Guard Bay?
Back to physical day.
You're recovering from the gamble?
Yes. I remember that kind of those.
Oh, okay. Alright, so the reason why you're in this position, okay? So the vehicle was reported stolen out of the dealership. Okay. It could be a miscommunication on their end, because it was through a Volkswagen that basically reported it as stolen.
Yeah. So you got the tag.
Truck
was on my Focus.
Okay, so it was previously on the car.
Yeah,
so that's your tag. Okay. And it was on a Focus previously?
2012 Ford Focus.
Okay. As far as payments, you haven't paid the truck? You haven't paid for anything yet?
So I paid $15,000 cash. It was paid for my down payment. Okay. And I checked out my notification today that it's on my phone. I can show you on the text message that my payments are getting ready to start.
Okay. And as far as the purchase agreement, was there any documentation that you had to present after you drove the vehicle off the lot, like the next day or the week after? Nothing. So they signed. You already signed, and the truck was yours.
So as a matter of fact, because on Saturday we couldn't get the full transfer done, I called the finance manager back on...
What's his name?
Tuesday.
I remember watching those boys play.
The full transfer done. I called the finance manager back on...
What's his name?
Tuesday.
Mr. Sprague, shocked by the accusations, told the detectives that he bought the truck and he had proof on his phone.
I don't have my phone. Never ring it. What's your number? The tag that you have on the truck now, that's the tag that was on the phone. That was the tag that was on the Focus. Have you ever owned a Chevy? No. No. The place where like when I was in high school.
What company?
At some point, while he was talking to the detectives, a detective told Shane that the truck registered to him was still on Doral Volkswagen's lot, and that he had driven off with the wrong truck.
So the tag that was on your truck, right, comes back to a Chevy pickup. Right? That Chevy pickup's under your name. Should be that Chevy pickup. That jeans. So the tag that's attached to the truck now, when we run that tag, it comes back to a Chevy pickup under your name. Yeah. So it never belonged to, it was never attached to. Well, I don't want to say it was never attached.
Just looking up the.
Eventually, the detectives gave Mr. Sprague his phone, and he showed them the text messages that he had exchanged with Ali, the Doral Volkswagen salesperson, and that also showed the license plate of this AT4X truck.
Here's some more messages. This is from my sales guy.
That's the sales guy?
Yeah, this is here. We've been in truck. Ali. That's from the dealer. We've been in truck.
Can we call him?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he's the old dude that works in there. He's been there like 20 years.
So one detective calls Ali, who was the salesperson who sold him the truck, and he exits the interview room.
Hi, is this Ali? How you doing? Ali?
Yeah, cheers.
You're welcome.
That's when they put it on the dealership. Okay.
Yeah. Hi Shane, real pleasure meeting you today. Thank you for your business, best wishes, and happy memory. Ali, Doral Volkswagen. Cool. And this was, alright, just so we get this straight, June 21st. So that's 2 Saturdays ago, right?
Yeah, Saturday before last Saturday.
Yeah, 2 Saturdays. I think the truck has got a low track on it too. It's probably you guys about me at Baylor.
So now it's well over an hour after Shane had been arrested at gunpoint. He had answered all their questions. Ironically, during this interrogation so far, the only investigation that occurred was Shane's investigation using his phone to show these so-called detectives that there was some sort of clerical mistake occurring here. Did they immediately release him with an apology and then go swear out a warrant for whichever employee at the car dealership filed a false police report? No, of course not.
Yeah, so basically this is just a formality. At the end of the day, we don't know what we have until we investigate a little further. That's why we interview. Once we verify all the details.
Actually, the way that this is supposed to work is you guys, who are supposedly detectives, are supposed to do this little investigation thing before you arrest somebody in public in front of their physical therapists, humiliating and degrading them. And that's also why you're supposed to do that investigation and then present those facts to a neutral and detached magistrate to review that evidence for the existence of probable cause. I mean, how lazy and incompetent do you have to be to perform zero investigation and just arrest the guy by ramming him and holding him at gunpoint and bringing him in handcuffs into your office because you're too lazy to go out to the scene, and having him explain to you what could have been cleared up in 5 minutes at the scene if none of this happened?
There's nothing to hide in this one. I mean, clearly we're going through, just going. What I don't understand though is like the tag thing.
That's we'll talk about that after we see the verified printer. He's on the phone with the subject.
So there's the car points and there's the armless.
Okay, so basically it seems that they. Okay. It sounds like they messed up. Yeah.
After speaking to Ali and reviewing Shane's phone messages, the detectives realized for the first time that something must be wrong. They told Shane that the tag on his AT4X truck was not assigned to it. However, the detectives eventually confirmed that Shane purchased the AT4X truck from Doral Volkswagen on June 21st, 2025, and told him the location of where his truck had been towed and released it.
Basically, is this your phone?
That's his phone. And then if you swipe to the Carfax, it comes back to a 1500.
Yeah.
It is a 1500.
Yeah, but it's like a diesel, like lower model. Because that's an AT4. This is coming back to.
That's an AT4 next.
My bad.
So yeah, it seems like once
So we can smile a little bit.
Yeah.
Just don't beat me up, man.
Nah. Hopefully we didn't treat you too rough.
I want to done.
Yeah. We'll talk after this.
Maybe some coffee.
I got some advice on this.
yeah, once he's done with this, he's actually talking. Can you still go once he comes back?
$1,500 a month if you also take care of a relative at home? No way, right? Most people don't know that there is an easy way to receive personalized coaching, emotional support, and even financial compensation. The company is called Entire Care, and they pay up to $1,500 a month.
Just tell you straight up, you can sue them.
Well, now the tables have turned and the cops are going into CYA mode, and they're about to throw the dealership completely under the bus. And what ended up happening was Shane filed a lawsuit against Doral Volkswagen. And looking at this footage and looking at the allegations in that lawsuit, which I will link below, it appears that they deserve every bit of that lawsuit. But as we know from numerous other videos I've covered, like Walmart videos for instance, just because Karen at Walmart calls 911 and reports either correct or incorrect allegations, that doesn't make Walmart legally responsible for the choices, the decisions that law enforcement officers make with that information, whether true or not, that they're given by some third party. So even if the dealership mistakenly or negligently or recklessly or even intentionally misreported Shane's new truck as being a stolen vehicle that actually belongs to them, that does not automatically then just justify law enforcement officers ramming into your vehicle, pulling you out at gunpoint, arresting you, taking you down to station, and interrogating you for an hour or hour plus. Mere reports from a car dealership or Walmart or Karen, that does not equate to probable cause to arrest somebody without a warrant. That might be enough for reasonable suspicion to detain somebody and investigate the allegations further, which is what should have been done in this case, because I'm sure this actually happens all the time. And we don't see police departments across the country every time this happens going out and just ramming the vehicle and not even looking at the obvious indications that it's a mistake, that the person's completely innocent. So in my opinion, in addition to suing the dealership, they also should have sued every law enforcement officer who played a part in helping to make this happen. And the worst thing that happened here was that they took this clerical report that this vehicle was stolen from a dealership. We're not talking about allegations of a carjacking. And using that alone with no corroboration, with no common sense, going straight to violence, ramming the vehicle, and aiming deadly weapons at this guy. There was no information indicating that this man, Shane, was armed or dangerous or posed any sort of immediate threat to these officers to justify aiming their guns at him. That is in and of itself a Fourth Amendment violation, and the dealership is not responsible. They did not ask for that. They do not have the legal power to direct police officers to do that. But then again, maybe they should have known that that is what would happen. After all, we were talking about the Broward County Sheriff's Office, the same office I just recently featured in my video about the wrong mom who was arrested off the cruise ship at Christmas time under very similar circumstances. I'll post a full copy of the lawsuit at the link below, and I'll continue to follow this one, so you can follow along by subscribing both here and at the blog.
This is Legal Evil from Liberty Mutual, who helps save you hundreds by customizing your car insurance.
And his partner Doug is the gentleman under the security guard.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Arc'teryx hiking gear is designed to work better together for durable protection and comfort on the trail.
My 1993 Toyota Supra was possibly one of the worst in the country, and it has went from being an absolute basket case to looking like a showstopper. And now today, you're going to get to see the process of building an engine that can handle 1,000 horsepower. Because we're going to fly out to my friend Dave over in New Jersey at Head Games to build the cylinder head. Now Dave is world renowned for being part of some of the fastest Supra builds around. Now I don't have much time. I need to pack up right now, literally grabbing my backpack and heading over to the airport and flying out right now. And we're gonna head over to Dave and we're gonna get this thing that much closer to 1,000 horsepower. And I'm really pumped to be learning from one of the best, and you guys are coming with me, so let's get out of here now.
Right about now, you guys can hit that thumbs up button and hit the subscribe button. That really helps me out. Also, there's a brand new hype button down in the description. Check that out. Hit those two. It helps new channels, and it's totally free to do.
I am over here now at Head Games with Dave and Matt, and we are going to put together my 2JZ head today. We're also going to mess with a few other things. We're going to talk about a lot of the process that it takes to make 1,000 horsepower.
1,000 horsepower?
We took a trip up here, and I got here literally this morning. We're going to build the head today. We're going to go through every single one of the stations, and these guys here are going to let me get dirty. I'm going to do something. Hopefully I don't break it.
You're going to get dirty.
I'm going to smell next to the guy on the plane. I'm sorry. I'm excited. I can't wait to see what we do here, so let's get started building the head. What are we doing now?
I'm going to pretend that this is a 2JZ head, even though it is a BMW head that's already disassembled. This is the disassembly area. What happens here is the head comes in, and it gets disassembled, it gets cleaned, and it gets inspected. So it's going to get spray washed. The spray washer has this piece here. Chuck the head up in here. All these little water jackets, water nozzles,
water sprayer thingies.
Water sprayer thingies. Drain the cylinder head, get all the oil off of it, and make sure you can actually see what you're looking at.
How hot does this actually get?
This gets 250 degrees. We also have an ultrasonic machine. This is a wet soda blaster. So you can actually put sand in this as well. You can put any media in it, but we use soda, and you can see everywhere around the point. Alright, so we're still going to use our imagination. Pretend that there's valve springs still in it, and this is the machine that we use for that. Now this is a manual version. We also have a pneumatic version as well. So it's going to come down, and it is going to push this valve spring down, so you don't have to do it manually.
Yeah, levers.
Depending on the job, it's going to see the CNC after it gets all cleaned up. Second inspection, we'll go back into that cleaning section. Gets ready, knocked out of it. We're going to show you that too. But it'll come into the CNC area, and Matt's going to show you a little bit about your CNC stuff.
I have zero time in the shop, and pen and paper just doesn't cut it. And thanks to today's sponsor, Quad, I'm starting to get these things under control. Quad is about a key-sized capsule that is easy to wear and easy to weight. Magnetic clip attaches easily to your outfit, bag, or even workbench. One press and it captures up to 20 hours of crystal clear audio. In my shop, Quad saves me hours. I can capture all of the parts into a list with the part numbers, and then Quad breaks that down into an organized, transcribed list so that it's easy for me to go through and make sure I get everything that I need.
This is parts that I need to order for my 2JZ engine. Number 1, engine overhaul gasket kit.
Quad Open can run all day, 20 hours of continuous capture, 40 days of standby, and 64 gigabytes of storage. With the new Ask Quad feature, I can search across past captures and find anything that I need to know right away, rather than going back and trying to check all my notes. Find me the engine overall kit part number in my notes. Box 1 is the engine bolt. Quad App 3.0 also has recording audio. I can snap a photo, review the damage, or jot quick notes. Everything stays linked, so when I check back later, I see sound, the pictures, and the highlights all in one place. It's safe, it's private, and it's built for professionals. Stop writing, start capturing. The Quad Open is already changing the way people work, and it's selling fast. Hit the link in the description, use my code, start experiencing the future of note-taking today.
This is all the programming side over here on the computer, so you can actually see the fixture plate brought in, and these are actually the ports that we're running on 2JZ cores for our pocket port program. We bring in chambers separately, but this is the base of how everything gets tool path. You can actually see in here all the tool paths come through the surfaces we built, and these little blue lines in between are actually how the tip of the tool is going to be interpolating throughout the port in order to cut it.
I like that word. I interpolate bodywork all day long.
This is how everything gets set up. You can see the fixture plate down here, our tooling up top, and where the head actually gets bolted to. And from here you would come over to the console and you would start picking out your programs that we loaded in and start running a core.
Basically, you just push a button, you sit down, and you relax.
Oh yeah, that's all. That's easy as that. So we can actually run this. Do you want to press the button?
I love pressing buttons.
Press that green button right there, and this is going to start moving around.
All right. Dude, that's really cool. These machines are so cool. A little blurry, but you guys get the idea. Let's see if I can get that to focus. There we go. This is the first step, you would say, in the shop before it goes to other places, or?
Yeah, so the way we have things running around, most things see the CNC first, get all of the machining work out of the way, and then it'll go over to valve job, because that's the next big piece of machining work.
This is actually me said that we go to valve job, but first it goes to valve guides. We remove the valve guide on every build, especially if it's going to go through the CNC.
Okay, so pretend this is your car. Your insurance will pay for another one, right? Well, if you have a standard policy, maybe not so much. But at Hagerty, we agree on the value up front and then pay that amount, guaranteed.
We remove the valve guide on every build, especially if it's going to go through the CNC or it's getting any kind of aftermarket valve train, because we want to size the guides correctly. So the first step after the CNC is we're going to put the GSC bronze guides in, and then we're going to size them. We have a Gibson driver for you, outside driver, and I found my old Harbor Freight air hammer, but I'm going to let you do this. The cool thing about a GSC valve guide is that it has a stopper, and that stopper is so you're always at the correct height. You don't have to bust out a caliper, figure out what height you're at.
That's a high-tech caliper there.
This is. This is the best you can get from Pittsburgh.
You think they make it in Pittsburgh? Pittsburgh, China.
Yeah, maybe Pittsburgh, China. The funny thing about calipers is a lot of people think that a caliper is a precision tool, and it's not actually. A caliper, really a caliper when we use it around here, is you already kind of know what the measurement needs to be. So a caliper in and of itself is an inaccurate tool. It's accurate within 7/1000th of an inch, which is a lot. That's big for here. So anything else you want to know the number, you're going to bust out a micrometer. But this is perfectly fine for pretty much anything you're going to do. So I'm going to get you to put the valve guide in. We're going to take this guide. Now a guide needs to be resized. Whenever you buy a valve guide, it comes in a neat little package, but these are not actually to size right from the get-go. On the 2J, the precedent is not that much, so you can actually not heat the head up. Sometimes you have to heat the head up, but we can just create the guide and slide it in there with some glue. We'll be good to go.
That's what she said.
Alright, so now that thing's frozen.
Alright. Well, I'm going to hold this so I don't... think that's it. That's it. There we go. Now I am Jack builds it, but I'm also Jack the machinist. Just so you guys know, you can just hit the link down below. You need work done, I'm not your guy. What are we going to do right now?
Pretend that this is your 2JZ ready to get the valve guide green. We're going to use this tool here. We get them made to the custom size because whenever you use an aftermarket valve, they're not all the same size. So a Correa, a GSC, a SuperTac, all the different brands have different size stem diameter. So what I'm saying is that the valve stem here is different between an aftermarket and an OEM. So what we got here is a piloted reamer. This part here goes into the valve guide and centers the reamer. and then it sizes the guide. And that way, when we get these custom made, it's made pretty much for the manufacturer that we're going to be using them for. So a lot of the stuff is CNC. So we have this preset into the reamer, and we just ream it, and we know it's the size, and we don't have to worry.
So getting ready for valve job, we're going to take a look at our tool bodies. This is our intake cutter. We have a custom cutter on both of these right now, but one is going to get set to your intake valve. You're going to reference your 45. You're actually going to put this all the way up to the tip. You're going to get a reference point here, and then you're going to use your pilot, which actually goes into the guide once you're valve jobbing. You're going to set this in here, and you're going to adjust your cutter to the 45 point that you just made. Once your cutter is made, you're going to come over to the head, get your pilot in, make sure it's nice and tight, no wiggle. You're going to get your cutter in, nice little click, and then you're ready to start valve job.
So why do they call it valve job, not rim job? You're technically just removing the rim of the valve.
We're doing a lot more. We're touching the throat. It's more than just the rim.
Now I want to take my chances here and do a valve job.
Yeah, so I'm going to run through the first seat just so you guys have reference of like what you're looking for, what this cutter is actually going to do to the valve seat, and then we're going to give you a crack at it. Just know that if you go too deep with this, it's no longer a new cord, it's a repair. Your quick rundown, the spindle is on a floating head, so it's all just controlled by a button, and now this head can actually shift around.
Oh, cool.
And what we're going to do is we're going to take the cutter, the center of the tool body, we're going to drop.
Yep. You're telling me I don't have to spend countless hours consolidating our company's financial data anymore? It's all automated?
Is it possible to cancel outstanding debt with one secret letter? Well, in this video, I'm going to share with you exactly what this secret letter is, how you can cancel certain debt with it, and how it's a little known secret that most people don't know. So let's get into it. According to USC 1692G, you can actually cancel certain debt with one secret letter. In fact, here's the letter right here. If you want a free copy of this letter, simply go to getdisputeLetters.com or secretcreditletters.com. It's down below. And please don't put the www part, because sometimes people have problems getting to my websites. So again, getdisputeLetters.com or secretcreditletters.com to be able to get this letter. Now, let's talk. Please don't put the www part.
What's up? I am Leslie Jones. About something other people are scared to talk about. Racism. Buckle up, bitches, because I'm not scared. Okay, first, let's start with the racism in the news today.
Tonight, President Trump is escalating his war against what he calls the last remaining segment of woke, accusing the Smithsonian of being out of control. Well, everything discussed is how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was.
Oh, we hurt your little feelings, you bitch! Well, Mr. President, slavery feels bad to talk about because slavery was bad! Honestly, I don't think museums go far enough. If you don't leave an African American history museum weeping and wanted to give your closest black friends reparations, then they didn't do the museum right. And let me say this, by the way, 40 acres and a mule is not enough anymore. I want 40 acres and a trust fund. How about that? Matter of fact, throw in the mule if you want to. I need something to carry my money. Also, stop throwing around the word woke for everything. Teaching slavery is not woke, it's history.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Woke for everything. Teaching slavery is not woke, it's history. Black. The Black Little Mermaid. Okay. That's what, but y'all know that is also not real. Mermaids ain't real. You know what's real? Slavery. We need those museums. Go study. Because when we close the museum, this is what happens.
And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery just race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact that when you let's talk about the fact that
slavery in America was.
Do you know that only less than 2% of white Americans own slaves?
Wait a minute, hang on. Isn't that the fitness bitch who lied about how I could get abs in 60 minutes? How did you go from counting calories to counting slaves, bitch? But I guess somebody said something to her because then she tried to come back and explain what she meant, but made it worse.
We constantly talk about white supremacy, but we look the other way with black degeneracy. It begets white hostility that then validates and begets white degeneracy.
Black degeneracy begots white hostility, and in her ignorancy begot stupidity because you're the f***ing idiot! Whoa! What's this trying to wrap us into believing that it's our fault that white people are racist? Ooh, you motherfuckers are good at gaslighting. Black people already don't get credit for so much that we've created in this country. And the one thing you want to give us credit for is racism, bitch? Jillian, you the biggest loser. I bet you she was way nicer when she was fat. It's hard to be racist after a hot meal, you know what I'm saying? In the history of America, black people are the lowest on the totem pole. Well, except the people who invented the totem pole. Racism is like the syphilis of America. Once it gets in there, it just keeps spreading until the whole country is blind and crazy. You're not caring right now because it's not happening. Wait a minute. You're not caring right now because it's happening to us. But it will trickle down.
An alarming new jobs report shows a disproportionate jump in unemployment among black workers, specifically black women.
Economists have told us that when we see the unemployment rate going up for black people, it's a sign that it could soon go up for all people.
America, you in danger, girl. We keep trying to tell you this is a horror movie. Just because the black guy got killed first doesn't mean that the white people are safe. Because if the black person can't outrun the chainsaw killer, none of y'all can. I just need to know, why does America have so much hatred for black people?
Is it because when you see black people, you're reminded of the sins of this country? Is it because my ass is too fat? Is it because people need a scapegoat for their own shortcomings? Or is it because my ass is too fat? Is it because you're afraid that we're gonna treat you like you treated us? And you know what? I know my ass is fat. Stop looking at my ass and listen to the words that are coming out my mouth. I'm gonna be honest, you know what I think? I honestly think everyone, not just white people, are uneducated. Not stupid, just uneducated about black people. You've been fed false propaganda about black people since the beginning of time in books, music, TV, movies. That shit's powerful. Even I fall for it sometimes. I saw X-Men, and do you know how long I believed Halle Berry controlled the weather? But apparently, it's the Jews. Oh, wait, is that propaganda too? Damn, y'all good. Y'all are so good at that shit. See, this is the stereotype that people have. A person talks a certain way or looks a certain way, and everybody wants to make assumptions. When we just want to be treated like everybody else, what do you see when you see us? Do you see us less than human? Do you see us as animals?
Now to a dispute on a commuter train. A writer for a hit TV show says he was kicked off the train and placed in handcuffs because of the way he was sitting.
Because this white woman said she didn't like the way I was sitting.
Authorities say Alex O'Keefe, a former writer on the TV drama The Bear, had his feet up on the seat next to him. O'Keefe posting the video saying a woman told him to fix the way he was sitting. After he refused, he says she told the conductor, who in turn called police and stopped the train.
I haven't done anything illegal.
Wait a minute, they arrested a black man for sitting? Why did she kick? Wait a minute. Is that the bitch who got her seat taken by Rosa Parks 7 years ago? Man, talk about holding a grudge. Let me tell you something. If this woman had went to a Black History Museum, she would have learned that it's wrong to call the police on a black man, especially now. In fact, I think everybody can take some time and go to the Black History Museum. Go learn while they're still here. But that's just my opinion.
Unlimited 1.5% cash back is just the beginning. With no annual fee, Chase Freedom Unlimited. How to get cash back.
Ready for motorcycle fun at half the price? Meet GT73 electric motorbike. Secure with NFC key lock, 2000W motor for powerful performance. Motorcycle grade tires and brakes for any terrain. Conquers all terrains with ease. Featuring an advanced dual suspension, it delivers a smoother ride even at 37 miles per hour. With the off-road tires and dual 48V battery, it's ready for any challenge in extended journeys. Range of 68, 155 miles. Go further, explore more. Bright LED lights ensure safe rides.
Why spend 6 figures on a supercar when you can build one of the fastest street sleepers on the planet for a fraction of the price? For around $15,000 in mods, you can turn this sleeper that nobody talks about into a 700 horsepower monster that'll embarrass Ferraris and Lamborghinis without breaking a sweat. Now let's start with the foundation. You don't need a 6-figure exotic. You don't need to sell your house for a McLaren. And you definitely don't need to wait until you're old and rich to drive something blisteringly fast. fast. What you need is a 2003 to 2009 Mercedes E55 AMG. On the outside, it's a clean, understated luxury sedan. To most people, it just looks like another executive car with leather seats, wood trim, and maybe an accountant behind the wheel. But under the hood, Mercedes blessed this thing with one of the most legendary engines they ever built, the M113K, a 5.4-liter supercharged V8. Stock, it already pushes 469 horsepower and 516 pound-feet of torque. Here's the wild part, and that's with Mercedes being conservative. They left so much untapped potential on the table that enthusiasts quickly figured out this wasn't just a fast sedan, this was a factory-installed rocket ship waiting to be uncaged. So why the E55 AMG? Simple. You can pick one up for around $10,000 today if you shop smart. For the performance it delivers, it's easily one of the best bargains in the entire performance car world. You're starting with a luxury Mercedes that has heated seats, navigation, and all the creature comforts you could want. And with the right mods, you'll have something that runs with Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and modern supercars that cost 6 times as much. I'll put the cost breakdown at the end of the video. Alright, let's dive into the build. The E55's Eaton M113K supercharger is a beast, but factory settings hold it back. Mercedes kept it conservative for reliability, which means there's a lot of untapped potential waiting to be unleashed. That's where pulleys come in. Think of pulleys like the gearing on a bicycle. The size of each pulley determines how fast the supercharger spins relative to the engine. By swapping the upper pulley and the lower drive pulley, you change that ratio, forcing the blower to spin faster and push out more boost. More boost means more air means more fuel, and more air plus fuel equals serious power. Just with pulleys, you can see gains of 80 to 100 horsepower, a huge return for such a simple bolt-on. But higher boost also generates more heat, and that brings us straight to the next crucial upgrade. Heat is the enemy of horsepower. As your intake temps climb, you start losing power, risk detonation, and put extra stress on your engine components. That's why a bigger heat exchanger is essential. Think of it like a radiator for your supercharger. It's constantly cooling the air before it hits the engine, keeping intake temperatures in check. With a larger heat exchanger, your E55 can maintain consistent power, run harder for longer, and avoid the dreaded heat soak that can flatten your performance mid-run. Essentially, it lets your supercharger do its job without your engine paying the price. So every press of the pedal delivers strong, reliable power. Now, when you crank up boost, the blower's belt is under serious stress. At hard launches, it can start to slip, and every little bit of slippage is lost power. That's wasted potential you paid for, and on a car like this, you don't want to leave any horsepower on the table. Enter the belt wrap kit. This simple upgrade improves how the belt sits on the pulleys, adding extra contact and grip so it doesn't slip under load. With a proper belt wrap, all the power your supercharger is making goes where it should. Straight to the wheels. That means more consistent boost, sharper throttle response, ultimately a car that feels stronger, faster, and more planted every time you nail the gas. The factory intake and exhaust work fine for a stock E55, but once you start cranking up the boost, they quickly become bottlenecks. The engine can only inhale and exhale so much through stock plumbing, which limits the gains you've already unlocked with pulleys and belt wraps. That's why a high-flow intake is a must. It feeds your supercharged V8 all the air it can handle, letting it breathe freely and make the power it's capable of. But intake is only half the story. Pair it with long tube headers and a full exhaust system, and now the engine can exhale just as efficiently as it breathes in. The difference is immediate and dramatic. You're not just freeing up horsepower, you're transforming the whole character of the car. The sound alone is a revelation. Gone is the polite, muted tone of a luxury sedan. In its place is a snarling, thunderous V8 roar that turns heads and demands. Thunderous V8 roar that turns heads and demands attention. This isn't just an executive cruiser anymore. It's an AMG on steroids. A car that sounds as aggressive as it performs. More air only matters if you've got the fuel to match it. That's where the upgraded injectors and fuel pump come in. Without them, you're running the risk of bleeding out at high RPM, and that's how engines blow up. Bigger injectors ensure the engine gets all the fuel it needs under boost, while the pump keeps that supply consistent. Next, the upgraded intercooler pump. The stock pump is fine for factory power, but once you start adding boost, it can't keep up. Swap in a higher flow unit, and your supercharger system stays nice and cool, lap after lap, pull after pull. Here's where the build goes from fun street car to bulletproof monster. At 700 horsepower, the stock internals can survive, but you're pushing the limits. If you want true reliability, you've got to forge it. That means forged pistons and rods. These are designed to handle insane amounts of power without bending, cracking, or failing. Add in fresh bearings, gaskets, and work, and you've basically rebuilt the heart of your engine into something capable of holding well over 1,000 horsepower if you ever decide to push it further. At this point, your bottom end isn't just ready for 700, it's overbuilt and rock solid. Now let's open up the last restriction, the throttle. A 92mm throttle body lets that monster V8 breathe without restriction. Pair that with a professional dyno tube, and every component you installed comes together in perfect harmony. Timing, fueling, boost, everything dialed in for maximum horsepower. Result, a car that makes around 700 horsepower to the wheels. That's a serious leap from the stock 469. And just like that, for under 15 grand in mods, you've transformed a used luxury sedan into a supercar killer. So what's it like to drive? Imagine pressing the gas pedal and feeling a 700 horsepower surge through the chassis. That instant supercharger hit throws you back in the seat, torque slamming the rear tires, the speedometer climbing faster than your brain can process. You've got a car that can run low 11 seconds in the quarter mile, maybe even high 10s with the right setup, and a 0 to 60 around 3.5 seconds. In a big, leather-lined German sedan that looks like it should be taking kids to school. That's the magic of the E55 AMG build. It's the definition of a sleeper. Park it next to a Ferrari 458 or a Lamborghini Gallardo, and most people will just shrug at the Mercedes. But line them up, suddenly that six-figure exotic is in your rearview mirror, and you're laughing because your entire build costs less than the carbon ceramic brakes on their car. You might be wondering, why not just buy a faster car? Here's why. The cost to performance ratio here is unmatched. For around $25,000 total, you're running with and often beating cars that cost $150,000 to $300,000. Plus, you get 4 doors, comfort, and that understated look that doesn't attract the wrong kind of attention. And reliability? The M113K engine is legendary for being one of Mercedes' toughest power plants. With the forged bottom end, upgraded cooling, and proper fueling, this build will last. You're not building a fragile dyno queen. You're building a streetable, daily drivable supercar assassin. All in, you've got a 5.4-liter supercharged V8 with claws sharp enough to take down a supercar, wrapped in the comfort of a luxury sedan. It's fast, it's mean, and it's still classy. And the best part, nobody will see it coming until it's too late. With just around $15,000 in upgrades, you have a supercar killer hiding in plain sight. The E55 AMG is proof you don't need 6 figures to run with the big dogs. If you enjoyed this breakdown, make sure to drop a like, subscribe, and hit that bell so you don't miss the next video. You're walking through a Volvo dealership with your parents. Everywhere you look, there are beige wagons, safe sedans, and ads promising if you buy one of these things, you'll never, ever die in a crash. And then, sitting in the corner, is this unassuming 4-door sedan that looks like it belongs to a dentist. But under the hood, it's hiding 300 horsepower, a 6-speed manual, Brembo brakes, and all-wheel drive. There it is, the Volvo S60R. That's right, Volvo, the brand everyone jokes about being the official car of college professors, quietly built a turbocharged rocket ship that no one talks about. This car is proof that the Swedes didn't just want you to survive accidents, they wanted you to go 150 miles per hour on the freeway. So what made the S60R one of the coolest and most overlooked European performance sedans of the 2000s? When Volvo introduced the S60 back in 2000, it was meant to be the brand's sporty alternative to the safe but boxy image they built in the 80s and 90s. The regular S60 was handsome, comfortable, and practical, but the S60R, launched in 2003, was a different animal altogether. Think of it as Volvo's answer to the BMW M3 and Audi S4. Except instead of making a loud, flashy performance car, Volvo did it the Volvo way. Subtle, understated, and just a little bit weird. The backstory here is kind of fascinating. At the time, Volvo had just been bought by Ford, which meant they had more resources than before, but also had to prove they could keep up with the Germans in the luxury segment. The R badge wasn't new to Volvo. Cars like the 850R in the 90s had already shown that these Swedes had a wild side. But the S60R was meant to bring that spirit into the new millennium with more refinement and a higher performance ceiling. It wasn't just a fast Volvo, it was Volvo's attempt to join the big leagues. And on paper, they absolutely came out swinging. Let's go through the numbers because this is where things get interesting. Under the hood, the S60R had a 2.5-liter turbocharged inline 5 engine. Yes, 5 cylinders, because we'll be normal. It pumped out 300 horsepower and 295 pound-feet of torque. That power was sent through either a 6-speed manual or a 5-speed automatic, and it went to all 4 wheels via Volvo's Haldex-based all-wheel drive system. The result? A 0 to 60 time in about 5.4 seconds and a quarter mile in the low 14 seconds. Not bad at all for...
And so is it possible that Rock is just not telling us the full story? That he's actually sick? Things continue to get worse for The Rock. In case you thought he'd already lost a ton of weight, wait till you see him now. People are saying perhaps he has cancer, he has no energy, his face is gaunt, he looks skinnier than ever. And so is it possible that The Rock is just not telling us the full story? That he's actually sick? That what happened to his circumflex artery is worse than what people led on to?
I've known Emily for almost a decade now. I feel like we've known each other for a lifetime. Known Benny for 6-7 years now as well, because we were talking about doing the Smashing Machine in 2019. Working with the cast was amazing. Working with the real fighters was amazing. You know, when you get together and you want to make a film that hopefully people will resonate with, and it feels like they are.
When you see this...
This is my hand. I can take my hand, and I can stick it in here, and I can play with these fish. And then I can take the
film that hopefully people will resonate with, and it feels like they are.
When you see this video, the first thing you're going to notice is how small his head is, his face. He's lost his fullness. It's almost like he's gone or he's sick. He's a cancer patient. You can see more wrinkles than ever before. His eyes are bugging out of his head. And so he appears to have lost a significant amount of pounds. Now, when you get older, as you age, fat oftentimes comes from your face first. And so when you do lose weight, you're going to notice a lot of it from your face. And so you might in fact be at a healthy body weight, but your face looks thinner than ever before. But I want you to pay attention to his physique. Now, he is wearing a suit, but he doesn't have a shirt underneath. And so you can see the cleavage, the chest running down into his abs. And so remember, The Rock was what, 270 pounds. He's huge. He's showing his cleavage. If you're wearing a shirt like this, would The Rock not show some musculature in between? It appears that his chest is now flat. I mean, I sound like I'm talking about a female, but we're talking about The Rock. There is no pectoral mass whatsoever. It's very, very small. Now, granted, he's not lost it all yet. But in comparison to only a few months ago, it's significantly smaller. Normally, his chest would bulge through, his delts would be capped, his face would be more round, and what I really notice is his lack of energy. He's no longer his former self. The Rock, always, I mean, every single time you saw him, he's smiling, he's laughing, he's having a good time, he's upbeat, he's motivating, he's inspiring, but right now, it looks like he's struggling to get through an interview. And all I can think of was when I used to diet for bodybuilding competitions. You might understand that when you go in a calorie deficit, your NEAT, your non-exercise activity thermogenesis, it's going to go down. Your body is conserving on calories. I remember driving in a car and thinking, I don't have the energy to show them. Literally, to change lanes to drive, I didn't want to look back. It required too much energy. And so imagine if The Rock is starving himself, of which I personally believe that he is. I think that he's so desperate to be called a method actor that he'll do anything to play the part of the role. With his last movie being so successful, people are praising him, even though it hasn't even come out yet. They're saying what a great actor The Rock actually is. And so he's gone from being a Hollywood superstar and action movie hero and so on, to now wanting to be taken seriously as a method or quality actor. He's perhaps sad enough. The circumflex artery beginning to be closed off, the cardiologist perhaps saying, look, Rock, You can't abuse steroids forever. If you continue this, you're not going to live very much longer. He had to do a complete pivot. He had to change. What he's doing now is he's taking on the role of a chicken man, an old, elderly man in his 70s, whose best friend is a chicken. You can't play that role, that of a 70-year-old, elderly, retired individual, if you look like The Rock. It simply wouldn't work. And so we saw Shia LaBeouf. He does amazing things with his body in order to play a role, pulling out his tooth to play a certain character. And then we saw him go on SARMs to bulk up to a 220-pound boxer, and he's back down to perhaps 165 pounds. And so perhaps The Rock wants to follow in his footsteps and will do anything. And so some actors, they play their role so seriously, like perhaps the Stephen King, the guy that played Thinner. He had to emaciated. We've also seen the guy who plays Batman, I don't know his name, but I know that he once starved himself down to, I think it was in the 120s, eating 500 calories a day to play that role. And so for The Rock to properly play that role, he can't be 225 pounds of muscle. It wouldn't work. And so perhaps as he's playing the chicken man, he's cut out all the chicken. He's not eating protein. He's on a 500, perhaps 1,000 calorie diet, and he's purposely losing all his muscle. I mean, we saw Cali Muscle. Remember that guy? How much muscle he once had? I remember he said he was 100% natural. I made a natty or not, and he got mad at me for talking about other men, where I said, hey, you really think this guy's natural? Only later to know that he admitted to using and abusing performance-enhancing drugs and getting a heart attack. And following that, he went on the watermelon diet. I mean, did you see this guy? I think he was drinking breast milk after that. All kinds of crazy things. And he lost a significant amount of muscle. Perhaps The Rock is thinking, if I lose all this weight, all this muscle, I can live longer than last time. And so when your calories are too low, your body has hardly any energy whatsoever. Just talking in an interview, you're going to be tired. You're not going to want to speak as well. And you are going to look sickly. In comparison, if you're well fed, you're perhaps taking caffeine, you're going to have a bundle of energy. And so The Rock, he looks emaciated. He looks like he's not eating enough. His energy levels are in toilet. And so this is his now appearance. And so this is exactly what you would expect if somebody was on a very low calorie diet, not eating enough protein, calories, and perhaps dieting for a bodybuilding competition. The only problem with this is he's not doing it for bodybuilding competition. He's losing both muscle and comments. Tons of comments, people worried about The Rock. He seems different, not just appearance, but his energy and speech seems different. You act like he's 80 years old, he's 53. Yeah, and there lies the problem. He's 53 and suddenly he's acting like he's 80, a frail old man. It happened in a matter of months. How is that the case? Is he sick? Is it cancer? Why is he looking and acting like this? He looks sickly. I think he just got off gear. He got off the roids because of his heart. I mean, I thought everyone said that you could take steroids and stop them and then you keep those gains. Like, isn't that what you guys said about Hussein? I mean, you understand how ironic this is? The Rock stops taking steroids and loses 60 pounds of muscle. Hussein stops and puts on 20. Literally. The evidence shows he's lost weight for an upcoming movie where he plays an old man in his 70s whose only friend is a chicken. Lost so much weight he'll fill out again. Nah, I think large Rock is done. Slender pencil-like Rock is the new thing. Hopefully also makes changes and stands for something instead of changing his stance to please everyone. I mean, that's a good point. Just because you stop performance enhancement.
Ready to lose the hat and regrow the hair? Serums My Hips. You can regain your hair.
I mean, it's a good point. Just because you stop performance-enhancing drug doesn't mean you're going to lose 50 pounds of muscle in a matter of months. It doesn't happen that quickly. I mean, it's safe to say that most people at this point don't believe that The Rock was a lifetime natural. They know that he abused steroids. But just because you abuse steroids and you stop doesn't mean you lost all that muscle. Now, maybe that's what people think. And so perhaps that's why I get accused of lying about my HRT cycle each and every day. I always tell people I'm on 140 milligrams of testosterone a week. And so people just can't believe I'm only on 140 milligrams. Now listen, I was on higher doses in the past, oftentimes more than 10 times more. But even if you're only on HRT, you're going to keep some of that muscle, perhaps half. You shouldn't expect to lose everything. The Rock seems to be withering away, but I don't believe it's just stopping to use steroids. You have to, on top of that, stop eating enough calories, stop eating enough protein, perhaps doing a ton of cardio.
but I do believe he's doing this purposely as a method actor to fully embrace his role. I think he's starving himself because he's starving for admiration from his fans. He no longer was getting the block office hits we saw this happen.
Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers sleeping in public, obstruction, and field sobriety testing. And it's brought to us by Northeast Oklahoma Cop Watch's channel. Be sure to check out the description below and give them the credit that they deserve. On July 18, 2024, Officer Kenny Bennett of the Pryor Creek Police Department, who was later joined by Officer Jessica Flood, responded to a call regarding Andrew Martin, who was sleeping in his vehicle in a private parking lot in Pryor Creek, Oklahoma. The encounter that followed was captured on Officer Bennett's body camera.
Okay, all right, you might start master this way. Just gonna doesn't look like he's alert. That's some liquid coming out of his mouth all run down his shirt. How you doing? Not bad. You okay? Not bad. So, what's going on? You sitting in your truck? Okay. Anything to drink today? No? You want any kind of medication or anything? Where are you coming from? What are you doing here? What are you doing in Pryor? What brings you here? Where are you headed? North? You know anybody in Pryor, or you just happen to...
I told you what the fuck you're doing. What's wrong with you?
Well, I mean, you're kind of pulled off here in this parking lot a little bit weird. You're a little bit in the roadway. So somebody called in on you. Is there a crime? I mean, now standing in the roadway. That's what So I get here, and I mean, you're drooling all over yourself. I started medical. I knocked on your window a couple of times. Look at your shirt. Whenever I got here, you were actively drooling on yourself. And I knocked on the window, I got no response. So I knocked again.
Look at your property.
You're partially obstructing the roadway. You're pulled off here on private property. You have no business being here, so that's loitering. Somebody called me. I don't know who called me. Dispatch is the one who called me. Somebody called dispatch. It's private property and you have no business here. Well, I've asked you and you haven't told me, so... Well, I'm investigating a possible crime. So if you're intoxicated, passed out behind the wheel, if you're taking something... Yeah.
Officer Bennett argues that Mr. Martin's vehicle is quote-unquote partially obstructing the roadway and that he is quote-unquote loitering by being parked on private property. Section 11-1001 of Title 47 of the Oklahoma statutes states that, quote, upon any highway outside of a business or residence district, no person shall stop, park, or leave standing any vehicle, whether attended or unattended, upon the paved or main traveled part of the highway when it is practicable to stop, park, or so leave such vehicle off such part of said highway. The state statute is limited to highways outside of business and residential districts, and because Mr. Martin parked in an apartment building parking lot, it is likely that he was in a residential district. However, Section 6-7-17 of the City Code of Prior Creek extends this prohibition to any street within the city, stating that, quote, upon any street, no person shall stop, park, or leave standing any vehicle, whether attended or unattended, upon the paved or main traveled part of the street when it is practical to stop, park, or leave the vehicle off such parts of the street. Now, although the city ordinance would apply to the street that Mr. Martin was parked beside, it clearly limits the prohibition to parking upon the paved or main traveled part of the street, and a court would almost certainly find that any minor encroachment by Mr. Martin's truck into the easement on the side of the road did not violate this ordinance. As for any potential so-called loitering violation, neither Oklahoma's criminal code nor the City Code of Prior Creek contains a general loitering prohibition. Section 1787 of Title 21 of the Oklahoma statutes prohibits loitering in or upon an automobile or motor vehicle without the consent of the owner. But this would obviously not apply to Mr. Martin, as he was in his own vehicle. No other Oklahoma statutes pertain directly to loitering. So, given the limitations on any potentially applicable loitering statutes,
The deals are hot during our Red Hot Sales event, exclusively and only at Imperial Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Mendon. Get discounts of up to 10% off across our entire inventory of hundreds of new and over 1,200 used cars, trucks, and SUVs, with finance rates as low as 0% for 72 months. Plus, we'll make your...
So, given the limitations on any potentially applicable loitering statutes, it is highly unlikely that a court would conclude that Mr. Martin was engaged in loitering.
Which is okay. I don't have a problem with that if you're just taking it. If you want to play the, why don't you go ahead and step out of the vehicle for me? Yes, sir. Appreciate it. If you want to, it's up to you. You want to leave the door open or you want to shut it? No, it's up to you again. I don't care. You have identification on you? You do not. What is your name and date of birth?
So this is the road here?
Yeah, I mean,
Where's this?
so the city maintains the roadway all the way to here, and then they have an easement over here, and then that's private property. So if you're on private property, you have private property that you have no business being on, and then you're partially in the roadway.
Where's the easement begin?
Say it again.
The easement begin?
The easement begin?
Yeah.
I don't know where the easement begins. I know where the road begins and ends. I don't know where the easement begins and ends. So, do you have a driver's license in any state?
Oh, yeah.
What state do you have your driver's license in? Oklahoma?
Do you know where the road begins? It's a weird question. Not when I'm being ticketed for...
You haven't been ticketed for anything. I've tried to ask you a matter of simple questions so I can conduct my investigation, and all you want to do is be difficult.
I don't want to be difficult.
I mean...
You're being difficult. I was minding my own business, and you're calling me. I don't know how that's me being difficult.
We wouldn't have showed up here if we didn't have a call here, so on you.
Well, that's personal. That's not true. I can call on you, and that doesn't mean that someone's going to come and investigate you.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
That's exactly how this works.
I'd like to investigate it, because he told me that...
You're good. Do whatever you need to do.
Yeah. I'll be right back. All right, Mr. Martin. So, the condition that you were in when I got here, like I said, you were pulled off the road here asleep. Looks like, do you live at... You don't live there anymore? It's the address that shows on your driver's license.
Where do you live?
Nearby.
Nearby?
The address.
Is that relevant?
It is. I'm literally asking you because you're sleeping in your truck right here, and I don't know that you're going to be safe to drive anywhere. So yeah, it's absolutely.
How would I not be safe? So am I safe to drive?
What's your address? What's your address? What's your address? It's going to be like this the whole time.
Yeah.
So you can continue to obstruct our
So
investigation.
here's the thing. I can leave you and let you. You're not required to comply with our investigations. I mean, you have to answer our questions if we're conducting an investigation. Otherwise, you're obstructing our investigation.
Really? Is that how the Fifth Amendment?
Yeah.
Do you know your amendments?
I don't think you do.
Okay, so I can put you through a couple of standard field sobriety tests and see if you're good to drive. And if you are, then we'll get out of here and we'll let you drive. Okay? And we won't ask you more questions.
Sitting in a vehicle and driving.
Somebody calling in because they were concerned about you because you were partially on the roadway.
We can go to the jail and we can do this in front of a judge.
I'm not.
And we can have that conversation there.
If that's what you want to do.
That's absolutely fine.
I want to do that. If I want to do that, I would have driven to.
I don't want to do that either. If I wanted to do that.
There actually is a law against sleeping in public.
Really?
Yeah.
So am I in public or am I on private property?
If you're at the park, like you just said.
I didn't say at the park. I said it's public space.
Public access. So, do you live in these apartments?
Do you?
Do you live in these apartments?
Do you?
No, I don't live in these apartments. Do you? I answered your question. You gonna answer mine?
You're giving me a ticket for being in the road.
Am I giving you a ticket? Yes.
Investigating? No, because you can't for being in the road.
I can't?
You told me. Well, I mean, you could.
I give you a ticket. I can pick for being in the roadway or loitering because you're on private property that you claim to have no business being.
Well, I'm sure that I can prove the judge in the case that successful rather quickly and easily by.
And that's fine. If you want to go and argue your case in court, that's fine. But I'm not going to argue it with you here on the side of the road. Okay? So you can.
You're going to give me a ticket for being unsafe when I told you exactly what I did.
He's going to conduct a couple of tests, field sobriety tests. Are you willing to?
Are you willing to comply with some field sobriety tests?
So what are my options there? Go to jail?
Are you willing to comply with the field sobriety test? That's the
I'm not threatening you at all.
Nobody's threatening you.
I'm here to do my job. No, you're not going to go. We're still conducting our investigation. If you allow me to finish conducting my investigation, and you will.
Here's what I don't understand. No, you.
Okay. So you'll agree to take the state step?
What I don't understand is what indication that I'm intoxicated I've given.
The officers repeatedly asked Mr. Martin if he will quote.
A lot of people think getting professional help while taking care of a loved one is only for the wealthy. But the reality is, there are plenty of free programs.
If you will quote comply with standardized field sobriety tests, or SFSTs. SFSTs are roadside assessments used by law enforcement officers to gauge a driver's level of impairment, typically involving balance, coordination, and cognitive tasks, such as the walk and turn, one-leg stand, and horizontal gaze and stagnation. These tests are thought to help officers decide whether probable cause exists to arrest a driver on suspicion of driving under the influence. However, the use of SFSTs is controversial, with critics arguing that the tests are unreasonably subjective, as they rely heavily on an officer's individual judgment, which can lead to inconsistent or biased interpretations of a driver's performance. Other opponents question the scientific basis for relying on SFSTs to produce evidence of impairment. For instance, researcher Stephen Rubenzer concluded in his 2008 publication, The Standardized Field Sobriety Test, a review of scientific and legal issues, that, quote, the SFSTs are not validated as tests of impaired driving or as indicators of loss of normal physical functioning. The SFSTs cannot be used to estimate BAC in court and lack specificity for alcohol. The limited reliability data suggests that variations in administration or scoring from one police officer to another will be a substantial source of error, regardless whether BAC or behavioral impairment is the criterion. The SFSTs were introduced into widespread use before thorough testing was completed, and the results independently replicated. Even more than 20 years later, many basic questions concerning their use have not been answered. The effects of many variables, including medical conditions, fatigue, and fear, have not been examined. Further research is needed to justify their widespread use and to establish whether, in light of the current legal environment, the current SFST battery is the best available or good enough for distinguishing those who are impaired from those who are not. Regardless of the controversy, courts currently recognize FSTs as valid, and officers regularly use them to gather additional evidence of impairment when investigating a potential DUI offense. However, Oklahoma law does not require citizens to submit to FSTs if they are suspected of DUI. They retain the right to refuse to participate. Given that FSTs are voluntary and not required by law, a driver's refusal to perform these tests cannot be characterized as quote-unquote willfully obstructing an officer in the performance of a duty in violation of Oklahoma's obstruction statute. Accordingly, while the officers were free to request that Mr. Martin participate in SFSTs, they would not be in their lawful authority to arrest him solely for refusing to quote-unquote comply with testing.
At any point in this other people study this whole, it's uncommon at 3 o'clock in the afternoon for somebody to be asleep behind the wheel of their vehicle, not legally parked in a parking space on private property.
Will you comply with the field sobriety test or not?
For what?
Yes or no? Yes, yes or no?
You're in the video,
No, yes or no?
Now I feel like this is harassment. Is there a supervisor available? That's me. I'm the supervisor. You're a supervisor.
He is the
I am the supervisor. Same conversation. Was that you? Were you in? I don't believe so. I don't believe I've ever met you
I
before.
don't even know where I would have met you. Yes or no? Yes or no?
See,
Yes or no?
You didn't understand what private property was when you're in a parking complex. It was public property. You live in this apartment complex?
No, he doesn't. I'm familiar. So I think we should just go to Mays County Jail.
We're going to go to the county jail for obstruction at this point.
All you want to do is to argue.
I'm not arguing.
He was intoxicated then.
No, it wasn't. And that's what I feel like he's intoxicated now. Otherwise, you wouldn't be passed out behind the wheel of the vehicle. I wasn't passed out. I was asleep when I woke up from the car. So we drove to the starting space.
You said maybe.
I didn't have to speak to a supervisor.
He is
You
the
are speaking to a supervisor. They're all out right now. That happens every time. I want to speak to a supervisor. There's one supervisor assigned.
Supervisor ain't right here.
There's one supervisor. There's one supervisor assigned per shift. Okay, that's me. So then, at 6 o'clock this afternoon, there will be a different supervisor here. Violating people's law. I mean,
It's a conversation you can have with the
you don't have a constitutional right to speak to a supervisor anyway. I'm trying to work with you.
We tried. We tried to ask you. You don't have a ticket in your hand.
Okay, so am I free to go?
No, you've been asking people to comply.
For sitting in a car, taking a nap when I told you I'm taking a nap because I'm too tired to drive. And a little bit further to go, and I was tired, so I'm and you won't even tell me how far that is to go. What to do when you're too tired? So you should keep on going? Go over somewhere safe to sleep? Somewhere safe to sleep? I mean, I don't think that's... Where is somewhere safe? I mean, legally parked, we could argue that. Even though this isn't
Over this and over this and over this. You're not even in a parking spot. We got called here because of in this truck specific.
I'm not in the...
You are in the easement. Look, if you look, it's still city property.
Tried what?
Officer Bennett claims that Mr. Martin is quote-unquote obstructing the officer's investigation by not answering their questions. Oklahoma law defines obstruction broadly. Oklahoma law defines obstruction broadly. According to Section 540 of Title 21 of the Oklahoma statutes, quote, any person who willfully delays or obstructs any public officer in the discharge or attempt to discharge any duty of his or her office is guilty of a misdemeanor. Courts have found that this statute can cover both physical and non-physical interference with an officer's duties. However, citizens are generally not required to assist officers in their investigations, even when they have been lawfully detained, as the Supreme Court explained in the 1984 case of Berkemer versus McCarty. During a Terry stop, quote, the officer may ask the detainee a moderate number of questions to determine his identity and to try to obtain information confirming or dispelling the officer's suspicions. But the detainee is not obliged to respond, and unless the detainee's answers provide the officer with probable cause to arrest him, he must then be released. Now, there may be an exception to this general rule when a citizen has a legal obligation to provide answers to the officer's question. For instance, in the 2004 case of Heibel versus 6th Judicial District Court of Nevada, the Supreme Court held that it did not violate the Fourth Amendment for a state to require a suspect to disclose his name in the course of a Terry stop. In reaching this conclusion, the court discussed the language in the Berkemer case, determining that the passage merely recognized that the Fourth Amendment itself did not require citizens to answer questions, but states were still permitted to create an independent legal obligation that detainees identify themselves, such as a stop and identify statute. Similarly, in the 2011 case of Koch versus City of Del City, the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals, which has jurisdiction over Oklahoma, concluded that an officer was entitled to qualified immunity for arresting a citizen under Oklahoma's obstruction statute for refusing to answer his questions during investigative detention, holding that there was no clearly established precedent recognizing a right to refuse to respond to an officer's questions during a Terry stop. However, the court specifically limited its conclusion to the facts of the case, which were unique because the suspect was under a judicial order requiring the defendant to answer the exact kind of questions that she refused to answer during the Terry stop. As the 10th Circuit later explained when discussing the Koch case and the 2012 case of Kaufman versus Higgs, quote, we held that it was not unreasonable for the officer to think that Ms. Koch had a legal obligation arising from the judicial order to reveal the information he requested, despite Ms. Koch's countervailing Fifth Amendment rights. The court then concluded that officers did not have arguable probable cause to arrest an individual for refusing to answer a question when they had no legal duty under a statute, subpoena, or judicial order to aid the police in their investigation, determining that it was not reasonable for the officers to believe that the suspect was legally obligated to reveal potentially incriminating information. Accordingly, because Mr. Martin had no apparent legal duty to answer the officer's questions, it is unlikely that a court would conclude that his refusal to answer them constituted obstruction, even if a court found that he was lawfully detained. And if a court were to determine that the officers did not have legal grounds to conduct a Terry stop, which seems more probable, then it is even more likely that an obstruction charge would fail, because, as the 10th Circuit explained in the Kaufman case, the law is well established that a citizen has no obligation to answer an officer's question during a consensual encounter, which is what the interaction would be considered if the court found the detention to be unlawful.
To reason with you when you're unreasonable. Reason with me? It's hard to reason with them. It's complicated anyway, so that makes sense.
When we try to give you the opportunity to show us that you're not intoxicated, and you just want to sit here and argue with us. Like I said, I'm not going to argue with you on the side of the road. We'll just...
You're making it real sense.
That's what you... If you have anything illegal on anything's going to poke, stick, or stab me, anything's going to be illegal, it would be considered contraband if you take it into a jail facility. Middle. Alright, come on. Oh, yeah, push me out. Yeah. See right here, be careful. Don't hit your knee on the computer mounted. That's pretty bad. I don't disagree with you.
What's the charge?
Obstruction.
Obstruction of what?
They obstructed me in the performance of my duties.
What duty?
I'm trying to perform an investigation here, and you won't answer any of my questions.
I answered every question you asked me.
Okay.
What question did I answer?
You didn't answer any of my questions. You just asked more questions of why I needed to know, and I tried to explain it to you. So we'll argue about it in court. It's fine.
Tow it and I'll inventory it. Ask somebody here if it's fair to say. I mean, it's partially in the
It's partially in the, yeah, so, yeah.
I'll have contact with you over there.
Okay.
This resume is getting seen, just not by who you want. You need a better plan.
I need Indeed.
An Indeed profile.
Remember the Chamber of Commerce thing? I'll offer you a blood test. Hang on just a second. You've been arrested, and you are requested to submit to a test or tests to determine the presence and or concentration of intoxicants in your body. The test will be a blood test. If a blood test is performed, it will be done by approved medical personnel under Oklahoma law. If you complete the state's test, you may have an additional test at your own expense. You are not entitled to consult with an attorney prior to making your decision to submit to the state's test. You may refuse the state's test, but as a consequence, your driving privileges will be revoked or denied. If you are 21 years of age or older and the test is .08 or more alcohol concentration, your driving privileges will be revoked or denied. Will you take the state's test? It's going to be a blood test.
I don't understand. I can't talk to an attorney.
That's correct. This is the implied consent. Test
Yeah, I
request.
see what it says, but I don't understand. It says, I didn't do anything. You know I'm not intoxicated.
I don't know that you're not intoxicated. You have the option to submit to the state's test. I can read it to you again if you would like for more clarification. It's going to be a blood test.
It doesn't really clarify. I mean, what?
This is the state law, and this is what I'm required to reach.
I understand.
Okay, then you have the right to say that you will or you will not.
So my driving privileges were revoked.
You refuse. So
until when? Anyway, that's what I'm.
I mean,
I'm just not understanding.
until you go through the court, until you go through the court process, and they determine.
This is.
Well, you've been arrested. Okay. I don't think that you're. I don't feel that you're drinking alcohol, but I think you're under the influence of something.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm down there slamming heroin. It's halfway between my house and home, or my house and home.
Some kind of drugs, pills, something. So.
I'm under the influence of owning a business and working more often than I sleep.
Okay, you want me to read this test again? Or you will not take the state's test. Okay. They're just we're logged down at this time, so that has refused to take the state's test. Alright, go ahead. It's through Oklahoma driver's license. He was arguing the whole time. He wouldn't tell me anything. Like, I'll go out to the show on his channel. You gonna be signed on for service? I am signed on.
According to court records, Mr. Martin was ultimately charged with being in actual physical control of a motor vehicle while he was not charged with obstruction. However, on March 31st, 2025, the charge was dismissed at the state's request. Overall, the Pryor Creek police officers get an F for demonstrating a fundamental misunderstanding of Oklahoma law, for maintaining a hostile and confrontational attitude throughout the encounter, and for detaining and arresting Mr. Martin without clear legal justification. From the start, the officer's legal foundation for detaining Mr. Martin was weak at best. Officer Bennett's claim that Mr. Martin was quote-unquote obstructing the roadway fell apart under near an complex, not on a highway or main traveled portion of a street where city ordinances might otherwise apply. The assertion that Mr. Martin was quote-unquote loitering also lacked merit, considering that Oklahoma law doesn't prohibit loitering in one's own vehicle, and the local code provides no relevant criminal statutes to support that claim. As the encounter progressed, the officers escalated the situation by invoking Oklahoma's obstruction statute based on Mr. Martin's refusal to answer their questions. However, absent any legal duty imposed by a stop and identify law, subpoena, or court order, citizens are not obligated to respond to investigatory questioning during a Terry stop. Simply refusing to speak, especially when no lawful detention has been established, is not obstruction. The decision to escalate to arrest under these flimsy pretenses was excessive and uncalled for. No reasonable officer trained in basic constitutional law could have believed there was probable cause to arrest him for obstruction. The fact that all charges were eventually dropped doesn't undo the harm caused by the unlawful detention and arrest. If anything, it underscores the absence of any legitimate foundation for the officer's conduct. This interaction is a prime example of how systemic failures in training, accountability, or both can manifest in everyday police interactions. Mr. Martin gets an A- for calmly and firmly asserting his rights, refusing to submit to the officer's unlawful demands, and for maintaining his composure during a needlessly escalated encounter. Under pressure and threat of arrest, Mr. Martin largely kept his cool and refused to cave to the officer's legally baseless demands. He didn't interfere physically, raise his voice, or attempt to flee. His refusal to answer questions or perform field sobriety tests was well within his rights, especially given the absence of any reasonable suspicion or probable cause to support the officer's actions. In fact, his firm refusal to play along likely helped expose the unlawful nature of the detention and the arrest that followed. That said, there were brief moments where Mr. Martin could have done more to clarify the nature of his objections or present a consistent verbal assertion of his rights. His tone occasionally came across as terse, which is understandable under the circumstances, but a more deliberate articulation could have added weight to his side of the encounter. Regardless, Mr. Martin's actions were constitutionally sound, proportionate to the situation, and ultimately vindicated when the charges were dismissed. His conduct offers a solid example of how to handle an unlawful stop while minimizing personal risk and maximizing public transparency. I commend Mr. Martin for remaining calm in the face of a quickly escalating situation and refusing to allow the officer's intimidation tactics to get the better of him. Let us know if there is an interaction or legal topic that you would like us to discuss in the comments below. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to check out my second channel for even more police interaction content.
Liberty Mutual. Customize your car insurance to save hundreds. Could you look away? Only pay for what you need.
What better place to stop on my return to home shores than the historic market town of Bury, famous of course for black pudding. I think that's pretty much it. We're not eating black pudding today though. Morning. It's up here on the right somewhere. Look at this car. That's funny. Yes mate! There's a big planet in between us back in the day. Yeah, of course, it's amazing. Alright, yeah, that's amazing. You too. Love the video. Cheers, thank you. Thanks. Here we go. Good day. I'm here for your big, I don't even really know what it is, but like a big food challenge thing.
Do you want to grab a seat around the corner here?
This table might be a little excessive for one person. But it made the video look good. Right. This is what lines are for today. An oversized platter of Mexican food. We got burgers, nachos, burritos, tacos, all kinds of stuff. And it says, quote, reckon you can beat it? 40 quid says you can't. We'll see about that.
So 45 minutes, you have to eat everything on the platter, all the sauces. If you need to drink it, then drink it.
Ooh, the sauce is included. If you need to drink it, then drink it. I like the sound of that.
Yeah, no sharing, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Do your best.
Sweet. Ooh. That is a substantial amount of food. Don't people in Bury have jobs? What is it, like 12 o'clock? You're all in the pub. Alright, we're at the Northern Craft House today, which is in Bury. Is it Bury or Bury? I should probably know that from the north. Does this have a special name, or...?
It's there to share, so you can either share it between a couple of people, or 3 people, or take it on your own, like sort of it.
And if you take it on by yourself, you get 45 minutes?
45 minutes.
And if you do it, it's on the house.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's 40 quid. Is that right? I don't know why I'm looking at you, you don't even work here. Nobody's done it yet, right? What's on here?
You've got chicken burrito, pulled pork, tacos, mini side burgers, pizza tops, big fries, chili cheese nachos, big fries, hot wings.
Hot wings?
Hot wings.
God, no.
And then you've got sauces, capsaicin, cheese,
And you've got to finish the sauce, right? If you need to drink it, you got to drink it. Alright, I like the sound of that. I feel like Randy now, man. I don't normally get like a round of applause. Start with chicken wings. Wait, are those hot? Maybe I won't start with the chicken wings. These little mini burgers. Yeah, seems as good a place to start today. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode. First off, let me just apologise if the video looks a little bit, well, out of focus, let's be frank. The camera decided that Emmeline Pankhurst's face was more important than mine, which of course is historically true, but still, I'll try to sharpen it up a bit as best I can. Are these pulled pork tacos? Oh, delicious. You can put the music back on if you want. I don't really want people to just sit and listen to me eat. And no stone roses. I'm only joking. I don't want an army of shaggy-haired, Stone Island-clad angry people burning effigies of me. Anyway, today, it's another unbeaten one. Zach, stay in school, don't do drugs, so you don't end up doing something like this for a living, yeah? Is that alright? Thanks, man. Whoa, these tacos are delicious. Yeah, true, but there's plenty more with which to assault the senses on this one. Lots of variety, costs 40 nicker, but if you can finish it, you guessed it, it's free. Straight balls over here. Those are a little bit spicy. I'm really excited. You could probably beat me at spicy challenge, no doubt. They've definitely got a kick to them. It could be for personal consumption only. Best not to throw on that. Run the paprika dusted tater tots now. More tater balls really than tater tots. Still makes a pleasant change from fries. Oh, thank you. We're not doing bad so far. Those are tangy to say the least. Densely packed. You know what this one is? One of the two, alright. That was peppercorn. Probably not a traditional sauce to accompany a burrito, but it tastes good. You guys just play songs by bands from Manchester? I'm getting that. Yeah, they do seem to have a somewhat exclusionary music policy here at Northern Craft House. Stone Roses, James, Oasis, The Smiths. Not that there's anything wrong with any of those bands, of course. A bit tribal though. First I thought it was maybe a northern thing, but I didn't hear any pulp or the Crips or anything like that. Anyway, I digress. We're on to the focal point of the meal here, the chicken burrito, which was hench, to say the least. Tasty though. I don't know if you want to take this, to tell you the truth. Thank you. We're about halfway, I think. I feel alright, yeah? It's funny to me, I can just see like a hand around that corner, like filming the whole thing. Your hand must be getting tired now. 10 minutes. I reckon we're probably, what, about halfway done with the food here? With a good half hour left, not bad. I think these are halloumi fries. I better use some of this chipotle mayo because I don't think I'll be able to drink that. It's a bit thick to drink. Yeah, same could probably be said for the peppercorn, which felt like a bit of a weird addition to me, slightly out of place on what is largely a pretty Tex-Mex offering. Tasty good though. Tough to say the tacos were really good. I'm just happy to be eating something that's not like a full English breakfast. That's like 90% of the food challenges in England. Yeah, well, we'll see. I think that might be me teeing up the do you have a dessert menu line there. Let's not get ahead of ourselves though. Plenty of comestibles still awaiting consumption. Fortunately, the chili was not particularly spicy. I get the feeling the hot wings might be though. Still may still drop back. Besides the big pile of dirty fries and some halloumi dipper things to contend with before the wings. Seems to have started using a fork though. I wonder if that's on account of the larger than expected gathering of people watching. Do you know how long I've been going? 17 minutes. I I've done that thing where I didn't really use any of the sauce when I should have used it, so it's just all left over now. I'm a bit scared by the chicken wings. Are they hot? How hot are they? Oh, God. They can't be that bad, surely. You're gonna inspect the bones. Why did I leave all the sauce to the end? I almost think halloumi's best accompanied by a sweet chili or something like that. Not peppercorn. Yeah, I think halloumi's a pretty salty type of cheese, right? So it generally tends to go best with some form of preserve, like a fancy jam or something. 20 minutes. Almost halfway. I'm really hoping these aren't that hot. I decided to leave them to the end because I thought like that's probably the most sensible thing to do. Yeah, tactically very astute, I've got to say it. Had they been brutally hot, it wouldn't have been a good idea to start with them. Fortunately, they weren't that bad. I'm cleaning the bones, look. Oh, there it is. It had a bit of a zing going on, but nothing the like of which would derail even a washer like me. Enough to make me grimace a bit, but that's about it. Oh. They're not hot. Oh. I feel like they're getting spicy. Yeah, they're steady. The last couple seem to have had a bit more sauce, but that's about it really. Just another excuse for me to have a bit of a whinge, you know me. Just the sauce truck to go now. Hope you enjoyed it, and I'll catch you next one. There's a woman over there who must have like the greatest arm endurance on planet Earth because she's been filming me this whole time. Just the sauce to go now. I think that's what I'm supposed to do. That's actually quite nice. Just as a drink. Not sure the peppercorn will be the same.
I just found out that one of my favorite games, Magic the Gathering, is available on mobile, and I am hyped. Magic is my...
Alright, today we're at Furisato Bar and Grill, which is in Machull near Liverpool, where every Wednesday they do all-you-can-eat chicken wings. Now, all-you-can-eat chicken wings is nothing new. Wing Wednesday, that happens everywhere. But here, top of the leaderboard, is none other than Paddy the Baddy.
Always going for the first. Always.
Yeah, what was he like? 15th ranked lightweight UFC fighter in the world, something like that. And this cat can't keep my name out of his mouth.
Just watch food challenges. We just sit there watching that beard meets food, eat food challenges.
So we had to shut him up. Already taken care of one UFC fighter this year, Tom Aspinall, interim heavyweight champion of the world. And I'm pretty sure my gran could beat him in a eating contest. So Paddy being a much more accomplished eater, I foresee this being a little bit more difficult. Hopefully we're going to get in there and top the leaderboard though. Don't know if you win anything, but I'll do it for the pride. Let's get it! Furisato means kind of like home away from home. It's Japanese, but this is not a Japanese restaurant, it's Pan-Asian. That's what you're supposed to call it now. Take my hoodie off. Be in business today. A little bit lightheaded then. Yeah, Paddy's no pushover, man. 47 wings. It's not going to be easy to top. I'm gonna treat myself. Pina colada is my favourite cocktail. So I think if I beat the record, I'm gonna get one of those. Gotta save space for dessert though, because according to the articles I've seen, Paddy actually had dessert as well. So it stands to reason that if I beat the number of wings he's eaten, I've also got to eat dessert. Otherwise, it doesn't really count, right? I think I'd be a striker. You know, if I was, I wouldn't be, you know, grappling guy. I wouldn't be a grappling guy. I'm a loving that fire. There's nobody left to love.
Are you a fan of Paddy the fighter?
I was kind of hoping Tony Ferguson might get the better of him, but here we are. Who's Tony Ferguson? He's got some interesting buzzwords and catchphrases, hasn't he, Patrick? You little fart, you f***ing Spanish sausage. Sausage? There's some other good ones. He calls people some really quite funny things. Also looks like Chris Griffin, doesn't he, when he rehydrates? He lives nearby. I hope he doesn't turn up and like armbar me halfway through.
If you could beat him in a food challenge?
Well, I mean, we've been trying to get him on the channel for a while. Because I know he watches, he and Meatball Molly both watch my videos from time to time. I'm pretty sure I could deck him in. I'd Ian, obviously. Maybe Patrick can't overhead press, strict overhead press 80 kilos. I've got the distinct feeling here that the owners are quite good friends with Paddy. So I'm of the suspicion that they might make this quite difficult for me. Just might be a bit of Beard Means Food tax on this. They might be on the blows for him now. Paddy, the guy's here to try and beat your record. Come down and rear naked, choke him. Right, so Paddy's done 47, yeah?
That's the record. Paddy's absolutely smashed it. He came in, just absolutely wolfed them down. Had, I don't know how many portions, but he was on it for a while. And yeah, he's just absolutely won it by a landslide. So.
And it's every Wednesday. How much does it cost?
$19.95 to get it all there on the menu. You got 90 minutes to finish the challenge. 5 wings to a portion. So you've got to get through every single wing before you order the next portion. You know, can't leave any meat on the bone, otherwise, you know, it's cheating. So there you go. Yeah, and you can mix and match the flavors as best you want. If you want to go for the Korean, then go for the salt and pepper or honey sriracha. You can mix and match it as you like, but you know, you can't order one flavor and then say, I don't like this, gonna send it back. It's like whatever's put in front of you, you've got to get through it.
I would never, unless you've got mushroom flavoured wings, which I'm pretty sure don't exist. So I think we'll be alright. Ooh, I can see some chicken wings coming over the pass now. Did you order the first flavour? You took creative direction on that, yeah?
So your first portion there, these are the Korean wings.
Oh, thank you very much. This is the most famous flavour.
I'll say so, it's the most popular one anyway. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright. Still pretty warm. I wonder how lenient they're going to be with the meat left on the bone. Got to clean this right down to the bone, yeah?
As polished as you can get it, trust me. As much as you get off.
Does that look clean enough?
Yeah, that's good enough for me. Yeah. We've had worse, so yeah.
These are really delicious. What flavour is that? Korean. I think so, yeah. He said the Korean are their most famous. And I can see why those were yummy. 5 down. Can I get some more of those, please?
Adam, are you not worried that Paddy might turn up? Because you've made some outlandish claims about him on the podcast. Like, I'm pretty sure you've said that you wanted him to get knocked out.
I actually said, and I quote, I'd like to see him get splattered. So I hope he doesn't turn up. I'm sure he won't. I'm sure he's got better things to do with his time, but if he does, I might just jump behind that booth over there. They're all quick.
Second portion.
Wait, what kind of girls do you look for?
I look for the honest ones, the ones that's loyal. You know, you got to mess with the girl that like you, not the one you like. The one you like, they gonna hear fuck you, hell no, maybe later. But the one that like you, you'll never hear them say no. It's more easier to function and operate with them.
What's the longest one of your girls has been with you?
I always get.
I'm gonna pause it quickly because I know I want to play. I can't play the whole video because it gets me demonetized. But let me tell you something, man. When you have low self-esteem, you're naturally going to be attracted to those with money. There's a big portion about this game that pimps with high self-esteem will have easier rosters because they're gonna judge the woman based on how much she likes him versus how much he likes her back.
A 5, a 10, a 7, 8, 9 year run.
That's great.
I've got one now. I've had a 30-year run.
Wow. Damn. What is the basis of the pimp and prostitute relationship? Is it she needs to like you? She needs to find you attractive?
She's got to like you. And when they give you your money, when they give you their money, you know they like you. When they help you and listen to you, be there for you, time aid and assist, you know they like you. That's the ones you keep on your side. They don't like you. When it comes time for a touchdown, they're gonna fumble the ball.
Yeah.
Nobody can duplicate my style.
Quickly. This is like if you're picking an athlete, if you're picking a basketball prospect, you go with the one with the most athleticism from the beginning, the one that has all of the physical gifts, because you teach them the other things. You can't teach athleticism, and it's kind of similar to that, where you go after the women who like you, because from there you can mold them.
But there are so many whores that there's nothing mysterious anymore. Like there's you can open your phone, whore, as soon as you open your phone.
When too much of a good thing turns into a bad thing.
Do you want to choke the chicken? So annoying. Why does it smell like that?
I'm tired of cleaning up your mess. Can you sit down when you go?
Most of you said body count shouldn't matter, it doesn't matter. If body count doesn't matter, if it shouldn't matter, what is your body count? Natasha, we'll start with you.
Wait, you just asked my body count?
Yeah.
I would rather not say.
Alright, Cynthia.
I still prefer not. Just out of respect for my family. Yeah, I'd rather not say.
Man, the hypocrisy and idiocracy of the modern woman. And they wonder why we can't get on board. Man, this is some shit, I'll tell you.
Okay, y'all know how red my face is. But I just wanted to get on here and say that I feel like the world is set up to be against single moms. Like,
I will always choose you.
Oh, well. Take those meat flaps and fly yourself to the fucking gym.
I am twice vaccinated. That's my gang sign.
I think your gang sign's a fucking jelly donut.
I think my son finally has a girlfriend. He just made me pull over so he could talk to someone. Look at this.
who is he talking to? Oh, he couldn't talk to her in the car.
I think your son takes it in the ass.
It's not like I'm offending anybody, alright? I'm just simply saying, I come out here to see you prepping the chicken, and this is the flavors? Salt, pepper, and onion powder. I'm not gonna eat it. There's no flavor in this house. I asked for hot sauce, and all you got me was ketchup. I can't ever go to Flavor Town. I can't enjoy my dinner. I'm done. Stop the films.
That pesky bag of chips. I hope none of y'all watching this while you're driving. Stay safe out there.
Make yourself at home. Meet my son. Welcome. Make yourself at home. This is my roommate and also my ex-boyfriend.
What up, baby? Thanks, baby. Where you going?
Welcome. Make yourself at home. We have morning routines. Welcome. Make yourself at home. This is my best friend. He's a little short.
That's exactly how it works.
Y'all, cause this nigga think he tough. I don't give a fuck, bitch. I don't give a fuck about none of that pussy ass, nigga. Jumping ass, nigga. You feeling froggy, huh? You feeling, bitch, you feeling froggy, huh? Say something else. Say something else about my baby mama back here.
Man, I've seen this fight happen like 5 times at the bar in PB, I swear to God.
This boy needed later if he could build my bookshelf.
See, this is what George Washington fought for when he founded this country. Free market capitalism. Just doing the damn thing. Just the good old barter system.
She's got something he wants, and he's got a skill that she needs. Doesn't get much better than that. It's free market capitalism in the greatest country in the world. Love to see it.
A Japanese knife for 20 bucks? Holy shit, this deal is insane. But they literally have too many knives and need them gone fast. So I'm at my neighbor's barbecue last weekend, and I watched this poor guy turn perfectly good tomatoes into complete mush. I'm watching him.
First night she burned out, so we'll see how it turn out,
Hey guys, so I'm looking for a list of countries that tax the shit out of their own citizens and then send the money to the United States. If anyone can help me out with that, that'd be fantastic.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Here is my little family. That's my hubby. Two of my boys. There's another one. And I am currently pregnant. But I am an African American black woman. I have multiple kids. Of course, that means I have multiple baby daddies. Because my two older are only 15 months apart, I knew I had to get it in really, really fast. After I had my first one, he was only 5 months old. I went and found some random on the street and made sure I got it in really, really quickly before I even healed interiorly and had my second.
Holy hell. Modern women, man, it's outrageous. They never really have a good story to tell. I can't believe this dude's laying there, going on the internet, allowing this shit to even take place, but I can't get in everyone's head, so I don't know what's going on, but man, if in this day and age, you know, the women have really ruined the idea that we'd have a relationship or have anything that we could even really put on a pedestal or want to take care of. So out of hand, guys. Stay single, have fun. It's a great time. You'll find real peace, trust me.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but you're not ugly. You just gotta get in the gym, all right? Lose a little bit of this and get a little bit of that. Get in the gym. You've been putting it off way too long. Let's go.
Fellas, if you want to make sure you never lose your girl, always have another one.
Scooty Scoo!
That's what you love when you see me. That's what you love when you see me.
I want you to take it personal. And my personal question to you is, why not you? You've got the brains. You can make decisions. You can study the plan. You can change your life. You can grow immensely in the next few years. You can make your dreams come true. You can build a financial wall around your family nothing can get through. You can become healthy. You can become powerful. Why not you?
All right, guys, it just comes down to a decision to change your life. With Trump in office, we have a strong chance of having a great economy. So, put some plans together, evaluate it properly, study a demographic, and figure out what you can do to become a millionaire in the next 4 years. All right, y'all, let's see what I got for you today. I'll take a second to talk about business and your expectation that it would cover all your life expenses immediately. And when people start entrepreneurialism, they have this, it's almost a necessity that their bills are paid, clearly, but they want it to be done by
This is my hand. I can take my hand and I can stick it in here and I can play with these fish. And then I can take this.
Let me tell you something. Grab your loads. Hide your wives. Stay in the goddamn house. Cause Florida just legalized
open carry starting today. Now moving over, forward and upward. Every street confrontation that you get into gonna lead to a stand your ground situation. This law is disturbing and it's very, very dangerous. But it ain't dangerous for the people that got emotional intelligence and firearm experience and got their control over their goddamn trigger finger. But for the YNs that's already hot in the ass, this shit finna be some trouble. I'm trying to figure out how they legalize open carry gun laws before they legalize ganja laws. This seemed to me like somebody in their goddamn law office trying to set off the purge alarm. Cause now these YNs gonna be walking to the goddamn corner store with the blinky all out in the hand and it's legal. The police don't need no goddamn excuses to aim, fire, and shoot your ass no more. Especially if they pull you over and you got that blinky sitting right there on the seat and it cocked. Or you walking with it in your goddamn hand and the police stop your ass from the back and he don't see it, you finna go meet your maker. Cause they know shit is. He got a gun. Cover. Boom. This shit sound like some goddamn Wild West shit. Just got to give it a Wild West. This sound like a World War III somewhere in the midst with all that goddamn truck got going on in that office. And the scary part is, you don't need a license to carry in an open carry state. You need a permit to conceal a firearm, but not open carry. Florida has officially joined the list of states where you can walk around with your gun on your goddamn hip in plain sight. For almost 40 years, Florida had a ban on open carry. That ban was just struck down by the courts, and now the streets are about to look real different. Now let's get into the rules on how you can stay legal if you walk around with the blinky concealer. Now you finna open carry. Listen. Just because it's legal don't mean you can do whatever you want. If you open carry and don't know the law, you can end up arrested or worse. Here's what you gotta know to stay on the right side of the law. You must legally own the gun you carry. Felons and prohibited persons can't carry. So all you YNs that got you a charge already, you out on bond, you on house arrest, you on probation, you can't carry no goddamn firearm. That's prohibited. Now here's another misconception. People think they can just walk around with their gun in their hand. That ain't open carry. Open carry is the gun must be in a holster and visible, not stuffed in your waistband like a goddamn some shit you seen on the goddamn Scarface movie. You still can't take it everywhere. Schools, courthouses, bars, airports, and government buildings are still off limits with firearms. If a store or a business says no guns allowed, you got to respect that, or you consider trespassing. Your ass going to jail. Never wave your firearm around or use it to intimidate somebody, because that's still considered. If police approach you, you better cooperate. Don't try to play tough with the law. You done seen Trayvon Martin. You done seen George Floyd. You done seen what they just did to that boy in that car in goddamn Jacksonville. You see how them people play. Don't play with them because you think you strapped. Don't work like that. Now here are some other open carry states. Florida is late to the party. It's a bunch of states already letting you open carry. Texas, Arizona, Alaska, Georgia, Kansas, Kentucky, Michigan, New Hampshire, and Wyoming all allow open carry with no permit. Now some states you need a permit to carry, but a few states still ban it all outright. But the trend is clear. More and more states are allowing people to walk strapped in the open. Let's talk about the dark side of this shit. This the part that don't nobody want to talk about. Every time a state relaxes gun laws like this, the crime rate goes up. Studies show gun assaults jump by 24% when states loosened up open carry laws. gun homicides up double digits, and the police clearance rates go down, meaning less crime solved. And let's just keep it real. A lot of folks don't even know the law like that. They gonna think I can carry this pistol everywhere, anywhere I want to. You wrong. Not ignorance. That's how confrontation starts. Confrontation starts. That's how people get. And that's how Florida crime rate finna spike. Now here's the bottom line on this situation. Florida just flipped the switch on open carry. The law says it's your right to carry legally. But how you use that right can decide if you end up free, locked up, or dead. Now other states already showed us the power. More guns out in the open don't equal more safety. It usually means more heat, more confusion, and more blood in the streets. You better know the rules. You better move smart. Don't be in the news headlines. Cause you know everybody looking for a reason right now, and they got stand your ground law in Florida. Very, very risky. Very dangerous, especially for the little ones, especially for the little white heads that don't know how to shoot. They hitting the building, they knocking out grandmas and shit like that. Innocent people dying over the misuse of firearms, but they want to goddamn sign off on this law. Think about what I'm saying. Y'all make sure y'all like this video. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to my channel. Y'all make sure y'all share this video. Very important. If you know somebody in Florida.
Imagine this for a second. You're sitting at your laptop, you're sipping your morning coffee, scrolling through an online real estate auction. It's a sheriff's sale. These things happen every week, and you're looking through the available properties to see if maybe, just maybe, you can find a place for yourself. Well, in these search results, you see a lot. Not a huge lot, just a piece of dirt, but a big enough piece of dirt to where maybe if you buy this, you could build yourself a house here someday. You click, you place a low bid for $5,000, thinking that nothing will come of it, but you actually win the auction. Exciting moment, but then the paperwork comes in and you start reading through line by line. And as you start to understand what you just bought, your stomach drops, because it's not just the lot that you won at this auction. You bought the entire road, the entire street, pavement, the access point for every other home in that neighborhood. The question is, what do you even do in a situation like this? Well, that's the exact pickle that Jason Fauntleroy found himself in, which at a glance seems like a huge win.
At Butler County Sheriff's Office auction, Jason Fauntleroy bought this lot hoping to build a home on it. But the purchase didn't come with just a sliver of land, it came with this entire street.
This whole thing ended up becoming a nightmare for Jason. He landed in a 3-year legal standoff with the city, who didn't like the fact that he accidentally just bought the street, Bloomfield Court. Today, let's talk about the crazy true story of how an Ohio man accidentally bought a street for $5,000, and then the incredibly frustrating battle that he faced with the city following the auction. I think it's important to start this off by saying Jason was not some real estate shark. He was just a guy in Ohio looking for a decent deal. The story starts in 2021 in Trenton, which is a small city north of Cincinnati. Trenton was holding a sheriff's auction one morning, just like many towns do when properties fall delinquent on their mortgage or their taxes. The guy we're talking about today, he was browsing the auction site that morning looking for a house for himself, and one listing caught his eye. It was this vacant lot on Bloomfield Court. Jason thought, what the heck, this could work, so he submitted his bid for $5,000, and to his surprise, not long after that, he received the notification that he was the winning bidder.
Wanda, Queen of the Dead.
Not long after that, he received the notification that he was the winning bidder. A few days later, as more details surfaced on what he just purchased, and after reviewing the legal description, he realized this wasn't just the lot. He actually had bought the lot that he was looking at and the street. The thing is, Bloomfield Court was not a public street. It was not a city-owned street. So somehow, with the lot that Jason street also got bundled up in the auction, and nobody who was running the 9 lots that are up and down Bloomfield Court, all which at this point have houses on them, by the way, but the 9th lot, the one that's highlighted in red, that is the one that Jason bought. When Jason first had the realization of what happened here, he was stoked because on the surface it seemed exciting to get way more than he paid for. It felt like he got an entire street for free, and there must be something good that could come out of that. Of course there was a catch though, because he now owned a street, and this was not a street that he could build on or develop. This was a street that provided access to all of those other people in the neighborhood. So in reality, the street that he now owned was actually worthless, or possibly even worse than worthless. It was possible that the street was actually going to be a liability for him, because the thing is, private streets mean private responsibility. There's snow plowing, asphalt repair, liability if someone slips, crashes, or gets hurt. Every crack in the pavement. Technically, all of that is now Jason's problem, and it wasn't like he could just shut the street down either, or throw up a gate and keep everybody out. People already lived there. Their driveways opened up directly onto his road. The thing is though, Jason did not see the liability here yet. He thought that he owned something of value. So in his mind, he's like, okay, I paid $5 grand for my lot, that's great, but now I've got this street that I can potentially sell off to somebody else like the city, and who knows, maybe this street is worth 50 grand, maybe it's worth 100 grand. That wasn't completely unreasonable to think either, because raw land in this area appears to be going for about $80,000 per acre. Over the next couple of years, Jason tried to figure out his options here. Could he ever possibly build on part of this street? Could he ever resell it? Was this road actually worth anything? As he was trying to figure all this stuff out, the unexpected happened, and things were about to get a lot messier for Jason. In 2024, Trenton's city government finally decided to step in and help deal with this mess. They actually filed for eminent domain. For anybody not super familiar with this process, eminent domain allows the government to take private property away from private property owners if it's needed for public use. We're talking highways, schools, utilities. A lot of these types of projects are built with land that was seized under eminent domain. The good news for Jason, though, was that there is one catch with eminent domain that favors the property owner. The 5th Amendment of the Constitution says that the government must provide just compensation. In other words, if they do take your property, they've got to pay you fair market value for it. So the city hires an appraiser, of course, and the appraiser comes out, they do a report, they send that report over to Jason with a $5,000 value, but Jason notices that the report is missing something very critical, okay? The report acknowledges that this $5,000 value is attached to the little lot that Jason bought. It does not acknowledge the Bloomfield Court part of the property, the exact part of the property that the city is trying to take back. At this point, Jason starts calling the city manager, he's calling attorneys, he's trying to get in touch with anybody that he could find that might be willing to help him with his case, and one by one, the calls all went nowhere.
They blocked my calls, it's hard to even get the fight.
I have mixed feelings about this entire story, and the internet does too. We'll get into the Reddit comments here in a minute, but I will just say that I think the city handled things pretty poorly here. The least they could do would have been to answer Jason's calls and just explain to him exactly what was happening and why it was happening. Jason made it clear to reporters that he wasn't trying to be unreasonable, and I believe it. It's not like he was holding out for millions or something. He just wanted a fair appraisal, an acknowledgement that what he owned was more than just the lot that he thought that he bought. The city instead seemed to be taking the approach that maybe this was just a clerical error, maybe Jason never should have been allowed to buy the street in the first place, maybe this was related to some old defunct HOA issue. So yeah, the city might have been trying to play a bit of hardball here, but none of that erased the fact that Jason still at this point on paper owned Bloomfield Court. A Reddit thread on this story went viral a few months back titled, "He bought an entire street, now Trenton wants it back, but the owner says they aren't paying his worth." This thread racked up hundreds of comments, with one of the top commenters asking why it is a problem if the city takes the road back. It's not like they're taking his street and giving it to a developer. This guy doesn't really lose anything except the right to not maintain a private street that 4 or 5 of his neighbors have to use. I've never done asphalt work in my time as a contractor because I focus on residential work, but That street looked like it was in pretty bad shape, and I wouldn't be surprised if it needed $50,000 worth of work and repairs at some point. So yeah, just based on the street condition alone, this whole thing seems a bit more like a liability than an asset. This other comment got a ton of likes. This guy here said, the city's just trying to take back ownership of the street so they can maintain it. The owner's trying to get fair market value for it, which is zero because it's a street. Some people argue that there might be some corruption happening, like this person saying that this was definitely not a clerical error. This is a private street. The city wants to convert it into a public street, and they're abusing their process to do so. But then as you scroll through this, the argument tends to keep coming back to the fact that the city does not have to take ownership of the street. Jason could probably keep it if he wants to, but then the question goes back to who pays to maintain it. The reason that people are so moved by this story is because it's not really just about one guy in Ohio. This is about how thin the line is between property rights and government power. Eminent domain has always been controversial. The Supreme Court has fought over it for decades. In one case, Kelo versus the City of New London from 2005 allowed the taking of private homes to transfer land to private developers for economic development, which was a very controversial decision and led to pushbacks in a bunch of states. That same year, there was a case, Norwood versus Corney in Ohio, where the Ohio Supreme Court unanimously ruled that taking homes for economic development violated the Ohio Constitution. Jason's case isn't as flashy, but the principle remains the same, and I don't think that the government is lowballing him necessarily, but they should not be ignoring him if they're trying to take away property from him that he does in fact legally own. For Jason, this has been 3 years of stress, paperwork, and legal bills, and I couldn't find any record that this case was closed out, but I did notice on Zillow that in October of 2024, there's this transaction recorded for $1,000 on Bloomfield Court. And if you look at the price history, the same property shows a $5,000 sale happening in 2021, the same year that Jason got into this mess. My guess is that the news isn't reporting on it yet, but I think Jason bought a lot for $5,000 in 2021. I think he sold the street back to Trenton for $1,000 in 2024, and that's probably the end of the story. A little bit of a different tone on this one, but I had fun putting the video together. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll see you next week.
Whenever you're ready. Ready? Yeah.
Look, it's very rare that brothers grow up with their kids in America. And when you say that, it shouldn't be shocking.
But these two men right here.
Grow up visiting their dad.
What? These two?
That's why I know I can never do it. It is common. I'm not arguing that with you.
Your kids grew up with you?
My kids are in my house every day. I'm taking them to practice.
That is so beautiful. That is so beautiful.
Hey everybody, joint custody in Kentucky now means equal time with the children. At least that's where the discussions start.
A new law says joint custody is now the default when parents split up. Local 12's Angela Ingram talked with family lawyers about what that means for parents and children of divorce. Angela.
But what if, when you filed for divorce, you knew that your spouse would get 50-50 custody? Would that affect your decision? Kentucky.
In Kentucky, the starting point for a judge is that both parents will have joint custody and also 50-50 parenting time. Governor Matt Bevin just signed it into law.
Kentucky has a law where 50-50 is the default. Now, obviously, there are exceptions if there's, domestic violence or whatever, but the default is 50-50. So not like Detroit where the default is every other weekend. If you knew your ex was going to get the kids 50% of the time right off, would that affect your decision to file for divorce?
This is the first law of its kind in the country, and what I will say is that in this area, in the northern Kentucky area, for us attorneys that practice in, especially Boone, Campbell, and Kenton counties, this is what's been going on for years with most of the judges.
Supporters of the new law say it allows for more stable upbringing of children. Attorneys who specialize in family law point out that judges have a lot of leeway and that although both parents will start on an even playing field, there are factors that can change a judge's ruling.
Certainly, I think the law is a good thing. Like you said, 50-50. If they want equality, they get equality. I won't buy the sympathy thing of like, we stand in an abusive relationship because one of them defeats you. They hit you and you call the police, like that's grounds for them being an unfit parent. The idea that, you can stay in an abusive relationship, that's just stupid, it don't make sense.
Certainly if there's any domestic violence involved, that would play a big role. And more than likely, each parent's prior participation in the child's life.
Did you know that equal shared parenting laws decrease divorce rates? Well, it's true, and Kentucky proved it. In 2018, Kentucky passed a 50-50 equal shared parenting law. And since then, divorce rates have slowly declined.
If you didn't grow up with a mother and a father who love you together, right, you don't know. You find out the hard way, and you become jaded in some way. You know what I mean? It's like, she got rights over my child and I can't do nothing but shut up. I just had my daughter.
So Kentucky just shocked the nation with a 25% drop in divorces. The question, of course, is how and what exactly changed within the past few years. Well, back in 2018, Kentucky became the first state to flip the script when it came to custody. You see, instead of automatically giving the mom primary custody and dad every other weekend, Disney Dad rule, as it did in New Hampshire, over again, the law made 50-50 custody the default.
Divorce rates are dropping in Kentucky. I went there to figure out why. In 2018, Kentucky became the first state to...
You've been working from home, but your roommate just took up percussion as a hobby.
I need you.
Indeed you do.
I ain't doing shit, bro. I got good right there.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying, what you saying? Oh my God!
Welcome back to We the People University. My name is Ryan Israel, former police officer, former sheriff's deputy. I know a lot of you guys have seen the viral video going all over the internet, and I too myself saw it, and I wasn't going to cover it, but it was sent to me several times. I actually never really watched it initially, but after several emails and text messages for me to take a look at it, I did so, and I was surprised by what I saw. But I think there's a little bit more information that's available than what I've initially seen on the other videos that I decided to watch, and I just wanted to update you guys with some of that information. This is raw and unedited, so I have my notes in front of me from the things that I've taken down from what I've seen about this video, and then we're going to get into the video. Really quickly, the video starts with Mr. Micaiah Washington laying on the ground, but there's a reason he was laying on the ground. Like, what took place before that portion of the video? Well, as some of us may already know, or some of us may not, Micaiah Washington was actually changing his car tire, and police officer Dana Elmore of the Reform Police Department located in Alabama, she pulls up and orders him to give her ID. Well, actually, she asked, "What are you doing?" He states, "I'm changing my tire." And then she orders him to give ID. But his response was, "Why do I need to give you ID to change my tire?" The same old thing that we see in just about every police encounter, it's always about ID. Mr. Washington refused to give ID because he stated, "I'm not committing a crime. I'm simply changing my tire." The officer Elmore, she continues to insist, becomes more aggressive. At this point, Mr. Washington pulls out his phone in an attempt to try to record, and at that point, she tasers him. And at that point, he's on the ground and he's handcuffed. And this is where we see the video clip of actually Mr. Washington's brother, who started to record once he was tasered.
Right there in front of the car. Straight.
I ain't doing shit, bro. I got gun right there. I'm not doing nothing.
Oh yeah.
I'm saying, what you saying? Oh yeah, oh my God. Okay.
Also, what you don't see in that clip, according to Mr. Washington and his attorneys, who is his attorney, Mr. Leroy Maxwell of the Maxwell Tillman Law Firm, what you don't see in that clip is Officer Elmore placing her foot on Mr. Washington's back as she called another officer. From that point, we get to where he was tasered, brought over to the car. Now, there's a lot that go into this, and this is definitely going to take some very strong eyes from some very good attorneys, because there are not only there's tons of laws being broken here, several, and I'm sure we all know that just by simply looking at the video. But there are probably some laws being broken that are not, like, just apparent to the average viewer. But she takes him over to the car. That's where we see her place him on the car, and when she places him on the car, she tasers him. Now, here's where things get, if I can even say, really ugly, because they're already really ugly. She tasers him, she pulls out a gun, and then she tasers him after she pulls the gun out. But at that point, the charges that came afterward, here's the problem. Drug trafficking. She wrote, Officer Elmore wrote that he was trafficking fentanyl. She found fentanyl on Mr. Washington. But nowhere in that video do we ever see any drugs come out of his pocket. It did not exist. It was completely made up, right? Completely made up. He was charged with being an ex-felon in possession of a firearm. And sources I have spoken with who are closer to the situation have verified that Mr. Washington is not a felon. How is he being charged with being a felon in possession of a firearm? He was charged with resisting. Obviously, we all can see that there was no resisting. He did not resist. He was also charged with obstruction. And obviously, there was no obstruction. He was also charged with possession of marijuana. All right. I don't know about that one. That could be a possibility, but even if it's true, that's no reason for all of this to transpire, the things that we saw. So these charges were trumped up, right? Here's the key part. The Reform Police Department did not know a video existed until later. So when these charges were being created out of the thin blue air, they had no clue that there was a video. And when the video surfaced, the charges began to disappear. So,
to all the single moms out there who are caring for loved ones at home, you will not believe how easy my life has become now that I'm getting
to disappear. So the drug trafficking charge was thrown out. The ex-felon charge doesn't exist. Now they may try to stick with the resistance or the obstruction, which I don't see how that would happen. Anyway, that can't happen anyway. But I just want to add those few things to the video. Let's look at the video again and just pay attention to everything that's happening. And remember, there's a lot that happened before the video, this particular video, that the Reform Police Department did not know exist.
As we think about violence in Stellantis product, you might want to listen to this young lady's testimony. This is why I said, man, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Stellantis period got a long way to go, guys. Everybody always talking about putting the Hemi back in the Chargers and all these discounts. This is the stuff that they gotta improve right here.
Listen, don't buy no Jeep
This is the stuff that Stellantis has to improve on. And this is something that's been going on for a long time, even when they FCA.
When I get to the service department, they're like, what do you mean? I don't, what's going on? Explain it to me. So I'm like, it's shaking whenever I go over like a bump or something in the road. And then she's like, yeah, the death wall. So if there's a name for it, that already lets me know that this is a common issue. You already knew what the hell I was talking about before I started talking. And 3, why are y'all selling this car to people if you know that something's wrong with it?
Right.
So at that moment, I'm thinking, let me go ahead and give y'all your car.
In Little Rock, Arkansas, a Corvette C6 turned the night into a nightmare. After slipping past 3 units, another trooper locked on as the chase hit full throttle, pushing speeds of 135 to 140 miles per hour.
In the area and are looking for a solution to cool your home, then this is hands down the system you need to be looking at. It's a heat pump system.
The Corvette flew through highway construction zones, swerving around barrels, and dodging traffic at impossible speeds. At 120 miles per hour, the driver made a daring move, sliding past a car in front and shooting into the right lane. The trooper had no time to react. He flipped the barrels and slammed into an innocent couple's vehicle. Meanwhile, the Corvette Arkansas State Police were left empty-handed. On April 3rd, 2023, Trooper Tyler Van tried pulling over a Chevy Camaro on the interstate, but the driver wasn't going quietly. Once the lights came on, the Camaro blasted to 100 miles per hour in seconds. Trooper floored his cruiser, hitting 150 miles per hour. The Camaro kept stretching the gap, flying at 160 to 170, slicing through traffic with pure skill while the patrol car struggled to keep pace. Dodged another heavy wave of traffic and built a massive lead.
At that point, the trooper had no choice but to back off. The Chevy was gone into the night. On November 24, 2023, Trooper Blaine Lucas pulled over Dodge Challenger on I-630 in Little Rock for an unreadable temporary plate. As he walked up, the driver stomped the gas so hard the car lost grip, sliding sideways in a little drift show before rocketing toward 140 miles per hour. Challenger soon left the interstate and tore through busy city streets, forcing cars out of its way. But it didn't stay there long. Moments later, it was back on I-30, pushing max speed and stretching the gap even further.
Introducing the masterpiece, engineered in Solingen, Germany. It is as hard as a diamond and can cleave a pig's trotter in a single blow. Every nut.
And stretching the gap even further. Flying into a sharp curve, the Challenger handled it at 120 miles per hour without breaking a sweat. The trooper, pushing his 5,000-pound cruiser at 100, wasn't so lucky. He clipped the wall, wrecked out, and the Challenger vanished into the night. On October 20th, 2022, Arkansas State Trooper Thomas Hubbard clocked a red Chevy Camaro with fictitious tags speeding down I-30. Just a week earlier, the same car had outrun the troopers, and this time Hubbard wasn't letting it slide. Pushed 110 miles per hour, slicing through heavy traffic with precision. The driver's risky maneuvers left the trooper fighting to keep up, struggling to follow moves that bordered on impossible. As traffic thickened, the Camaro danced through another wave of cars and opened a huge gap. Hubbard got trapped behind slower vehicles, and in seconds, the red Chevy disappeared once again. At first glance, this looked like a routine pursuit. A car built like a race machine was tearing down the highway, and troopers moved in to shut it down.
That vehicle, as you can see, it's hard to keep track of because the driver, well, he simply continues to make some pretty wild turns.
Right, and he's exhibiting the normal characteristics you'd expect from somebody who's got a lot of adrenaline. They're really pumping it.
And usually with these types of cases, they end up going to a neighborhood or an area they're familiar with. Of course, at this point, we don't know where he's going. Maybe he doesn't know where he's going.
Mary, I don't think I've seen anybody get away.
And at this point, do we have any idea how fast the suspect is going?
He's coming up at 100. I'm looking at the clock now. It's 125 miles an hour.
Something felt strange. No sirens, no panic, just steady driving at 125 miles per hour, more like a casual cruise than a high-speed chase.
He's going to go straight through that street and continue down on this.
All right, Gil, we're going to stay with your live picture here. And it looks like the suspect is approaching Fox Studios and may try and stop there.
That's correct.
Is there anything you can tell us about the suspect?
The suspect has turned into Fox Studios. And here he is coming.
We are gardeners.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
If you have a debit card, you need to know about this.
A doorbell camera capturing the moment this Mebane woman says she handed over her savings, $17,500 in cash to a complete stranger.
Criminals are wiping out bank accounts using your debit card, online banking, and they're showing up at your front door. This scam is a lot bigger than just this one person. It's part of a growing trend that's been reported in cities all across the country.
The sheriff says they're currently working with the North Carolina SBI and the Department of Homeland Security to identify more victims and suspects. And while the total amount of money scammed is unknown at this time, he says it's close to $400,000.
This woman thought she was helping her bank fix a mistake. Instead, she gave her life savings to a criminal who showed up at her front door. It all started with a suspicious $82 PayPal charge on her Bank of America account.
It started when she was on her computer trying to log on to her bank account.
I put in my password and username and got to the website, but it wouldn't let me open my account.
She grabbed her cell phone and says she went to the number saved in her cell phone for her bank.
Now, little did she know right here was the setup for the biggest scam that was going to completely change her life from this one phone call. Because the scammers used her own words against her. They told her her bank accounts had been frozen because of suspicious activity through PayPal. That same $82 charge that she was calling her bank about.
So what they did was they transferred her over to PayPal's fraud department to figure out what was going on with this transaction. And as I'm sure you can already guess, that wasn't PayPal. And this is where the scam started to escalate.
On the line with them, she says she was told the charge was for $82 and they said they could refund her, but she had to follow their instructions, which included downloading several things on her computer.
All right, so you're probably wondering, how did we get from $82 to $17,500? And it actually happened right here. When the scammers asked this lady to install some software on their computer, they pulled up a fake refund program that asked her to put in the amount of money that she was due for a refund.
It had $82 and immediately looked up.
I'll let you know when it's time.
$18,000. And then it goes accept, accept, accept. Just like that. And I said to this man, I said, that's wrong. I said, that's not what I typed in. I said, that's a mistake.
This was all a part of the scam, and you can still hear the surprise and frustration in her voice. What she was actually seeing, that $18,000, was money that had been transferred from her savings to her checking by the scammers. Remember, they had her install software on her computer. This software was remote control software. So now these scammers actually have physical access to her computer to continue pulling the threads on this scam, because she doesn't realize the money actually came from her savings account, her actual money. The scammers convince her that they've accidentally sent her this extra money.
What you have to do to fix it is you have to get cash, go to your bank and get cash.
Hesitant to follow his instructions, but she says this letter with a Bank of America logo came out of her printer, stating there's a serious matter concerning your account, an unresolved tax issue related to a personal transaction from PayPal. As a result, online account transfers are temporarily blocked by the IRS.
Now look, I know what you're thinking, like, who would do this? Who in their right mind would go and do this? But I want you to see exactly what these scammers did right here. It's ridiculous.
What up, Brez? We did it, Brez. We really did it. I'm sorry in advance for this audio. It's gonna sound weird listening to me talk to y'all through the iPhone versus my helmet microphone setup. But yeah, I figured I'd just thank y'all for how far I've gotten doing this. YouTube has been the funnest thing I've ever had my hands on. Something that I was just doing just for fun, and as of a little longer than 3 years now, we've just been blowing and going. Hadn't needed to slow down at all. Had some minor hiccups along the way, just a few, but overall, man, I've just been so blessed, and y'all just keep coming back and watching the videos every time I upload another one, and I just can't thank y'all enough. Because yeah, I mean, I make the videos, right? Make the content that y'all enjoy, but if y'all weren't here to enjoy it, then, you know, I wouldn't be able to do it the capacity that I do it. So it's kind of an us thing, Bryce. It's being y'all that's made it possible that I've been able to go this long, and we've just been blessed the entire time. We've just really hadn't had any problems. We've just been able to make videos and make money and buy more bikes and travel and just go. And I just, you know, I can't even walk right now, right? I can't pick up anything heavy right now with my hands because I'm casted. I'm in really, any more blessed. I can't sit around and pout in the slightest. I just can't thank y'all enough just for being here. And some of the reason why I want to make this video was because I'm pretty realistic with how YouTube works. And a lot of y'all that be tuning in and stuff, by the time I get back to riding and actually uploading consistently on YouTube again, some of y'all will be gone. Whether y'all just changed hobbies or just lost interest and never picked up YouTube to watch another video, even if I do come, when I do come back. And so when I come back, a lot of y'all will be gone. At least, that's how I'm presuming. I'm going off of what I've seen, what happens to channels that just don't upload when they're on like such a hype that I am right now. And I just want to say thank you to y'all that probably won't come back past this video, because I won't get a chance to tell you otherwise, right? And then for those of y'all that stick around, thank you to y'all too. But I feel like, I just feel like feel like those that might, just move on or change hobbies or whatever and not watch the Beret on YouTube anymore after it's been so long, I just wanted to say thank you. As for what my plan is with YouTube, we are still 100% a full-time YouTuber, guys, but I'm not gonna compromise my channel and just upload trash or something that I don't feel like is what I would normally upload, which does mean when we're injured, there just really isn't anything to upload. This video is a rare exception because I just want to give y'all like an update, right? So we're gonna get into like everything before I finish this. I'm sure Jared's doing a great job putting some background stuff on. But yeah, we're gonna go right back to riding. Nothing's gonna stop that. I am gonna make 100% recovery, but I will be, trying to rehab and get my body working the way it needs to. I'm not gonna be able to just, okay, you can walk now, get cleared, and then I'm jumping around on the stunt bike. I'm gonna be stiff and just have to learn how to get flexible again and get back into the gym and build my strength. All my muscle that I've built over the last 4 months of being consistent in the gym is gone. I was getting close to being 225 pounds, and now we're all the way back down to 205. So we just lost all that muscle. And it's just gonna take time to rebuild myself, even after I walk.
Independent lab tests show that Husky liners with our ProGuard formula clean off faster than the leading brand. But does faster really matter?
In this box are some of the coolest, wildest pigments that I've seen in a long time, and I cannot wait to test them with you guys. Now, we've got 6 of them, and they are small, but mighty. Now, Gabe and I were talking, they're kind of like interference pearls in a sense, that they're kind of colorless, transparent, and they're not powder. They are huge. Take a look at some of this material. I don't know if you can see the size, but it's definitely not a powder. Way bigger than a flake. I don't even know if these are going to go through our spray. Look, it's like fish food. Do you think this is going to spray to the gun? I think it will. So they're all different colors. They're all clearly color shifted. Look. It's like shredded gems or something. Crystals almost. That is insane. I can't wait to get these down. I'll show you the last 2 real quick. We're going to mix these up. We're going to spray them over black because that's going to give us the most color activation. We're going to get some high gloss over them. I can't wait any longer. I'm ready. You ready? Let's go.
guys were all done with the project, and I didn't know what to expect from these crazy pigments when we first started testing, but they are wild. They are huge. The color shifting effect is
so I'm just I'm in Jersey right now. I'm not even back at the spot yet, and I still gotta go cut his hair, so I'll call you about done with that. Alright.
And because they're translucent, they should be able to go over just about any color base coat. I want to play with these a little bit more in the future, but I'm going to show you what they look like now. And I want to know two things from you. One, which one is your favorite? And two, where do you see yourself painting with these? It's such a unique effect. I'm not really sure what I would use it for. Now, if you want to change the color of your own car or play with any of our paints, head straight to dipyourcar.com. Gabe and I have a ton of fun in this video. I hope you enjoyed watching it. I'll see you on the next one.
Here's how to legally steal from your car insurance company. If you can't afford car insurance anymore, it's not your fault. The problem is you guys are going to the wrong place to get your rates. You want to go through an independent contractor.
Well, we okay. This goes from Martin Show to me and Malcolm Show. They put us on these new networks. Remember they had UPN? I used to call it U-Picker. I don't even know why they collect money for God. Is he broke? Is he on food stamps? I mean, does God need some housing? You know what I'm saying? Is he staying in the projects or something? And the cat kept looking the other way. He wanted Bill Cosby. No disrespect to Dr. Cosby and his form of comedy. Go hire Bill Cosby. But you hired me.
They say Hollywood is all smiles on the red carpet, but behind the cameras, it's a battlefield of grudges, ego wars, and silent feuds. And now, Eddie Griffin just lit a match to the gasoline.
There is a systematic effort to destroy every black male entertainer's image.
At 57 years old, the comedian isn't holding back anymore. In a shocking revelation, he's finally naming the 7 actors he cannot stand.
You slicking, ain't you? Talking about this God's house like God came to you. Build me a house on 5th and Hill. And you know I only like them stained glass.
These are A-listers, people he's worked with, partied with, and beefed with behind the scenes. The real question is, why is Eddie choosing to expose them now? Is it revenge, or is he warning us about Hollywood's dirtiest secrets? Let's find out. When it comes to Eddie Griffin, you never get a watered-down version of the truth. For decades, he's been one of the few comedians who never played by Hollywood's rules, and that made him both loved and hated. While other stars kept their mouths shut for the sake of their careers, Eddie kept calling out the machine, the gatekeepers, the producers, and even the fellow comedians he believed sold their soul for fame.
All right, you see the money they'll put behind an unknown white talent just starting out, okay? When we all came out of it, this goes from Martin Show to me and Malcolm Show.
Now, at age 57, he isn't just pulling back the curtain, he's ripping it off. And the names he's dropping? They're some of the biggest in comedy. Eddie says Hollywood isn't about talent anymore. It's about control. He claims the industry has always tried to silence comedians who were too raw, too real, and too political, and instead pushed safe comedy that wouldn't ruffle feathers. In his words, Hollywood doesn't just blacklist you, they whitewash you until you're unrecognizable. And when Eddie Griffin looks around, he sees a lineup of comedians who, whether intentionally or not, helped push him out of the spotlight. Let's break down the 7 actors and comedians Eddie Griffin has openly clashed with. For years, Eddie Griffin has carried what some call the biggest chip on his shoulder in comedy: his complicated relationship with Dave Chappelle's rise to superstardom. On the surface, Eddie has praised Chappelle's genius, but if you dig deeper, the story gets much darker. Back in the early 2000s, Eddie Griffin was no small-time comic. He had Undercover Brother, several stand-up specials, and was making noise in both Hollywood and the comedy circuit. Insiders say Comedy Central had been eyeing Griffin for a groundbreaking series, until Dave Chappelle came along. Suddenly, all the money, resources, and hype were thrown behind Chappelle's show, while Griffin's projects mysteriously stalled out.
People coming in here lying about how they ain't got their donation. So I put an ATM machine by the front door. I needs my money.
Eddie has hinted that it wasn't an accident. In interviews, he's dropped cryptic lines about Hollywood only having room for one black revolutionary at a time. To Griffin, the message was clear. The industry wanted Chappelle as their chosen voice, and Eddie was left in the shadows. Some even whisper that Griffin's more politically aggressive comedy scared executives, and Chappelle was seen as the safer bet.
us, it's all about you. We see the good you do out here. We do our best every day to keep you rolling as you keep the world running. All September, pro drivers can enjoy 3 free drinks each week in the app. Just our way of saying thanks for the drive. Thanks for stopping by. Here's a look at your weather today. For a limited time, just take any triple combo of standard cheeses or 20-ounce bottle Dr. Pepper for just $6. A Cheez-It and 2 Dr. Pepper. A Dr. Pepper and 2 Cheez-Its. 3 Cheez-Its. 3 Dr. Pepper. Mix is up to you. Windshields from sunsets. Green lines from gas stations. Some things are just made to go together. Steak and cheese are 2 of those things. Come on in and get them both for a limited time on the Steak and Cheese Open. It's a match made highway out. Thanks for stopping by. Give us a look at your 5-day forecast. No back.
up? I'll be there in an hour, okay? All right. You got your chair ready where I'm going to cut your hair at? Yeah. You got to make a space for me. Anyone? You got to make a space so I can cut your hair in the living room. All right. See you in a little bit. All right. Bye.
safer bet, until Chappelle himself walked away from $50 million. The controversy doesn't end there. Fans and fellow comics have speculated for years that Eddie felt robbed of his rightful place in comedy history. There are rumors he believes the industry deliberately erased him in order to build Chappelle up. When Chappelle was crowned the voice of a generation, Griffin allegedly took it as a slap in the face.
Distinguished guests, men and women of the finest military in the world. Most of all, Admiral Mullen, Deborah. Michael and I also want to acknowledge your son Jack.
Keep the noise up.
I want to make sure he knows we're coming, or she.
Yeah, that's true.
Because if she's got some cubs, that's when you really got to work.
Yeah. You know what my kids asked me? They said, you've got to ask the president, is anything scary?
You know, well, when Michelle's mad, I get worried.
Child, imagine your own husband in front of the world accidentally calling you a man's name not once, but several times. That's exactly what people have been pointing out about Barack Obama over the years, catching those comments where he slipped and called Michelle Michael or Mike. Well, now Jaguar Wright is back at it again, digging up those old whispers and asking the real messy question. Like, was Joan Rivers onto something when she threw shade about Michelle?
Miss Rivers, how are you? You made a ton of news officiating the wedding in New York yesterday. Is this like a new cottage career move for you?
I'm so excited.
Okay.
And I should do very well because I don't jump.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
No, Michelle is a trend.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
Transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
It's okay.
Okay, you all know that people have always whispered about Michelle Obama's sexuality, and her name often comes up in conversations laced with speculation and side-eye. It's one of those topics that just won't seem to go away no matter how much time passes. And now there have been even more speculations and receipts, which allegedly Jaguar Wright has been pointing out. And as always, I gathered all of them for y'all, including some pretty spicy ones. For starters, Dr. Rafael Espinazo, who was entrusted with former First Lady Michelle Obama's care during the 2008 presidential election, allegedly said, I know what I saw. Michelle Obama is not a woman who used to be a man. Michelle Obama is just a man with breast implants and a huge shaving bill. On the campaign trail, no medical staff were allowed to go near her other than to take vitals if she got sick, which she never did. I know what I know because I walked in on him while he was taking a leak standing up in the bathroom in Trenton. They paid me millions for my silence, but after seeing what they did to this country, I can't keep quiet. Let them sue me. I mean, for a doctor to openly say such things, it must mean something, right? But that's hardly the only alleged receipt. There have been receipts in the past about how Michelle Obama was registered to vote as a man from 1994 until 2008, according to documents allegedly obtained by the Illinois State Board of Elections. And based on what people noted, Michelle officially changed her gender to female in 2008, the same year her husband was running for the presidency. Interesting. Number 3, Barack's half-brother Malik has always stirred the pot with regards to Michelle's identity, asking questions like, is Michelle Michael? Suggesting that there are family members who also find everything suspicious. In fact, Malik has made the speculation a few times, including a time where he tweeted stating he could not confirm or deny the legend of Big Mike, aka Michael LaVaughn Robinson. Actually, as recently as 2024, he talked about how he believes that Michelle is a he, and the Obamas are trying to hide her true identity. People have also always talked about how the Obamas always posted wedding pics, but no pregnancy pics or pics of the girls until 3 to 6 years old. Apparently, Michelle tries to tell the public that Malia and Sasha were conceived through IVF, but the truth is is that the daughter's real mother is allegedly Dr. Anita Blanchard, who was supposedly the same doctor that delivered the Obama daughters. There are even photos of the two families vacationing together in Hawaii that made rounds, with people claiming that the real parents, Martin Nesbitt and Dr. Anita Blanchard, were always following closely behind so they could keep an eye on the Obamas. So yeah, when Joan Rivers made that bold comment about Michelle Obama, maybe she knew exactly what she was talking about. Think about it. Joan was in the business. She'd seen the rumors, heard the whispers, and knew the kind of talk that was already circulating about Michelle. Some people even believe she wasn't just joking. She was dropping tea others were too scared to say. And here's where it gets even darker. After Joan's sudden and shocking death, not long after, whispers started flying again, suggesting that the Obamas had something to do with it. Could it have just been bad timing? Or did the Obamas have more to do with it than anyone's willing to admit? I mean, it wouldn't be the first time they have been accused of taking care of someone who got too close to the truth. You all remember Tafari Campbell? Thing is, Chef Tafari had been working in the White House, and he went on to work with the Obama family as a personal chef after they left office. While at the White House, Tafari was one of the chefs who brewed White House Honey Ale beer using honey from Michelle's South Lawn garden. And in 2012, the White House even released a video of Tafari and then assistant chef Sam Cass demonstrating the beer making process. Unfortunately, Tafari lost his life, and what happened was that he was out paddleboarding on a pond near the Obama's home when he lost his balance and fell in the water. He was not wearing a life jacket, and he was unattached to the paddleboard, and reportedly fought to stay above the water before eventually succumbing. Tafari's body was uncovered after a 2-day search in Edgartown, Great Pond, near the home owned by the Obamas. According to a police report, the search began after a fellow paddleboarder observed him dip into the water, reappear briefly, struggling to stay on the surface, then submerge entirely. The witness also told police that he tried to swim to Tafari to save him, but did not reach him in time. Then the person swam to shore, where they alerted someone to call 911. But a lot of things have never added up about Tafari's death, and something that was being said was that Tafari had head injuries when he was found, which led people to believe that it was not an accident. There were also reports that he was found in less than 4 feet of water, and that the 911 call was made hours after he fell off his paddleboard. And it was also claimed that Obama's personal coroner was the one who conducted. Also, there have been claims that Tafari was writing a tell-all book, and he was unalived because of that. Anywho, it wasn't just Joan Rivers who was out here exposing Obamas as a prominent figure. Someone like Deanna Lorraine made speculations when she tweeted, "Michelle Obama is releasing a documentary on Netflix called Becoming. I wonder what she is becoming." Another person who made a wild comment is Stu Peters, who also wrote, "Barack doesn't have children, and he definitely didn't have them with Michelle. Martin Nesbitt and Anita Blanchard are Sasha and Malia Obama's real parents. Nesbitt is also the chairman of the Obama Foundation." Even Chelsea Clinton once suggested that Barack married a man in her since-deleted tweet. In another instance, Lynn Wood brought attention to the fact that the Obama children were adopted, and the world was lied to about something as simple as that. For reference, Lynn Wood and his law firm specialize in defamation lawsuits, and any good lawyer knows not to put anything in writing they cannot defend. Well, Jaguar Wright has also echoed those same claims about Michelle, saying the rumors aren't just smoke, they might be fire. She's even gone as far as to suggest that this could be the very reason Barack allegedly steps out and cheats. It's a messy accusation, but in the world of celebrity gossip, it only adds another layer to the already swirling questions about the Obamas. Plus, the cheating allegations are also not new. Y'all remember Vera Baker? See, Barack met Vera back in 2004 when she worked tirelessly to get him elected to the U.S. Senate, raising millions in campaign contributions. But things allegedly got super spicy between them. And there was even a testimony of a taxi driver who accompanied Obama and Vera Baker to a hotel where the two would spend the night together. The Globe even did an entire expose on this, and the allegation talked about how Vera returned to Washington, D.C. after reportedly being exiled to Martinique by Obama's wife before the presidential campaign, and then went on to say that when Vera worked for Obama on his Senate campaign, he fell hard for her. Apparently, Vera knew he was married, but Barack was the one who made a fool of himself. The article even said that a top DC source with knowledge of the events told them the couple spent the night together at the Hotel George. But when these rumors started making rounds, Vera was obviously devastated. Like, she even filed a lawsuit against the Globe for publishing the story, and said that the story came from one of Obama's political opponents. According to Vera, the opponents had a